Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto, the forgotten Senju Heir rose to power. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. On the first anniversary of the first Hokage's death, Senju Katsuro was born. Despite his birth date being seen as an ill omen, Mito Uzumaki, wife of Senju Hashirama, noticed the new leaf sprouting in the form of this child. As a young boy, Katsuro was celebrated as the genius of the Senju Clan throughout the village. When he entered the academy at the age of 4, this reputation only grew. With both his parents, Senju Reito and Senju Hana, being shinobi, he easily mastered the 3 basic jutsu of the academy while also excelling in taijutsu and kenjutsu. He consistently bested the Uchiha genius, Fugaku, in sparring sessions and matched him in their specialties of kunai and shurikenjutsu. This success bred resentment in Fugaku, who viewed the Senju as rivals. However, despite the competitive nature, a sense of camaraderie developed between the two over time, thanks to Katsuro's friendly demeanor. Yet, even in times of peace, the shinobi world dealt harsh blows. Jonin Senju Reito and Chunin Senju Hana had been on a mission in Amigakure. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. The shinobi team had completed their mission and was on their way back to Konoha. But tragedy struck when they were ambushed by enemy shinobi at the border, outnumbered by a squad of 3 Jonin and 5 Chunin. They fought valiantly, sacrificing their lives while taking down some of their foes. The village hailed them as heroes, but what about the child they left behind? What about Katsuro? He lost both his parents in a place he didn't know, on a mission he couldn't comprehend. At first, the small child didn't understand. He demanded to know where his parents were, believing they were simply delayed on a work trip. It wasn't until he was taken under the care of Uzumaki Mito that he grasped the harsh reality they would never return. His once bright life became overshadowed by darkness and a cold fury that felt unnatural for a child his age. Everything moved by in a blur. He barely remembered the funeral, just people in black offering condolences, heartfelt yet ultimately useless. The world seemed to mourn their loss, with dark clouds pouring rain, but none of it would bring them back. The fury within him grew stronger. Katsuro vowed to himself and his deceased parents that he would never feel powerless again and would protect what he cared about. His classmates and Fugaku's attempts to console him fell flat. He became obsessed with strength. Every spare moment was dedicated to training tree walking, water walking, and other exercises to enhance his chakra control. As a Senju, he possessed an immense amount of chakra, which would only grow. Mito sensed the guilt and distress beneath his determined exterior and chose to guide him in Fuinjutsu, the specialty of the Uzumaki clan, redirecting his anger into something constructive while sharing stories of the first Hokage. One day, Mito asked why he was training so hard. Katsuro replied that he wanted to ensure those he cared about would never get hurt again. Mito chuckled lightly, reminding him that in the process of protecting his family and friends, he was neglecting them. She pointed out that even Hashirama, the god of shinobi, made time for his loved ones, as they were the reason to grow stronger. Katsuro promised to try, and Mito smiled, pleased with his response. He continued to train with fervor, but slowly, glimpses of his old playful personality began to resurface. Mito was right, his parents hadn't sacrificed their lives for him to live in sorrow. Yet, he resolved to be happy only after accomplishing what he needed to do. One day, as Katsuro and Mito were eating together, a loud voice burst into the room. Tsunade, a 10-year-old girl returning from a long mission, spotted the 5-year-old boy with long white hair and green eyes at the table. She questioned who he was and learned that he would be living with Mito now. Tsunade expressed her skepticism, joking about the possibility of him being a pervert like Jiraiya. Katsuro, annoyed by her comment, asserted that he wasn't interested in someone like her. This sparked a playful back and forth between them, while Mito watched fondly, a smile spreading across her face. When Tsunade attempted to hit Katsuro on the head, he dodged, prompting her to challenge him to a fight. Mito, amused, warned Tsunade that she might lose. Tsunade, confident from her years of missions, dismissed the idea that she could be defeated by a boy still in the academy. Katsuro proposed a bet. If he won, she would have to kneel and apologize to him. Tsunade smirked, teasingly accusing him of being a pervert for wanting her to kneel. Katsuro blushed slightly, insisting that wasn't what he meant, and suggested that perhaps she was the one with wild thoughts. Tsunade, undeterred, accepted the challenge, setting the stage for their friendly rivalry to unfold. If he won, Tsunade would have to give him 20,000 ryo to clear his gambling debt. Katsuro scowled at the thought of her gambling at such a young age, especially with a debt that high. A few minutes later, Katsuro faced Tsunade, with Mito observing from the side, as they prepared for their confrontation. Tsunade charged at Katsuro, aiming to finish the fight quickly. Katsuro dodged her attack, but he was taken aback by the crater that formed in the ground where she had struck. He realized he couldn't let her hit him again, wiping sweat from his brow. Katsuro formed hand signs and unleashed fire style. Great fireball jutsu, surprising Tsunade with the size of the fireball that threatened to engulf her. As an experienced shinobi, Tsunade dodged and countered with incredible speed, landing a punch on Katsuro. However, he vanished in a puff of smoke. "A shadow clone?" she muttered, astonished by his skill. Before she could react, Katsuro pulled her underground using earth style, headhunter jutsu. Emerging from the ground, he looked down at Tsunade with a grin, declaring his victory. He teased her about her experience, but before he could finish, the ground erupted as Tsunade broke free, her expression furious. She punched him in the face, sending him crashing into a tree. In the midst of the chaos, he managed to counter with a kick aimed at her face, which she blocked just in time. Despite the exchange, Tsunade winced at the pain in her arm. Katsuro, though injured, stood tall, his physique impressive even among the Senju Clan, only limited by his age. As he reached for his short sword to launch at Tsunade, Mito intervened, suggesting they end the fight before causing more damage. Tsunade, feeling smug despite her surprise at his strength, insisted she had won. Katsuro argued that the fight wasn't over yet, and they exchanged banter about holding back. Mito stepped in again, proposing a draw while hinting to Katsuro that he had indeed been holding back. Initially, Tsunade and Katsuro had clashed whenever they met, but their relationship deepened after Tsunade lost her mother during childbirth. They found solace in their shared experiences of loss, forming a bond that helped them heal. The following years in Konoha were relatively peaceful, a welcome change for Katsuro. His days were filled with training and spending time with family, which now included Tsunade. Mito often watched them with a knowing smile, pleased they could support each other. Katsuro's scars from losing his parents remained fresh, despite the passage of time. People offered him comforting words, but they felt hollow. He believed that if he had the power to save his parents, he could have done so, and that thought haunted him every night. The sealing lessons from Mito were valuable, but he questioned if they were enough to protect those he cared about. The academy felt inadequate to him. Learning jutsu he already knew seemed pointless. He needed to learn more. On sleepless nights, he delved into the Senju Clan archives, with Mito's permission, researching and practicing jutsu that few had seen before. However, the vast knowledge was overwhelming, and time was limited. That was when he devised the idea of sending a shadow clone to the academy during the day. While the clone attended classes, Katsuro could focus on honing his real skills. Being a Senju was a significant advantage. Their scrolls were invaluable. He learned water-style jutsu from Tobirama's scrolls and even techniques from Hashirama's. Yet he still felt unsatisfied. The techniques of the previous Hokages were powerful, but they were also well known. Katsuro sought jutsu that were unique and had no counters. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of thunder, and he looked up at the stormy sky. Lightning sparked a memory of a man with white hair and a face covering, surrounded by electric blue. Shaking off the strange thoughts, he began to practice and develop lightning-style jutsu, unknowingly inspired by his dreams. After hours of effort, he succeeded with a technique he named lightning-style Chidori. The name came to him instinctively, likely inspired by the sound it produced. He celebrated his success as the tree he struck was obliterated, but he also recognized the need to address the tunnel vision effect that accompanied the technique. Excitement coursed through him as he envisioned new possibilities. Suddenly, he heard Mito's voice, scolding him for destroying her trees as she chased him around the forest with a broomstick. Katsuro also struggled with kenjutsu. Reading about swordsmanship was easy, but mastering it was a different challenge. Mito suggested he seek out a man named Hatake Tsukumo, known as the White Fang, who might be able to teach him. Why was Katsuro about to say that? He thought probably not. He expressed his frustration, calling out to Granny Mito, who had just thrown a kunai at him. As he quickly exited the room, he couldn't help but grin to himself. Despite his teasing, he would never describe Granny Mito as useless. After all, a jonin wouldn't teach just anyone their craft, especially not for free. Tsukumo was renowned throughout the village as a strong elite jonin, known for his duty and honor. While Katsuro couldn't do much about the jonin's sense of duty, he could certainly take advantage of his honor, and his grin widened at the thought. Katsuro boldly challenged Hatake Tsukumo to a duel, declaring that if he could make Tsukumo draw his sword or use anything other than basic jutsu, the jonin would have to teach him everything he knew about kenjutsu. Tsukumo's eyes widened in surprise, and he chuckled, amused by the young boy's bravado. He asked how old Katsuro was and what reason he could possibly have to duel him. Katsuro retorted with attitude, insisting he was old enough and reiterating his challenge. Tsukumo, after a moment of silence, accepted the duel, playfully asking for Katsuro's name again. Katsuro drew a kunai in his left hand and a short sword in his right, crouching into a battle-ready stance. He introduced himself as Senju Katsuro, son of Senju Hana and Senju Reito, vowing that next time, Tsukumo wouldn't forget his name. With a swift lunge, Katsuro threw the kunai and closed the distance faster than Tsukumo expected. The jonin sidestepped the downward slash of Katsuro's sword and dodged the kunai effortlessly. Katsuro then used the shadow clone jutsu, surrounding Tsukumo with 10 clones. The jonin chuckled at the display, calling it cute but not enough. Katsuro unleashed a barrage of water dragon bullets, surprising Tsukumo as he became a blur, dodging the attacks. The jonin realized he had accepted the duel on a whim, but now it was proving to be quite the challenge. A talent like Katsuro, using a B-rank jutsu so freely at just 7 years old, was rare. As Tsukumo dodged the water bullets, a shadow clone executed a lightning-style jutsu, striking the water and causing it to electrify. Tsukumo leaped into the air to avoid the attack, but the clones were quick to react, attempting to bind him. The experienced jonin dispatched 3 of them with ease and used substitution jutsu to escape, leaving the clones to strike at thin air. Despite the movement, Tsukumo remained unscathed and composed. Katsuro, undeterred, coordinated his remaining shadow clones in the air. Tsukumo calculated the situation, realizing he had to dodge 5 kunai from the airborne clones while keeping track of the original. Just as he heard the popping noise behind him, he turned too late to avoid the original Katsuro emerging from the smoke. Katsuro unleashed a powerful water-severing wave, and Tsukumo had no choice but to block the attack with his sword. The duel had reached its climax, and the White Fang had lost. Katsuro celebrated his victory as the shadow clones popped into smoke, leaving him panting from exertion. He eagerly asked Tsukumo what he thought of the duel. The jonin remained silent for a long moment, studying the child before him. At just 7 years old and still in the academy, Katsuro had displayed remarkable skill. Tsukumo inquired how Katsuro had learned the water-style jutsus, to which Katsuro replied that he had learned from Senju scrolls. When asked who taught him, Katsuro proudly stated that he had taught himself. Tsukumo recognized Katsuro's lineage, recalling his father, Senju Reito, a jonin like himself. They had shared missions, and Tsukumo felt a pang of sorrow at the memory of Reito's passing. Noticing the striking resemblance between Katsuro and his father, particularly their green eyes, Tsukumo decided to take the boy under his wing. He set strict training terms, stating that if Katsuro was late, didn't put in full effort, or couldn't keep up, the training would be cancelled. Katsuro beamed with excitement and agreed, rushing home to prepare. Tsukumo sighed, realizing this would require a lot of effort and time, but he felt it would be worth it. He contemplated the idea of having children of his own. His kenjutsu style, based around lightning techniques, allowed Katsuro to learn quickly and even adapt the techniques to his own style. While their agreement focused on kenjutsu, Tsukumo taught Katsuro comprehensively, including his signature movement technique, enhanced by lightning transformation. Katsuro's days were filled with practice in kenjutsu, movement, and ninjutsu alongside his own training, including fuinjutsu with Mito. He was driven by the desire to understand more about Mito being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He found the conversation about it quite challenging. Katsuro learned that being a Jinchuriki meant holding a tailed beast within, kept in place by a seal. Katsuro was filled with excitement as he bombarded Mito with questions about the Nine Tails. He wondered if she could control it, use its chakra, or even communicate with it. However, Mito's expression shifted to one of concern as she explained the gravity of the situation. The Nine Tails was the most powerful tailed beast, and if it were to escape, it could bring devastation to the village, especially since it had been sealed away. Mito recalled how only Hashirama's wood style could control the demon fox, and perhaps Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan could as well. Despite his worries about Mito being a Jinchuriki, Katsuro felt a sense of reassurance. If anything went wrong, whether it was an enemy attack or the seal breaking, he would be ready to assist. He also had his sights set on mastering the second Hokage's flying Raijin Jutsu, a technique renowned for its unmatched speed and escape capabilities, which he had learned about through his memories. However, mastering flying Raijin required a fuinjutsu level of Grandmaster. As Katsuro turned 8, he entered his 3rd year at the academy. Fugaku, feeling pressure from his clan as a renowned genius, decided to apply for early graduation. While the normal graduation age was 12, many talented shinobi found themselves wasting time in the academy. Fugaku encouraged Katsuro to graduate alongside him, but Katsuro chose to stay, much to Fugaku's frustration. He smiled and explained that he wanted to remain in the academy a little longer. Fugaku expressed his annoyance, pointing out that he had never beaten Katsuro in a fight and felt that Katsuro was always holding back. Katsuro laughed and urged Fugaku to pursue his dreams and lead his clan to prosperity. Katsuro had only sent a shadow clone to the academy, allowing him to grow in a safe environment without the burden of missions. By the age of 9, he had developed skills that would make many chunin envious and even some jonin cautious. With the explosive potential of a senju, the precise DSPLN of an Uzumaki fuinjutsu user, the deadly flow of a Hataki swordsman, and the compassion-driven precision of a budding medical ninja, he was becoming a force to be reckoned with, yet he remained hidden in plain sight. His shadow clone continued to attend the academy, maintaining appearances while Katsuro honed his abilities in secret. Only a select few were aware of his true potential: Mito, Tsukumo, Tsunade, and possibly the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had begun to notice the boy's unusual chakra patterns and surprising power levels, as well as his impressive lineage. When graduation day arrived, Katsuro shocked the entire village. His name had already been tarnished when he did not graduate alongside his perceived rival, Uchiha Fugaku. But when he failed to perform the 3 basic ninjutsu, despite being at the top of his class, many villagers believed the Senju genius was finished. However, those who thought critically or were aware understood that Katsuro had done it intentionally. One such person was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, who recognized Katsuro's talent. After the graduation ceremony, he confronted Katsuro, acknowledging that it was clear he had failed on purpose and asking why. Katsuro explained that he didn't believe he was suited to be a ninja and wanted to ensure he could look after Granny Mito, especially since they didn't need the money. Hiruzen's expression shifted slightly at Katsuro's words. He emphasized the nobility of being a shinobi, stating that they protected the villagers and ensured the future could thrive. Katsuro thought to himself that if he were a typical shinobi, he might feel compelled to retake the exams. However, he was not a typical shinobi. He had learned about the darker side of the leaf from Mito and was wary of figures like Danzo and Hiruzen. The idea of being a genius Senju shinobi made him a target for those who sought to control or eliminate threats to their power. Katsuro expressed his hope that the shinobi could protect him, which only fueled Hiruzen's frustration. The Hokage couldn't force Katsuro into the role of a ninja, especially considering his connections to Tsunade and Mito. He realized that pushing the boy would create more problems than it would solve, and he couldn't help but wonder what a child like Katsuro could truly accomplish. After the graduation ceremony, Katsuro sensed a shift in how the village viewed him. The warm greetings he once received turned into avoidance. Shopkeepers who used to engage him in conversation now kept their interactions brief, fearing repercussions for their businesses. Even old classmates, aside from a few like Fugaku, who was outraged by Katsuro's failure, distanced themselves from him. The village was ostracizing him, but Katsuro was not surprised. He understood their perspective. Many villagers shared the third Hokage's belief that being a shinobi was an honor and a way to fight for family, friends, and home. By failing the graduation exams so spectacularly, Katsuro had insulted their sense of honor, especially given his Senju lineage. Those who realized he had failed on purpose viewed him as a coward, unwilling to fight for his village. They saw him as someone who did not believe in his duty to protect their home, which was the ultimate insult. However, Katsuro suspected that there were forces in the shadows spreading rumors to undermine the influence of the Senju Clan, which they could not control. Katsuro dismissed the rumors and the few loud voices that criticized him, especially when they had no experience as shinobi themselves. He had a plan forming in his mind. Granny Mito expressed her surprise when he mentioned Iryo ninjutsu. Katsuro explained that it would be useful in battle and would help the village see him as more than just a freeloader if he worked in the hospital. Granny considered his words and, with a grin, encouraged him to pursue it. He playfully remarked that someone needed to take care of her when she grew old and forgetful. Before she could respond, he leaped away, evading her playful swat. Despite his usual skills, Katsuro found himself challenged by the intricacies of medical ninjutsu. Unlike offensive techniques or physical training, Iryo ninjutsu demanded a profound understanding of human anatomy and the precise channeling of chakra. A single mistake could lead to harm instead of healing. Nevertheless, he persevered. Tsunade, now 17, was taken aback to see him studying her field. She half-mocked him, questioning whether Granny had urged him to learn this. Katsuro calmly replied that it was his own decision. When she asked why, he looked at her with seriousness, stating that he couldn't afford to lose anyone else. Tsunade paused, her usual sharp demeanor softening as she recognized the pain behind his words. For the first time, she saw not just a prodigy but someone who had suffered, much like herself. She tossed him a scroll, challenging him to prove his seriousness. From that moment on, Tsunade began mentoring Katsuro, teaching him essential techniques like the mystical palm jutsu and chakra scalpel, which also improved his chakra control. Despite her teasing, she recognized his brilliance not just in strength or intellect, but in his heart, which had been hardened by tragedy yet softened by love and loyalty. One evening, after a long day of training, Katsuro sat on the edge of the Senju compound roof, watching the sunset. Tsunade joined him, sipping from a bottle of sake, despite her age. She remarked that he reminded her of her grandfather, Hashirama, who had been incredibly strong but also burdened with the desire to change the shinobi world. Katsuro expressed his aspiration to become like him, wanting his name to instill fear in those who would threaten his loved ones. Tsunade rolled her eyes but smiled at his determination. Before their usual training sessions, Katsuro anticipated Tsunade's arrival with fish in hand. Instead, he was surprised to see her younger brother, Senju Nawaki, whom he hadn't seen in a while. Nawaki, always eager to challenge him, declared his intent to defeat Katsuro and protect his sister from him. Tsunade playfully scolded Nawaki, reminding him to be quiet. Katsuro saw Nawaki as a little brother, someone who had also lost a parent. He understood the challenges of being raised by Tsunade. Nawaki proclaimed his ambition to become Hokage, and Katsuro chuckled as they began their sparring match, with Tsunade watching fondly. Although Nawaki was only 8 and not a prodigy like Katsuro, he was making progress. Their spars often turned into opportunities for Katsuro to teach and guide Nawaki, hoping to prepare him for the dangers of being a shinobi. Over the next few years, Katsuro continued his training while his sessions with Nawaki became more structured. He acted as both an older brother and a mentor. At the same time, he worked at the Konoha hospital alongside Tsunade, becoming one of their most valuable practitioners. He saved countless villagers and shinobi from injury, earning their respect and gratitude. However, the hospital noted an increase in minor injuries among female villagers and shinobi seeking Katsuro's help, which only added to Tsunade's irritation as she dealt with his growing ego. As Katsuro matured, he stood 6 feet tall at 17, with long white hair tied in a ponytail, sharp eyebrows, a sculpted jaw, and piercing green eyes that captivated many. His growing handsomeness only frustrated Tsunade more. He often joked about the curse of being so attractive, which led to her playful but forceful reactions. Tsukumo, now more familiar with the Senju family, also complained about Katsuro's inflated ego. Yet, Katsuro had grown strong enough that Tsukumo could no longer defeat him in sparring. He had adapted his techniques, switching from a short sword to a katana made of chakra metal. He also incorporated Tsukumo's Shuinpa and his own expertise in lightning nature transformation to create a technique called lightning style, thunderclap impulse, which significantly enhanced speed and reaction time. This technique was inherently dangerous, requiring immense control and strength to withstand its effects. Katsuro's knowledge of Iryo ninjutsu helped him navigate the challenges of developing this technique, despite the injuries he sustained along the way. Tsukumo appreciated Katsuro's teachings, which had significantly boosted his own strength. He suspected that Katsuro often held back during their spars, focusing primarily on his kenjutsu. In a life-or-death situation, Katsuro's chakra capacity alone would be a cause for concern, but his genius in creating new techniques was truly formidable. Tsukumo had witnessed Katsuro develop various jutsu, from enhancing his chidori to create elongated needles that could be combined with his sword, to a fire technique that summoned 9 flame dragons, rivaling S-rank jutsu. And he was sure his disciple had many more tricks up his sleeve. Katsuro unsheathed his katana and asked if Tsukumo was ready. Tsukumo, pulled from his thoughts, confirmed that he was. Hearing this, Katsuro dashed toward Tsukumo with an overhead slash, leaving a small crater in the ground behind him. Their blades clashed, creating sparks as Tsukumo used Katsuro's momentum and a subtle shift of his blade to send him off balance. He attempted to kick Katsuro's midsection, but Katsuro reacted swiftly, raising his knee to block while countering with a horizontal slash. Their clash demonstrated expert prowess in kenjutsu, a skill that even the samurai of the Land of Iron would admire, as they moved at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye. A civilian witnessing the battle would only see the blur of bodies and blades alongside the sparks of steel meeting. Tsukumo outmaneuvered Katsuro, trapping his blade and dodging the swing of his free arm to land a clean hit on Katsuro's face, sending him reeling. Katsuro groaned, expressing his discontent about being hit in the face. Tsukumo laughed, teasing that Katsuro would need at least a decade more of training to beat him in kenjutsu. Katsuro smiled, confident that he wouldn't rely solely on kenjutsu. He quickly made the signs for lightning style, thunderclap impulse before using Tsukumo's own signature Shuinpa to close the distance. Tsukumo, a decorated jonin and Kage-level shinobi, reacted quickly, flickering away before making the same hand signs and also using thunderclap impulse. The earlier scene of kenjutsu continued, but now at a much quicker pace, with greater strength behind their blades infused with lightning chakra. Katsuro tried to limit himself to just using thunderclap impulse, but despite creating the jutsu, his sensei's superior Shuinpa and kenjutsu skills meant he could not defeat him with this alone. Realizing he could not win easily, Katsuro flickered back and made hand signs so rapidly that they appeared as a blur. He decided to use water style, water-severing wave, the same jutsu he had used to defeat Tsukumo years ago. This time, however, his proficiency and chakra elevated the technique to nearly S-rank level. Tsukumo quickly formed the seals for Earth style, Rampart in response, barely buying enough time before flickering away with his renowned speed. He expressed slight irritation at Katsuro's choice to use other ninjutsu, questioning if he intended to harm him. Katsuro assured him that he knew Tsukumo would dodge, but seeing Katsuro's relaxed smile despite their exertion only annoyed Tsukumo further. Katsuro then unleashed a series of jutsu in quick succession. He cast Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet Jutsu, surprising Tsukumo by aiming it towards the water, creating a large amount of steam that obscured Tsukumo's vision. Katsuro concealed his chakra, leaving Tsukumo unaware of his position. Tsukumo remained vigilant, eyes wide and hand on his sword, ready for anything. 5 shadow clones rushed at him with speed, all using Thunderclap Impulse. He dealt with them, staying wary of Katsuro's next move. To his surprise, as he punched through the last shadow clone, it transformed into lightning chakra that shocked him. A lightning-style shadow clone, he thought through the pain. Tsukumo's resistance to lightning chakra meant he was only partially paralyzed, but it allowed Katsuro to use the muddy ground from the water-style jutsu to execute earth-style, Swamp of the Underworld, an enhanced version of earth-style, bottomless swamp jutsu. This technique aimed to slow Tsukumo down, attempting to trap him within the deep swamp effective against large summons and even-tailed beasts. Realizing the dire situation, Tsukumo quickly created a shadow clone to pull him out. As he struggled, Katsuro formed Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. When Tsukumo dodged and cut it apart, Katsuro followed up with his own Wind-style, Sword Wind Cutter Jutsu to target Tsukumo. Despite being midair, Tsukumo used his shadow clone to intercept the jutsu and bounce himself to safety on a tree. Finally able to collect his bearings, he remarked that not everyone had as much chakra as Katsuro. He expressed pride in Katsuro's strength, acknowledging that he was holding back, though he did not know just how much. In a different scene, Hiruzen spoke with genuine regret about the loss of an excellent shinobi and a good man. Tsunade stood rigid, unmoving, while Nawaki broke down into tears, expressing his desire for his father to return. Katsuro, watching from behind, felt a surge of emotion, his heart aching at the familiar sight. Next to him, Granny Mito silently shed tears, having lost another son. Katsuro reached out to hug her, and as they embraced, her quiet tears turned into loud sobs. No parent should ever witness their child die before them. Tsunade and Nawaki's father, Senju Heir, had died on a mission during a border skirmish with Kirigakure. According to the Hokage's report, he had died a hero's death, staying behind to allow his team to escape. However, the harsh truth remained that he was gone, regardless of the circumstances. To make matters worse, Haruna had left abruptly on the mission, without the chance to say farewell to his family. Katsuro watched the now orphaned siblings closely, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. While they had never been particularly close, Haruna had been kind to Katsuro, treating him like a nephew. He had welcomed Katsuro when he was orphaned, a gesture that left a lasting impression. The news of Haruna's death brought back a chilling emptiness reminiscent of the loss of his own parents, forcing Katsuro to fight back tears. Haruna had been an excellent father to Tsunade and Nawaki, especially in the absence of their mother, and the love his children had for him was evident in their grief. Nawaki buried his face in Tsunade's robes, sobbing uncontrollably. Tsunade, the princess of the Senju Clan, addressed Hiruzen with a quiet yet stoic voice, expressing her desire to take on the funeral responsibilities instead of the village. Hiruzen looked at her with concern, offering his support. Tsunade thanked him formally, her demeanor uncharacteristically emotionless. Hiruzen nodded sadly and walked away, leaving Katsuro to ponder the old man's heart. Tsunade picked up her younger brother and walked back into the house. Granny Mito, trying to be comforting, called out to her but broke down into tears. Katsuro felt a stab of guilt, wondering if he could have saved Haruna if he had been on that mission. Tsunade reassured her grandmother, speaking without emotion as she held Nawaki until he cried himself to sleep. Katsuro watched, concerned but choosing not to intervene. After Granny Mito had gone to bed, Tsunade slipped away to the rooftop of the Senju complex, where she had a bottle of sake waiting. Katsuro was already there, offering her the bottle. She took it silently, and they shared a moment of quiet together. When the sake was gone, Tsunade, frustrated, hurled the empty bottle into the night sky, watching it shatter. Katsuro placed his hand over hers, and despite her attempts to pull away, she chose to stay. In the stillness, a single tear rolled down Tsunade's face, followed by more as she cried in Katsuro's arms. He felt her pain and cursed his own weakness, recalling the helplessness. that accompanied the loss of a parent. He understood that Tsunade must be feeling the same despair, and he resolved to grow stronger. The world was cruel and he needed to protect those he cared about. Since that day, Tsunade and Nawaki had lived with Katsuro and Mito. Mito welcomed her grandchildren, knowing Nawaki needed care while Tsunade was on missions and that family was essential in times of grief. Katsuro declared his victory in a playful challenge, and Tsunade retorted, claiming she could have easily defeated him. They bantered back and forth, with Katsuro teasing her about her speed. Tsunade chased him around the Senju complex, her laughter echoing through the air. Mito observed them, relieved to see her granddaughter finding joy again. Unbeknownst to them, Tsunade was one of the few people Katsuro let his guard down around, and he was one of the only people who could bring genuine laughter to her life after her father's death. Their connection allowed them to heal from their shared losses, and Mito noticed the subtle signs of affection between them. Katsuro, having escaped Tsunade's playful pursuit, questioned Mito about her laughter, while Tsunade chimed in, curious about her grandmother's amusement. Never mind, she was here too. Tsunade expressed her concern, noting that Alzheimer's had finally caught up with Granny Mito. It took a moment for Mito to process the boy's words, her cheerful demeanor faltering. Before she could respond, Tsunade continued, feigning sadness about the situation. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as the boy unleashed the adamantine sealing chains. Both Tsunade and Katsuro, caught off guard, found themselves ensnared by the Uzumaki chains. Katsuro muttered a frustrated remark before Granny Mito seized him by the back of his neck, surprising him with her unexpected strength for a woman of her age. "What did you just say, brat?" she exclaimed, her voice sharp as she held him firmly. Katsuro regretted his careless words, especially since Tsunade was laughing despite their predicament. He noted that she had a cute laugh. Later, Katsuro encountered a small girl with fiery red hair. She introduced herself as Uzumaki Kushina, expressing her desire to see Lady Mito. Katsuro, seemingly indifferent, inquired about her motives for visiting. He noticed the striking resemblance between them, from their eye color to their vibrant hair. With Tsunade away on a mission and having completed most of his training for the day, he wondered if this spirited girl could alleviate his boredom. Meanwhile, Kushina gritted her teeth in frustration. Who did this random weirdo think he was? Why was he trying to act so cool? Being the overly direct and brutally honest child she was, Kushina shouted in retort, expressing her annoyance at his demeanor. Katsuro turned to her, his mouth agape. The boldness of this child surprised him. Was he like this back in the day too? He shot back, pointing out her repetitive speech pattern. He then asked for her name, clearly not taking her seriously. Kushina felt a growl rising in her throat. She was there for important business, and this man seemed to be just messing around. Taking a deep breath, she decided to be the mature one in this situation. She managed a strained smile as she introduced herself again, emphasizing the importance of her visit. Finally, it seemed Katsuro was paying attention, and Kushina felt a wave of relief wash over her. At least the man responsible for her predecessor wasn't completely inept. Katsuro responded with a mix of sarcasm and disbelief, still not fully convinced of her story. He suggested that if she wanted to see Lady Mito, she would need to come up with something better. He offered to take a message instead, but then he forgot her name again. Kushina fell silent, her patience wearing thin. Katsuro, realizing his mistake, asked for her name once more, but before he could finish, Kushina launched herself at him with surprising speed. She unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, her frustration boiling over. Katsuro, despite his training, found himself unable to defend against her onslaught, laughing uncontrollably as he fell to the ground. Kushina shouted her name amidst her attack, demanding he remember it. Katsuro, still laughing, assured her he would, but his playful demeanor only fueled her anger further. Just as she was about to strike again, a voice called out from behind him. "Kushina, my dear, I've been expecting you." Kushina froze, then composed herself as Katsuro received a light slap to the back of his head. "Oh, what was that for, Granny?" he complained, rubbing his head. "Stop bothering guests," she chided, and Katsuro grinned sheepishly in response. Kushina bowed respectfully to the elder Uzumaki. She addressed Lady Mito, expressing her honor in finally meeting her and mentioning the important matter discussed in the letters. Despite her young age, Mito noted that Kushina was cautious, clearly not wanting to mention the Nine Tails transfer in front of others. Mito reassured her, explaining that Katsuro was aware of the Nine Tails and could be trusted, despite his immature behavior. Kushina glared at Katsuro before bowing again to Mito, acknowledging her request. Katsuro, attempting to lighten the mood, suggested that there was no need for formal titles, casually referring to Mito in various ways. Mito, with a warm smile, agreed, asking Kushina to simply call her Granny Mito. Kushina smiled back shyly, feeling more at ease. As she prepared to leave her message, Katsuro's stomach growled loudly, interrupting her. Unapologetically, he declared his hunger and asked what was for lunch. Kushina couldn't help but let out a sharp giggle, but quickly returned to her serious demeanor as Katsuro turned to look at her. A silent staring contest ensued, both of them glaring at each other, the tension in the air shifting as they sized each other up. Granny Mito sighed, wondering why her 17-year-old prodigy was competing with a 5-year-old. She clapped her hands loudly, causing both children to blink and groan in response. Before they could say anything, she announced that lunch was chicken katsu curry and rice. Both Kushina and Katsuro exclaimed that it was their favorite, and in an instant, Kushina dashed toward the delicious aroma of the katsu, prompting an outraged Katsuro to follow closely behind. Mito chuckled softly to herself, pleased that Katsuro had someone around who could make him smile. However, her expression turned serious as she contemplated how Katsuro would react to the truth about Kushina's presence. She knew that for Kushina to receive the Nine Tails, she would have to make the ultimate sacrifice. Katsuro was in high spirits. He had gained a little sister who had gradually warmed up to him during their time together. Following Granny Mito's request, he began to build on her knowledge of Fuinjutsu, which came naturally to her as an Uzumaki. However, teaching ninjutsu proved more challenging. While Kushina had a good grasp of taijutsu due to her Uzumaki heritage, her chakra control was lacking. Katsuro decided to take it upon himself to teach her, especially since he was already instructing Nawaki. Unfortunately, Kushina's partnership with Tsunade and Nawaki was less than ideal. Katsuro expressed his concern, claiming that Nawaki was a devil trying to steal his sister away. Kushina agreed, noting that Nawaki often stared at Tsunade for too long. Katsuro blushed slightly but turned to see Tsunade's face flushed as well. The sight was captivating, and when their eyes met, it almost made the moment worthwhile. Clearing his throat, Katsuro noted their energy and suggested they continue training. He asked Kushina if she was proficient in the four symbols seal yet and reminded Nawaki of his goal to become a chunin as soon as possible. Nawaki eagerly agreed, but Kushina grimaced at the thought of being dragged into more sealing practice. She insisted they should focus on fighting instead. Katsuro, however, emphasized the importance of sealing jutsu, sharing that he made most of his money creating explosive tags for the village. He then decided to shift gears and suggested they train through combat. Nawaki's face paled as he realized what Katsuro had in mind, and he quickly tried to backtrack, claiming he was just joking. Seeing Katsuro's mischievous smile felt like encountering a devil. In a moment of panic, Nawaki called for help, but Tsunade intervened, telling Katsuro to stop bullying her brother. Kushina, who had managed to escape, giggled at the situation, causing both Katsuro and Tsunade to blush. Katsuro swiftly grabbed both Nawaki and Kushina by the back of their shirts and led them to the yard, declaring that they had clearly missed some essential training. Kushina realized her mistake and muttered to herself that they were in trouble. Katsuro reassured them that he would help them become great shinobi. As they walked to the central courtyard, which had become their training ground, Kushina and Nawaki exchanged worried glances. Katsuro was not the type of teacher who focused on theory. His lessons were intense and fast-paced, involving hand signs, footwork, balance drills, taijutsu, chakra control, and more. The two often sensed a relentless aura around him during these sessions, but only Granny Mito understood his true intentions. He wanted to prevent them from experiencing the same pain and heartache he had endured from losing loved ones. The training that followed pushed Nawaki and Kushina to their physical and mental limits. Katsuro was dedicated to helping them realize their potential, providing constant encouragement and constructive feedback to perfect their techniques. The sparring sessions allowed them to practice their newly learned jutsu and strategies in a combat setting. While Katsuro didn't go all out, he consistently challenged them, assessing where adjustments or additional drills were needed. He praised Kushina for her good judgment but reminded her to be careful with her chakra control. He advised Nawaki to form his earth flow spears more quickly and in appropriate situations. He also urged Kushina to focus on ninjutsu and strategy, emphasizing the importance of being aware of their surroundings. After an intense training session, they shared laughs and enjoyed their meals together. Katsuro expressed pride in their progress, stating that soon they could move on to more complex techniques. Nawaki and Kushina, though exhausted, beamed with triumph at his words. However, a distant sadness flickered in Katsuro's eyes, dimming their smiles. Nawaki tapped him on the shoulder, asking if he was okay. Kushina urged him to snap out of his thoughts, but Katsuro quickly reassured them that he was fine, adding that children shouldn't tell adults what to do. This remark caused Kushina to fume, and a quick glance between the boys sent them into fits of laughter at her reaction. Before long, Kushina grabbed Nawaki by the ear, having tried and failed to catch Katsuro, and yelled at them to stop laughing, which only made them laugh harder. Nearby, Granny Mito and Tsunade exchanged smiles, appreciating the joyful moment. Life felt almost perfect. Katsuro's voice was uncharacteristically calm, almost too calm. Mito took a deep breath, carefully considering her next words. It had been 2 weeks since Kushina moved into the Senju complex, and the three of them had spent all their time together. Particularly, Kushina and Katsuro had formed a close bond, with the former looking up to the latter, even if she would never admit it. However, the normally cheerful Uzumaki girl wore a face of worry and guilt. Mito thought to herself that the poor child probably felt responsible, believing she was causing Mito's distress by extracting the 9 tails. At that moment, it was Katsuro she needed to reassure. He was the one most likely to disrupt their plans. Mito spoke, acknowledging the weight of her situation. She explained that she was getting older, and if she were to pass away before the extraction was complete, the 9 tails would be released. The consequences of such an event were dire. Katsuro reacted strongly, expressing his disbelief. He argued that no one had pressured Mito to proceed with the extraction at this moment. He suggested that they could wait until she was much older, perhaps on her deathbed, to discuss such matters. His concern was palpable, and Mito's heart ached for him. Despite his physical growth, he was still the same small child inside, fearful of losing anyone else he cared about. Mito acknowledged Katsuro's kindness and the truth in his words. She recognized that they could technically wait until she was on her deathbed to make such decisions. But the urgency of the situation weighed heavily on her mind, and she needed him to understand. Mito had anticipated this response. She acknowledged the weight of Katsuro's beliefs, understanding that they were part of the reason he had chosen not to graduate. It was admirable that he felt such a strong sense of responsibility for others, but she reminded him that being strong did not equate to being able to save everyone. Her late husband, the first Hokage, had been revered as the god of shinobi, yet even he had been unable to prevent the wars between the villages, which had been his life's mission. He had also been unable to save his own younger brother many years ago. Mito, now older, felt the strain of suppressing the 9 tails growing heavier with each passing day. Katsuro, determined, insisted that they could perform the 9 tails extraction, with Tsunade and himself ready to heal her using medical ninjutsu. Mito shook her head, explaining that medical ninjutsu would not save her. Severing the connection between the tailed beast and the Jinchuriki would severely harm the Jinchuriki's vitality. She continued, admitting that despite being an Uzumaki, her age would prevent her from surviving the extraction. She was not as strong as she once was, and against enemy Jonin, she could very well lose. Yet, Granny Mito stood tall, chin raised in defiance. She had a duty to fulfill as the wife of the first Hokage and as the matriarch of the Senju Clan. Her loyalties lay with Konoha, the village her husband had founded. Part of her duty was to ensure that the Nine Tails did not fall into the hands of those who would do harm or escape due to her age, causing destruction in the village. That was why Kushina was there, to carry on her will and protect Konoha. Her age did not diminish that responsibility, and she believed Katsuro understood that. Katsuro fell silent, turning away and leaping into the distance. The sound of Kushina's cries echoed in his ears, filling him with guilt, but he needed time to think. Mito reflected on how young Kushina still was, only 8 years old. She considered Katsuro's own loss of his parents and how deeply it had affected him. Many shinobi had faced far greater losses at even younger ages, yet Katsuro was one of the few who had trained with such intensity, as if fleeing from death itself. Mito wondered how he would cope if he were to lose anyone else, her, Tsukumo, Kushina, Tsunade, Nawaki, or even Fugaku. She knew one thing for certain: whoever harmed someone Katsuro loved would regret it deeply. Meanwhile, Katsuro made his way to Kushina's side at the complex. He felt bad for leaving Granny Mito alone, knowing she might think it was her fault for his mood. But that was far from the truth. He had learned medical ninjutsu to protect those he cared about, and he was among the best in the world, surpassed only by Tsunade. Yet, he questioned why it still felt insufficient. Why did he feel inadequate? Thoughts of a vision he had seen while discussing Kushina becoming the next Jinchuriki haunted him. It had been a fleeting image, a giant, smoking red claw tearing through someone. He felt a connection to that girl in the vision: red hair, familiar features. Was it Kushina? No, it couldn't be. First Granny Mito, and now possibly Kushina too. Why was this happening? 2 days later, Katsuro had come to terms with Mito's wishes, but he still struggled with the reality of losing the woman he had grown to love as a second mother. Granny Mito requested to speak with him again, this time without Kushina present. Katsuro was taken aback when Mito declared him the heir to the Senju Clan, stating he would become its patriarch after her passing. He was stunned and questioned what would happen to Tsunade. Mito assured him that he was more suited to lead the clan. Despite his playful demeanor, she recognized his genius and the strength he had inherited from her husband and brother-in-law. She believed he would make a formidable leader, capable of navigating the village's hidden politics. Katsuro looked at Mito with determination, recalling the clan that had supported him through his toughest times. Mito continued, mentioning that Tsunade would likely hold the matriarch position anyway. Katsuro felt a blush rise to his cheeks as Mito teased him, suggesting she hoped to see great-grandchildren before her time came. Katsuro, astonished, questioned her thoughts. Mito playfully remarked on his shyness around Tsunade, noting how he was confident in every aspect of his life except when it came to her. Katsuro sighed, realizing this was a battle he wouldn't win. Despite the weight of the conversation, life continued as usual. Katsuro made a point to spend more time with Kushina, reassuring her that the situation was inevitable while encouraging her to grow stronger to protect the village and make Granny Mito proud. He also shared the news of his status as heir with Tsunade, who seemed unfazed by it. She acknowledged that she had already heard about it from Mito and agreed that it was the right choice. Katsuro felt a sense of relief at being able to avoid his responsibilities, indulging in gambling and drinking as he pleased. He turned to Tsunade, reminding her that if he became the patriarch, she would have to heed his words. He planned to cut off her money supply to prevent her from sinking them into gambling debts. Tsunade, not one to back down, warned him that she would retaliate if he dared to do so. Katsuro, tired of her smug expression, decided to play his trump card. He mentioned that their grandmother had said Tsunade would be his matriarch. This caught Tsunade off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. Katsuro moved closer, teasing her about her reaction and suggesting that perhaps she wanted to marry him. But just as he was about to let her respond, he laughed, claiming he was only joking and that she must not like him very much. To his surprise, instead of relief, Tsunade's face grew even redder, and he noticed a tic forming on her forehead. His instincts kicked in, and before he could escape, she punched him on the head, calling him an idiot. Katsuro rubbed his head, watching her storm off, confused about what he had done wrong. As the day went on, Tsunade continued to avoid him, prompting Katsuro to seek advice from Mito, one of the fiery girls he knew. Mito expressed her disappointment in him, questioning whether he liked Tsunade. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Katsuro admitted that he did. Mito pressed him on why he would act as if he didn't, pointing out that Tsunade wouldn't be so upset if she didn't care. Katsuro was taken aback by Mito's words. She encouraged him to take action, and after a moment of contemplation he smiled and kissed her cheek, thanking her for the guidance. As he left, Mito looked up at the moon, feeling optimistic about the future of the Senju clan. A few months later, Katsuro rushed to the roof where he expected to find Tsunade. As anticipated, she was there, slightly tipsy with sake in hand. She dismissed him, irritated at his presence. Sensing the seriousness in his voice, she turned to him as he sat down, waiting for him to speak. Katsuro took a swig from her sake bottle, gathering his thoughts before confessing his feelings. He told her that he loved her. Tsunade felt warmth spread through her as she listened. She could hear him complimenting her eyes and caring nature, and a smile formed on her face as she gazed into his eyes. In a bold move, she grabbed his face and kissed him softly, trying to convey all the love she felt. When he returned the kiss with equal tenderness, she pulled back to tell him that she loved him too, calling him an idiot affectionately. They leaned in again, both smiling gently. Months later, Mito confronted two jonin, her voice a mix of anger and disbelief as she demanded to know what had happened. The two men cowered before her, aware of her status as the matriarch of both the Uzumaki and Senju clans, and the wife of the first Hokage. Katsuro watched, astonished by the fury on Mito's face, a stark contrast to her usual calm demeanor. The jonin stammered an apology, explaining that Uzumaki had fallen under attack from Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure. Mito cut them off, demanding to know the whereabouts of Sarutobi and Danzo, her voice laced with venom. The jonin on the left gulped nervously, attempting to explain that the Lord Third was busy at the moment. Mito bore into their eyes with a quiet yet unforgiving stare. It took everything the two shinobi had not to draw their weapons before the immense chakra radiating from the elderly woman in front of them. Even in her old age, she was an Uzumaki who had witnessed the rise of the very village they stood in. Sarutobi Hiruzen was busy, while her home lay in ruins, and her people had been devastated. The village they had sworn allegiance to was destroyed. With a roar, she flickered away, leaving the two jonin at the Senju complex doorway in shock. Katsuro called after her, but it was futile. Mito had already vanished. He had a decent idea of where she had gone and could sense her presence, so he too flickered away, much to the dismay of the frightened jonin. As Katsuro arrived at the Hokage's office, he heard the sharp voice of Granny Mito arguing with a deeper voice. Hiruzen was trying to reason with her, but she was relentless. She had watched him grow since childhood and accused him of neglecting the Uzumaki clan when they needed help the most. Hiruzen clenched his jaw, feeling the weight of her words. He did not like the direction of the conversation or the tone she used. Did she have no respect for the Hokage? He attempted to explain that they had only recently received the call for help and that it was too late to send reinforcements. The destruction of Uzumaki was a tragedy, but circumstances had made it difficult to respond in time. Katsuro interrupted, stepping into the room with determination. He challenged Hiruzen's reasoning, questioning how the Uzumaki clan, masters of sealing techniques, could have failed to send a message for help. He pointed out the absurdity of Konoha's inability to notice the mobilization of 3 entire villages against their allies. Mito pressed Hiruzen further, demanding answers. Hiruzen struggled to maintain his composure, explaining that Konoha was also under pressure from numerous enemy villages and lacked the manpower to investigate the situation in the land of whirlpools. He lamented the unfortunate timing of the distress call, suggesting that the pressure from other villages had overwhelmed their resources. Katsuro, with sarcasm, questioned whether Hiruzen had the manpower to fill the gaps in sealing knowledge, implying that Danzo's incompetence had left Konoha without allies. Hiruzen, taken aback by Katsuro's knowledge of the route, defended Danzo, asserting that he acted for the good of the village. He insisted that if Danzo had made mistakes, it was his responsibility as Hokage to address them, not a boy who refused to become a shinobi. Katsuro fell silent, but Mito's fury erupted. She expressed her disgust at Hiruzen's words, declaring him a disgrace and questioning Tobirama's decision to make him Hokage. Her grief and anger reached a boiling point, and Katsuro had to physically restrain her from confronting Hiruzen. He felt a surge of emotion, touched by his grandmother's fierce loyalty. Katsuro urged Mito to leave, suggesting they would accomplish nothing by staying. Mito hesitated but ultimately agreed, sensing the determination in his expression. Before they could exit, Hiruzen's voice cut through the tension. He requested that they hand over Uzumaki Kushina for the village's protection. This provoked Katsuro, who had just calmed Mito down. The look on his face revealed his anger, and Mito smiled, knowing he would handle the situation. Katsuro thought about Hiruzen's intentions, realizing the Hokage's plan to take Kushina away, hoping to secure her loyalty to the village over the Senju Clan. He responded coldly, asserting that Kushina would not be leaving their family. Hiruzen warned that Kushina would be the next Jinchuriki and needed protection. Katsuro countered that she was a member of the Uzumaki clan, the sister clan of the Senju, and it was essential for her to be around family, especially after the loss of her entire clan. Hiruzen argued that the Senju clan was in decline and could not protect such a vital asset. Katsuro flared his chakra, declaring that the Senju, regardless of their situation, would have the power to protect their own. He warned Hiruzen to remember that. Hiruzen was visibly shocked by Katsuro's chakra, which suppressed his own. He recognized that this young Senju was not to be underestimated. The determination in his eyes was that of a true shinobi. Upon returning home in a quiet fury, Katsuro called upon the others, eager to discuss what had transpired. Kushina desperately inquired about the sudden arrival of Granny Mito. Tsunade, clearly troubled by Katsuro's sorrowful expression and her grandmother's silent anger, pressed him for answers. Katsuro, his voice soft, apologized for the situation. Kushina insisted he tell them what had happened, feeling the tension in the room as both her grandmother and Katsuro were visibly upset. Katsuro solemnly revealed that Uzumaki had fallen, locking eyes with Kushina as his words struck her heart like a blade. Tsunade was left speechless, while Nawaki whispered in disbelief. Katsuro's heart ached as he saw the lifeless expression on Kushina's face. Tsunade reached for her hands in a comforting gesture. Tears welled in Kushina's eyes as she thought of her home, her family, and her friends, all gone. Finally, she asked how, who, and why this had happened, her voice trembling with emotion. Katsuro explained that the other three great villages, Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure, had banded together to attack Uzumaki. He expressed his frustration over Hiruzen's claim that there was nothing that could be done, feeling betrayed by the leader's lack of compassion. Kushina continued to weep, grappling with the reality that she was the last of her village. Tsunade, feeling protective of her teacher, confronted Katsuro about his accusations. She struggled to believe that Hiruzen could have intentionally neglected to help their allies. Katsuro insisted that the situation was suspicious, pointing out that Hiruzen had claimed Uzumaki couldn't send a distress message in time, which seemed implausible given the village's reputation for sealing techniques. He further questioned how Danzo, who was supposed to relay information to Hiruzen, could have missed the mobilization of three great villages. The tension in the room thickened as Katsuro laid out the inconsistencies in Hiruzen's story. Nawaki and Kushina looked to Tsunade, stunned by Katsuro's revelations. Tsunade, caught between disbelief and the weight of the truth, struggled to process the implications of what Katsuro had said. Katsuro gently urged Tsunade to seek the truth from Granny Mito, knowing she would understand. Tsunade's world felt shaken as she absorbed the gravity of the situation, and overwhelmed, she stormed away to gather her thoughts. As time passed, Mito's condition worsened, her strength fading. Despite her efforts to hide her decline, her grandchildren noticed. One evening, she decided to address them, stating that the time had come. The reactions varied. Nawaki tried to remain strong, while Kushina and Tsunade both began to tear up at the thought of losing their last Uzumaki relative. Katsuro, calm and accepting, looked at Mito, reflecting on the time they had shared. Mito, sensing Katsuro's thoughts, recalled the years spent nurturing the new generation and the joy they had brought her. She asked Katsuro to conduct the transferring ritual, recognizing his skill in fuinjutsu. Katsuro agreed, his tone gentle yet filled with sorrow, suggesting he could handle sealing the 9 tails within himself. Mito, however, believed it was better for Kushina to take on that responsibility, knowing the Uzumaki were uniquely suited for it. Kushina, hearing her name, joined in with sniffles, determined to be strong for her family. A few days later, Katsuro and Mito were in her private study. He was the last one to speak with Granny Mito. She expressed her confidence in him, asking if he would take care of everyone and protect her husband's clan. Katsuro assured her that he would handle everything, though his voice trembled slightly. Mito smiled, but Katsuro could see the effort she was making to keep him from worrying. She then asked if he would go on a rampage and destroy the village after her passing. Despite her attempt to lighten the mood, Katsuro found himself unable to respond, his mouth opening without words. Noticing his struggle, Mito's expression softened. She reminded him of the bond they shared, recalling how he had always cared for his family despite his mischievous nature. She expressed her fears about the upcoming war and how it might change him, urging him to remember that some things are beyond his control. She hoped he would retain his light and reassured him that she would always be proud of him, no matter what. Listening to her heartfelt words, Katsuro couldn't hold back his tears. He cried as he hadn't since losing his parents, overwhelmed by the emotions that had been building since Mito revealed her fate. He felt a deep sense of sorrow, realizing that even in her final moments, she was still comforting him. As the time approached, Tsunade, Mito's granddaughter and the 3rd student, along with Kushina, the Jinchuriki, and Katsuro, walked together to a secure location on the outskirts of the village. Katsuro was filled with thoughts of gratitude for Mito, wishing he could express everything he felt and reassure her that he would take care of things. They passed numerous ranks of umbu and entered the intersection, where they found Danzo, Hiruzen, the 2 elders, and more umbu. The leaders were displeased to see someone outside their control presiding over the ceremony but felt compelled to honor Mito's last wish. Tsunade, though visibly grieving, sought comfort from Katsuro and Mito, while Hiruzen observed the situation with concern, realizing the influence Katsuro held. Katsuro, unaware of Hiruzen's thoughts, focused on the ceremony. After Kushina said her tearful goodbyes to Mito, she was prepared for the transfer, leaving just Mito and Katsuro at the center of the gathering. Mito attempted to lighten the mood with a joke, and Katsuro expressed his gratitude and determination to make her proud. Mito smiled, assuring him that she was already proud. As the ceremony continued, Katsuro concentrated on ensuring the transfer went smoothly, determined not to embarrass Mito. Even as Mito's vitality visibly waned, he remained focused, making a silent promise to her. In her final moments, Mito smiled at her grandson, feeling a connection to Hashirama. After several minutes, Kushina awoke to find Mito's lifeless body, and she cried, as expected of someone her age. Katsuro and Tsunade comforted her, each holding her hand as they began to leave. Suddenly, Danzo called out, insisting that the Jinchuriki needed to come with them to ensure the seal's safety. Katsuro, uninterested in the confrontation, continued walking. Tsunade glanced at him but also pressed on. Danzo signaled for a root shinobi to intervene, attempting to grab Kushina. Katsuro intercepted the shinobi, gripping his wrist tightly. The shinobi recoiled in fear, sensing Katsuro's intense presence. Katsuro declared himself the best fuinjutsu master in the village, warning Danzo not to provoke him. Just as Danzo was about to respond, Hiruzen intervened, urging him to let it go for now. Danzo protested, insisting that Katsuro was disrespecting both of them, while the elders echoed his concerns about Katsuro's influence on the Jinchuriki. Hiruzen, however, maintained that this was not the time for conflict. Starting something now will only alienate Kushina from them. A few days later, Katsuro, dressed in Senju Clan robes, made his way toward the Hokage building. Despite the guards stationed in front of the meeting room, the determined look on Katsuro's face and their trained instincts prevented them from blocking him. Inside the room, filled with clan heads and some of the strongest shinobi in the village, The atmosphere shifted as they sensed his presence and turned their heads toward the large doors. As they opened, he stepped through, exuding a cold confidence that commanded attention. Danzo scoffed at him, questioning his presence. Katsuro remained unfazed and declared himself as Senju Katsuro, the patriarch of the Senju Clan, asserting his right to participate in the clan meeting as the leader of one of the founding clans of the village. His words rippled through the meeting room, prompting the clans and alliances to consider the implications of his statement. Even Hiruzen reacted with a sneer at this revelation. Elder Kohar challenged him, asking how he could be the patriarch when Tsunade was expected to lead the clan. Katsuro explained that he had been named heir by Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage, and that the Senju clan, including Tsunade, supported his position. The respect for Mito Uzumaki, combined with Tsunade's endorsement and Katsuro's reputation as a skilled doctor, facilitated his rise to power without contest. Hiruzen, maintaining his facade, allowed Katsuro to remain in the meeting, inviting him to take a seat. Katsuro recognized the condescension in Hiruzen's tone but chose to ignore it and focused on the discussions, taking his responsibilities seriously. Eventually, when Danzo brought up the topic of Kushina, Katsuro spoke up. He stated that Uzumaki Kushina would be under the care of the Senju clan, emphasizing their alliance with the Uzumaki, whom they could not save. Danzo, irritated, insisted that Kushina, as the Jinchuriki, was an asset to the village and must be handed over. The clan leaders turned to Katsuro, awaiting his response. He acknowledged their concerns but assured them that Kushina would be free to leave whenever she wished. He also highlighted his expertise in fuinjutsu, which would allow him to manage any disturbances caused by the Nine Tails, making it logical for her to stay with him. Katsuro-sensei, the Hatake clan leader, was the first to support him, urging the Hokage to accept the arrangement. The Ino Shikcho trio, historically aligned with the Senju, also backed Katsuro, recognizing the validity of his arguments. Other clans began voicing their support, fueled by their grievances against Danzo. Even Uchiha Taijima, surprising Katsuro, nodded in his direction, reminiscent of Fugaku. After a moment of discussion, Katsuro declared that the Senju clan would reverse the decision of the second Hokage and call back all clan members to the compound, reclaiming their name. The reaction was immediate, with the elders and Danzo expressing shock. Hiruzen, equally taken aback, warned Katsuro to reconsider his stance, questioning whether he wanted to disrespect the second Hokage. Katsuro responded respectfully, acknowledging Tobirama's genius in ninjutsu but asserting that he did not agree with all of his decisions as Hokage. He reaffirmed his authority as the patriarch of the Senju clan, stating that not even the Hokage could interfere in clan matters. Katsuro understood Tobirama's intentions to unify the clans for the village's benefit, but he recognized that those good intentions had been twisted by the Hokage faction to diminish the Senju's power. The clan leaders were astonished by Katsuro's boldness, especially since many still viewed him as a civilian. However, they agreed with his stance, not wanting the Hokage to interfere in their clan affairs. Danzo, with a menacing tone, warned Katsuro to think carefully, implying that harm could come to him or his clan. Katsuro laughed at the thinly veiled threat, confident in his abilities. He remarked that he could handle any challenges that arose, casually inquiring about Danzo's subordinate, hinting at his own skills in medical ninjutsu. The tension in the room escalated, but many clan leaders felt satisfaction at seeing Danzo publicly challenged. After the meeting, as Katsuro walked back toward the Senju compound, he sensed two presences following him. Unfazed, he smiled to himself, anticipating a confrontation. Meanwhile, the third Hokage summoned his disciple, Tsunade, as he and the other elders awaited her arrival. Koharu questioned Tsunade about the situation with the Senju clan, while Hamura pressed her on why Katsuro had become the clan leader despite not being a shinobi. Tsunade, confused, explained that Granny Mito had named Katsuro heir, and she had agreed. Her mind drifted back to her conversations with Katsuro, recalling how he had predicted this very discussion regarding the Hokage faction. Tsunade felt a wave of frustration as Hiruzen's prediction came true, especially since she had always defended him in honor of her sensei, whom she believed to be just. It was disheartening when Hiruzen spoke to her in a fatherly tone, attempting to sway her. He expressed that it would not be beneficial for the village or the clan if Katsuro became the leader, emphasizing that his lack of experience as a shinobi would hinder effective leadership, particularly with the looming threat of war. He reminded her that as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, it was her birthright to lead the Senju clan. Tsunade firmly disagreed, insisting that Katsuro was meant to lead and that she would not oppose Granny Mito's wishes. Disheartened by her teacher and his disciples, she left, her once idealized image of Sarutobi Hiruzen beginning to crumble. Watching her depart, Hiruzen grimaced at his failure to convince her. Danzo, stepping from the shadows, suggested a more forceful approach. Hiruzen rejected the idea, cautioning that if Katsuro were to die now, it would lead to severe repercussions. The clan leaders had heard Danzo's threat, and Tsunade might even turn against him if something happened to her beloved. The village's power was still fragile, and many were skeptical of Hiruzen's claim to Hokage, especially so soon after their sensei's passing. He planned to use the upcoming war to solidify his position. Days later, Katsuro stood on a podium before the gathered Senju shinobi in the Senju complex, noting the presence of around 800 members, including 400 shinobi and 30 jonin. He turned slightly to make eye contact with Tsunade, who clapped, bringing a respectful silence over the crowd. Clearing his throat, he began to speak. Katsuro welcomed everyone back to the Senju complex, expressing relief as cheers erupted from the crowd. He acknowledged the division that had plagued them for too long and stated that he stood before them as their patriarch, inviting them back home. However, he quickly shifted to a more serious tone, addressing the increasing border skirmishes and shinobi casualties. He mentioned the fall of Uzumaki and the plight of the Uzumaki clan, which drew attention to Kushina, who felt the weight of their gazes. Katsuro warned that war was on the horizon and that unity was essential. His call for solidarity was met with cheers, but then a voice from the crowd challenged him, questioning why he, a non-ninja, was leading them in such perilous times. The crowd fell silent as a young jonin named Ida Kaito posed the question, expressing skepticism about Katsuro's ability to lead them into war. Many in the audience shared his doubts, and they awaited Katsuro's response. Katsuro acknowledged the validity of Kaito's concerns, admitting that he was not a ninja and had even failed his academy exams. His confession surprised the crowd, and distrust began to brew. Yet, he spoke of his understanding of war, its unpredictability, and the pain it brings, affecting families and communities alike. He expressed his disdain for war and his respect for shinobi who risk their lives for their loved ones and their village. As he continued, Katsuro unleashed a powerful chakra, causing doors to break and windows to shatter, pushing back the Senju clan members. The shock on their faces was evident as he declared his commitment to protect them. He revealed that his parents were jonin who had sacrificed their lives for the village and spoke of the loss of Uzumaki Mito, who had raised him. Katsuro's resolve grew stronger as he proclaimed that he did not seek glory in war but cared deeply for his family and clan. He vowed to lead them through peace and conflict alike, declaring that every drop of Senju blood lost in battle was as precious to him as it was to them. If there is war, and if the Senju clan must fight, Katsuro vowed to stand on the front line, side by side with his comrades. He would fight alongside them, and if it came to it, he would face the end with them. For a moment, silence enveloped the gathering as Katsuro fixed his gaze on Kaito, the man who had posed the question. He then turned back to the crowd, taking a deep breath to steady himself. He called out to them, asking if they would follow him into battle. The jonin who had questioned him was the first to respond, declaring his support. With that, the crowd erupted into cheers, a wave of approval washing over them. Katsuro nodded respectfully at Kaito, who returned the gesture. His eyes searched for Tsunade, and when their gazes met, she offered him a smile that made his heart race. He shook his head to clear his thoughts, suddenly recalling something important he had forgotten to say. In a flash, he appeared before Kaito, drawing the crowd's attention once more. They quieted, intrigued by his next move, while Kaito looked on with a mix of apprehension and curiosity. Katsuro declared that from that moment on, Kaito would no longer be known as Ida Kaito. He extended his hand, proclaiming, It's Senju Kaito. Without hesitation, Kaito took his hand, shaking it firmly. A smile broke through his usual stoic expression, and with that, the crowd erupted in celebration once again. That night, the entire village resonated with the joyous sounds of the Senju clan, finally united. Katsuro pondered the uncertainty of life, questioning what guarantee he had that he would not meet an untimely end due to illness, an accident, or even an attack from an enemy village. He remained silent for a moment before expressing his unwavering determination to protect himself. Meanwhile, Hiruzen was filled with frustration as he reviewed a report from Danzo. He could not comprehend how the Senju clan could be so naive as to accept Katsuro as their leader so readily. Danzo, believing his route had successfully infiltrated the Senju clan compound, had received detailed information from his spies about Katsuro's speech and the subsequent events. The report indicated that the Senju clan had not only accepted but welcomed Katsuro as their leader, despite his lack of shinobi status. This development infuriated both Hiruzen and Danzo, who had hoped the shinobi of the clan, especially the Jonin, would resist Katsuro's leadership. Instead, the usurper had managed to win them over with his charisma and strength. Hiruzen worried that Katsuro would become a formidable political adversary, and he felt compelled to eliminate the threat as soon as possible. Danzo, sensing Hiruzen's internal conflict, seized the moment to reiterate his earlier suggestion. He insisted that his route should handle the situation with Katsuro, dismissing the boy's chakra strength and emphasizing that he was not a true shinobi. Danzo urged Hiruzen not to allow this insolent child to disrespect him. Hiruzen took a moment to consider Danzo's words, inhaling deeply from his pipe. Danzo, interpreting this as a sign of agreement, pressed on. He reminded Hiruzen of their sensei's orders to the Senju clan to disperse and integrate with the village, accusing Katsuro of defying those orders by bringing the clan back together. Danzo warned that allowing Katsuro to continue would disturb the peace of the village and urged Hiruzen to take action. Finally, Hiruzen slammed his hands onto the table, asserting his authority. He confronted Danzo, accusing him of manipulating events and withholding crucial information regarding Hokage. Hiruzen revealed that both Mito and Katsuro had come to him after the fall of Hokage, demanding punishment for Danzo's actions. He had defended Danzo, despite his betrayal, but warned that he would not do so again. As Hiruzen's anger escalated, Danzo remained silent, feeling the weight of Hiruzen's accusations. He recognized the hypocrisy in Hiruzen's stance, knowing that the Hokage had been aware of his plans and had implicitly approved of them. Danzo pointed out that the Senju clan had accepted Katsuro, and their newfound unity made them loyal to him. He cautioned Hiruzen that any move against Katsuro would result in backlash from the Senju and scrutiny from the other clans. He reminded Hiruzen that even Tsunade would seek retribution against him. Hiruzen flared his chakra, attempting to intimidate Danzo further. He declared that from now on, Danzo would follow his orders, and any intelligence gathered by route would be reported directly to him. Hiruzen asserted his position as Hokage, demanding clarity from Danzo. Humiliated, Danzo muttered an agreement before disappearing. As Hiruzen sighed in relief, Danzo seethed in the route headquarters, feeling the sting of humiliation. He viewed Hiruzen as a weak leader, more concerned with his own reputation than the village's welfare. Danzo resolved to take action against the Senju clan, believing their consolidation would undermine the village's strength. He called for Pina, a root member, who promptly appeared before him. Danzo instructed Pina to provide an update on the Senju mice operations and to increase their intensity. As Pina complied, Danzo's thoughts drifted back to Hiruzen's words, reflecting on their complicated relationship. He acknowledged that while Hiruzen was many things to him, classmate, rival, enemy, he could never consider him a friend. Katsuro, recognized as one of the best chakra sensors in the village, sensed the presence of the root outside the Senju clan as they settled in. Observing his clan members, who were grateful and happy to return to their true home, he felt a sense of peace, relieved to be fulfilling his duty and promise. The Senju clan had accepted him and seemed to trust him, although he understood that his strength was still a topic of discussion. Perhaps he should spar with some of the Jonins later. The civilian members had wholeheartedly welcomed him, and he recalled conversations with some of them, particularly a man with pink hair. It seemed he had underestimated how much they longed to return to their origins. It wasn't just Senju Clan members who had come back. Many individuals who had married former members were also welcomed into the clan. Despite this, there were still many empty spaces and homes. Katsuro frowned at the thought. Something felt off. Too many shinobi from the Senju clan had recently perished. Too many fathers and mothers were missing. If someone was targeting the clan, he vowed to protect them from whoever it might be. As Katsuro steeled his resolve, a subtle killing intent emanated from him, felt only by those it was directed towards. The nearby root shinobi instinctively began to sweat. Moments later, Tsunade entered his study, the Patriarch's office. She looked at him with slight irritation. She was still annoyed by how smug Katsuro had been when she had shared news about the Hokage faction. Katsuro, accustomed to her demeanor, handled her irritation with patience. He inquired about the summoning scroll for Shikatsu Forest, realizing he didn't have a summon yet. He noted that as the Patriarch, he should have their traditional summon. Lady Katsuyu was known to be helpful, polite, and charming. Tsunade, who had been searching for the scroll, grew irritated at his last remark. Katsuro noticed her jealousy but wisely chose not to respond. She handed him the scroll, still huffing in annoyance. Katsuro expressed his gratitude, playfully stating his affection for her. Tsunade blushed slightly and turned away, insisting he would need to console her more. Katsuro sighed, wishing for a jutsu to handle such situations. He unfurled the historic summoning scroll, noting the names of former contractors, including the first Hokage and his partner. Before Tsunade could instruct him further, he quickly nicked his thumb and signed his name on the scroll, performing the hand signs for the summoning jutsu. Caught mid-sentence, Tsunade felt a surge of irritation at his smug expression, wishing to punch him. Katsuro had not infused much chakra into the jutsu, resulting in a small clone of Katsuyu appearing on his desk. Lady Katsuyu greeted him warmly, acknowledging his decision to make a contract with her. Katsuro bowed slightly, introducing himself as the new leader of the Senju clan and requesting her assistance. She assured him he could call on her whenever needed before vanishing in a puff of smoke, returning to her original form in the Shikatsu forest. Katsuro contemplated visiting the Sage Lands, considering it might be where Lord Hashirama acquired his sage mode. At a celebration, Tsukumo and his wife, Ayako, formerly Inazuka, now Hataki, stood at the center of the crowd, holding their one-week-old baby. Ayako, though happy, was still recovering from a difficult childbirth. Tsukumo looked at their child, who had inherited his white hair and Ayako's dark gray eyes, feeling grateful to the Senju couple for their safety. Katsuro joked about the baby being almost as handsome as he was, eliciting laughter from the partygoers. The third Hokage, present to maintain appearances, observed the scene, aware of the need for trust and loyalty from the villagers. Katsuro noticed the Hokage's demeanor but chose to focus on the celebration. Spotting Tsunade, he waved her over. She approached, asking what he wanted. Katsuro requested her to hold Kakashi, admitting he was not skilled at it. Tsunade reluctantly agreed, cradling the baby while others watched. She reminded him that he would need to learn how to hold a baby too. Katsuro teased her about thinking ahead, causing her to blush furiously as onlookers giggled. In a moment of playful frustration, Tsunade grabbed Katsuro's head, trying to cover her embarrassment while securely holding baby Kakashi. Tsukumo chuckled at the couple, expressing confidence that they would be wonderful parents. He hoped they would care for his son as if he were their own. Tsunade smiled at Katsuro, affirming that Kakashi was already like their own child. Katsuro grinned, nodding and playfully tickling the baby's nose. Time passed as the Senju clan settled into their daily routines. The shinobi continued to embark on missions, but Katsuro noticed an alarming death rate that seemed far too high to be normal. The Senju had already lost 3 genin and 2 chunin. Katsuro had vowed to protect his clan, and these deaths only fueled his suspicions. It would be troubling enough if they were being sent on increasingly dangerous missions, but Katsuro sensed something more sinister at play. On the next mission involving Senju Shinobi, Katsuro decided to take matters into his own hands and investigate directly. After two Chunin, Bumi and Naza, left the Senju complex, he followed them, masking his chakra and staying out of sight to avoid detection by them and the root shinobi monitoring the compound. Bumi and Naza met up with the rest of their team, and they set off on their mission. For a while, nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and Katsuro almost thought he was wasting his time. But then he sensed the chakra of 4 individuals, at least one of them at Jonin level, tailing the team much closer than he was. This was highly suspicious, almost like a setup. He spotted the ninja, who appeared to be from Iwagakure, identifiable by their signature red clothing. It was unlikely such a team would venture so deep into Konoha territory without the village's awareness. Katsuro considered a troubling possibility Danzo was using the route to disguise themselves as enemy shinobi to either kill or capture Senju Clan members. This way, the survivors would report back to the village. It was classic Danzo, employing deception to achieve his goals and maintain the village's strength. Katsuro assessed the situation further, noting that the root team had yet to make their move, likely due to their proximity to the village. Bumi and Naza were both Chunin, while the other 2 shinobi were genin. It was no surprise that the root preferred to attack only when they were certain of victory. He realized that only half of the team was Senju, the other half consisted of civilian ninja with no significant power, chosen so that even if they sensed something was amiss, it would have no impact. Whatever the case, he needed confirmation that Danzo and the root were targeting his clan. The Patriarch's anger was so intense that he nearly released his chakra without meaning to. As if they could sense his thoughts, the shinobi made their move. From the trees, they split into different directions, positioning themselves in front of, behind, and to the sides of the weaker team, blocking any potential escape routes. Katsuro had to admit their skill. Most shinobi would struggle to detect their movements, as evidenced by Bumi and Naza's team continuing on with their mission. These shinobi were clearly adept in stealth, a hallmark of Umbu-type shinobi, further confirming their affiliation with the root. Finally, the shinobi revealed themselves, seemingly targeting the 2 Senju members. They wasted no time, launching immediate attacks aimed at incapacitating rather than killing. Katsuro observed that they were employing kenjutsu, with 2 of them prepared with chakra-suppressing seals. They were taking every precaution and appeared to prioritize capture. Katsuro acknowledged their preparation, but he was faster. He executed the multi-shadow clone jutsu, summoning 3 shadow clones alongside himself to confront the attacking shinobi, all raising their katanas. The shinobi momentarily fell back, surprised by the sudden appearance of the clan leader. Bumi's relief was evident as he recognized Katsuro. Before one of the shadow clones could offer words of encouragement, one of the stronger shinobi, likely just below Jonin level, spoke in a monotone voice, addressing Katsuro. He warned that it would be in Katsuro's best interest to surrender, but he didn't finish his sentence. One of Katsuro's shadow clones rushed forward, swinging a short sword imbued with lightning chakra in a powerful downward slash. Katsuro's speed was nearly impossible to counter with mere physical strength. The shinobi raised his sword to block, barely managing to do so, but Katsuro followed up with a punch using Tsunade's chakra expulsion technique. The force of the punch wreaked havoc within the shinobi, sending him flying back and causing significant damage. The other shinobi watched in shock, unable to react in time to assist their comrade. However, they quickly adapted, realizing they had underestimated Katsuro. Seeing him take down a Tokubetsu Jonin, even if caught off guard, prompted them to take him seriously. They exchanged glances before regrouping. Observing this, Katsuro dispelled his shadow clones. He declared that he had an idea of who they really were and warned them that they had made a mistake by targeting his people. Bumi and Naza, still in shock from the encounter, felt a swell of pride and security wash over them as they witnessed their patriarch's strength. They had heard tales of his prowess from the Jonin who had sparred with him, but now they were witnessing it firsthand. As Katsuro prepared to continue, blue needles shot from his mouth at high speed. He used water style, heavenly weeping, which required no hand signs. The technique was effective, striking another Chunin in the chest. Without pausing, he formed the hand signs for lightning style, Thunderclap Impulse and utilized Shuinpa to close the distance rapidly. The shinobi were taken aback by his sudden increase in speed, and after a brief clash, one of them fell to Katsuro's sword. The Root Jonin reacted quickly, unleashing Wind Style, Vacuum Sphere, firing numerous wind bullets. Katsuro dodged using Shuinpo once more, forcing the Jonin into a close-range confrontation. He overwhelmed the shinobi with his enhanced abilities, but the opponent was still a seasoned Jonin who had survived through sheer strength. He did not go down easily, despite suffering a stab through his kidney, but he managed to retreat slightly. Katsuro utilized the Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu, channeling his chakra to enhance the destructive power of the fireball, making it rival in A-rank jutsu. The size of the fireball was impossible to dodge at such a close range. The Jonin attempted to use Water Style, Water Formation Wall to block it, but the fireball evaporated the water and continued onward, engulfing the Jonin, who was hindered by his injury. This left only the Chunin who had been struck by Heavenly Weeping. Katsuro seemed to almost teleport next to him, easily disarming him by grabbing his wrist when he attempted to strike with his sword and twisting, nearly breaking the hand. Despite the pain, the shinobi only grunted, forced to release his sword. Before any further moves could be made, Katsuro struck him in the chest between the two holes caused by the Heavenly Weeping, leaving a chakra-restricting seal. At that moment, Katsuro felt almost certain but decided to confirm it anyway as he moved to reveal the shinobi's mask. He seized the jaw of the shinobi, compelling him to open his mouth, revealing the cursed tongue eradication seal. The Root. Despite his anger, he contemplated his next steps. However, while he strategized, the Chunin bit down on something and collapsed, convulsing on the ground. It was clear to him that they were all dead. Even if he reported this, Danzo would deny the incident, claiming those shinobi never existed in the Root and were merely enemies from IW. Hiruzen would promise an investigation but ultimately do nothing. Katsuro was not technically a shinobi, which had its advantages and disadvantages. He lacked experience. He should have been able to react to the shinobi's attack but had not anticipated this. Killing was something he had trained for by targeting bandits he deemed deserving of death, murderers, RPSs, and the like. He recalled how naive he had been back then, almost getting stabbed for hesitating while taking one down, and even after he did, he had been overwhelmed with nausea. How embarrassing! Katsuro recognized how far he had come but also how much further he needed to go. He still required more experience he was holding back, yet he should have been able to finish this encounter much quicker without using his special techniques. He had concealed his true strength from everyone. From a young age, he had understood the darkness lurking within the village, but perhaps that had been a mistake. Hiding so much had led figures like Danzo to believe they could target his clan, even after his warning. Considering the attack, the team and Katsuro returned to the village. With the approval of their clan leader, the Senjus and the two genin went to report the incident to the Hokage. On the surface, this information was of vital importance. An enemy squad had infiltrated so close to the village. Following the incident, Katsuro felt powerless. He could not seek vengeance. Danzo had shielded himself well, especially with the Hokage backing him. Instead, he called for a clan meeting, informing those present that shinobi of the clan should refrain from taking missions for the time being. This order faced some resistance, as the Senju were inherently patriotic toward the village their former clan leader had established. However, once he explained the incident and his reasoning, they too, having witnessed the discrepancies, agreed. Katsuro urged them to focus on training, assuring them that the clan would support them financially for now. The orders were passed down, and with his newfound strength recognized, Katsuro was treated like royalty. They followed his commands without question. Even when summoned to deliver his own report on the incident, Katsuro did not attempt to persuade the Hokage that Danzo was targeting his clan and should be held accountable. He already knew the Hokage was complicit. Instead, he kept his report simple yet laced with sarcasm, remarking on the weakness of the shinobi and suggesting that their master was likely an old fool with only one functioning arm. This was Katsuro's veiled message to Danzo, indicating that he was aware of his involvement and had eliminated his people. Yet Danzo could not respond, as doing so would mean admitting his guilt. Katsuro had cleverly used his own deception to leave Danzo feeling insulted. Eventually, the higher-ups noticed the entire Senju clan's refusal to take any missions, and Katsuro, as clan head, was summoned. At the Hokage's office, Katsuro entered with a polite and unassuming tone, which irritated the Hokage and his faction, who recognized him as the one responsible for halting Senju missions. Although he found their annoyance amusing, he felt no pleasure in being courteous to them. His outward friendliness stemmed from Tsunade's request to be respectful to the Hokage before she left on her most recent mission. This was the first time they had seen each other since then, and he smiled at Tsunade, who tried to hide her blush but smiled back nonetheless. "Katsuro," the Hokage began, his voice cordial. Katsuro sensed a shift in approach. The Hokage was attempting to sway Tsunade as well, wanting to present himself as the kind, diplomatic figure while portraying Katsuro as the problem. He already knew about the order to refuse missions, and having Tsunade present was a tactic to manipulate her against him. "How are you, my boy?" Across the room, Danzo snorted quietly to himself, thinking Hiruzen was a fool for trying to play the light when he belonged in the darkness alongside him. "I'm fine, thank you, Lord Third," Katsuro replied, equally polite. "May I ask why you called for me?" "Well, you see, Katsuro, recently, Senju Shinobi have been refusing to go on missions. As you can imagine, this has hindered many of our operations. The absence of around 400 shinobi is quite significant, particularly the Jonin. With war approaching, we need the full strength of the Senju to protect Konoha." Hiruzen spoke persuasively, but Katsuro saw through his manipulation. "Unfortunately, Lord Third, that won't be possible. I was the one who ordered the Senju to refuse missions, and I intend to maintain that stance." "Katsuro, I promised Sensei that you wanted to protect the village. Why would you do this?" As Tsunade spoke, Hiruzen feigned surprise, inwardly celebrating her reaction. "The foolish child is playing straight into my hands." However, his triumph was short-lived as Katsuro continued. "While you were away on your recent mission, I discovered something quite peculiar. Do you know what the root is?" Tsunade's furious gaze shifted to Danzo, who had frozen, unprepared for the direct confrontation. "What about them? Would you be surprised to know that they've been targeting Senju Shinobi?" As Tsunade's eyes widened in shock, Danzo attempted to speak. "That's preposterous." "Silence, Danzo. I'm speaking." Katsuro's voice was calm yet commanding, leaving no room for further words from Danzo. Looking directly at the Hokage, Katsuro continued. He reminded Lord Third about a mission from the previous week, where he had tailed a team ambushed by Iwagakure. There was something he had not mentioned before. Before he defeated the last enemy, he placed a chakra-sealing seal on him and opened his mouth. On his tongue was a cursed tongue eradication seal. Katsuro asked Lord Third which organization operated using such seals. Hiruzen turned to Danzo, his outrage genuine. Although Danzo could not speak, Hiruzen chose to defend his friend. He expressed doubt about the enemy being from Root, suggesting it could be Iwagakure trying to cause disruption within the village. Katsuro insisted he had noticed the enemy long before the attack, stating that they had tailed the team from the gates of Konoha, which could not have been Iwagakure shinobi. It was a slight bluff, but he believed they would not know otherwise. Hiruzen fell silent for a few seconds, staring at Danzo, who could only look. But, silently cursing Danzo's foolishness, Hiruzen spoke again, trying to downplay the situation. He suggested it was all a misunderstanding and that Danzo would never act against the village. Katsuro, however, interrupted, stating he had raised concerns about Danzo numerous times since the fall of Uzumaki. Each time, Hiruzen had defended Danzo, but now, with evidence before him, Katsuro demanded that either Danzo be punished or he would take matters into his own hands. With that, the Patriarch vanished in a flash, leaving the Hokage faction and Tsunade speechless. When Hiruzen finally gathered himself, he turned to Tsunade, attempting damage control, but she quickly flickered away before he could speak. Hiruzen's fear morphed into rage as he turned to Danzo, who had finally emerged from his stupor. He ordered the two elders to leave, and they complied, fearful of the Hokage's impending wrath. Before Hiruzen could speak, Danzo interjected, refusing to be lectured. He claimed he had acted for the village's sake while Hiruzen had been too weak to take action. He pointed out that the Senju were openly disobeying Hiruzen's orders, and their patriarch had demanded punishment for his friend. Hiruzen shouted at Danzo, demanding to know if he had been sending route after Senju Shinobi, defying direct orders. Danzo retorted, questioning why Hiruzen asked when he already knew the answer. He accused Hiruzen of sending the Senju on dangerous missions to cripple them, claiming the only difference between them was that Hiruzen was too cowardly to act directly. Hiruzen rebuked Danzo, emphasizing that he had given orders for a reason. By assigning the Senju to higher-ranked missions, there would be no evidence of targeting them. Now, however, Katsuro knew the truth, and the entire Senju clan was likely aware of Root's activities. Hiruzen questioned how they could ask the Senju to fight for the village in the ongoing war when their shadow Hokage was perceived as trying to eliminate them. Danzo, undeterred, argued that Hiruzen was the one who should be ordering the Senju to fight for the village, not asking. He warned that if Hiruzen did not assert his authority, the clans would rebel against him, just as the Uchiha had done to their sensei. The two former teammates stood inches apart, their chakras flaring as they competed for dominance. Hiruzen pointed out that Katsuro knew Danzo was targeting his clan and questioned whether he would allow Danzo to get away with the actions against his brethren. Danzo dismissed the threat, claiming that Katsuro, being just a boy, could do nothing against him. Hiruzen reminded Danzo that Katsuro had single-handedly defeated an entire Root squad without injury and commanded a force of 400 shinobi, including 10 jonin. He warned Danzo that Katsuro was a threat, regardless of his age or rank. Hiruzen inhaled deeply, returning to his desk to take a moment to think. He realized that they could not act against Katsuro at that moment. The boy had likely made the entire Senju clan aware of Root's activities. If anything were to happen to him, it would spark a rebellion. Moreover, Katsuro had the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and possibly the support of Uchiha Fugaku. Hiruzen understood the significant risk this posed. Danzo suggested that if they could not cripple the Senju, they should eliminate the Uchiha, recalling what their sensei had said about them being an evil clan. Hiruzen dismissed Danzo's genocidal suggestion, reiterating that he was dismissed. Danzo, jaw clenched, vanished without another word. Sighing, Hiruzen sat alone in his office, contemplating the threat that Senju Katsuro posed to Konoha. He looked around, finally fixing his gaze on a picture of his former team Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Picking it up, he sighed again, realizing that the Patriarch must either bend to his rule or be removed from it. Back at the Senju complex, tension filled the air as the princess confronted the Patriarch. The Senju clan members stood frozen, their breaths held in anticipation. Kaito moved to usher the onlookers away while Katsuro expressed his frustrations. Katsuro pointed out the dangers they faced, emphasizing that the Root had been targeting them for an extended PRD. He had warned Tsunade and the Hokage about the unreliability of certain individuals, highlighting the tragic consequences of their inaction. He lamented the loss of their clan members at the hands of those meant to protect them, questioning how they could defend the village when the true enemies lurked within. Tsunade's anger flared as she defended her sensei, recalling the sacrifices he had made for the village. She believed he was dedicated to protecting everyone, including their clan. Katsuro challenged her, urging her to consider the reality of their situation and the betrayal they had suffered. As Tsunade struggled to find her words, Katsuro pressed on, suggesting that even their uncle Haruna might have fallen victim to the Root. Tsunade, her voice barely above a whisper, demanded he stop. She declared her loyalty to the Hokage, insisting he could not be blamed for her father's death. Katsuro attempted to respond, but Tsunade interrupted, asserting her decision to fight for Konoha, just as her ancestors had. She urged her clan to respect her choice and allow others to make their own decisions as well. With that, she vanished in a flash, leaving Katsuro in stunned silence, questioning where he had gone wrong. Kaito approached, sharing a knowing sigh about the complexities of women. Katsuro reflected on the love the Senju had for their village, recognizing the importance of choice in their fight. He then asked Kaito to gather the clan's shinobi in the Mito Hall. As Katsuro addressed the gathered shinobi, he acknowledged the recent revelations about the root's treachery. He explained that he had ordered a halt to missions due to the potential dangers involved. However, he emphasized that being a shinobi encompassed more than just missions. He warned of an impending war but clarified that the Senju would not participate under the current circumstances. Katsuro reminded them that the Hokage was not the entirety of Konoha, and there were many allies within the village. He offered the shinobi the choice to fight for the village in the upcoming Second Shinobi War, assuring them that staying with their clan was a noble option. Katsuro reassured those who chose to remain that they were equally valuable in defending against threats, both internal and external. For those who decided to go to war, wished them luck and safety, acknowledging the challenges they would face. He promised that if the Senju were ever forced into battle, they would stand united, fighting together in whatever circumstances arose. His passionate speech ignited cheers among the shinobi, and the experienced Jonin recognized Katsuro's potential as a skilled leader, one who could inspire trust and loyalty. Many began to see him as a future Hokage. As the cheers subsided, Katsuro continued. He expressed that anyone wishing to go to war should stay behind for a personal conversation, while the others were dismissed with a reminder to continue their training and sparring, as they were still shinobi. As the crowd began to exit, Katsuro felt relieved to see that most had left. However, his heart sank when he noticed one person remained. Nawaki stood there, full of enthusiasm. He reassured Katsuro that he had Orochimaru-sensei to look after him, along with the jutsus that Katsuro and his sister had taught him, insisting that nothing bad would happen. Katsuro, concerned, questioned why Nawaki would take such a risk, reminding him that his sister wouldn't want him to fight. Nawaki countered that his sister was joining the war, and if she was fighting, he wanted to fight too. He expressed his ambition to become the 5th Hokage one day and felt he couldn't just sit at home. Katsuro sighed, recognizing Nawaki's stubbornness, which mirrored that of his sister. Reluctantly, he agreed to let Nawaki go, but warned him not to seek out danger unnecessarily, emphasizing how embarrassing it would be for both him and Tsunade if something trivial were to happen. Nawaki groaned as Katsuro ruffled his hair and quickly scrambled away, insisting he wouldn't be harmed by something as silly as a paper bomb. Katsuro chuckled, but then his expression turned serious. He asked Nawaki who would be the 4th Hokage if he planned to be the 5th. With a bright grin, Nawaki declared that Katsuro would be the 4th. Katsuro felt a blush rise at the compliment and playfully grabbed Nawaki again, ruffling his hair once more, stating that he didn't want the responsibilities of Hokage, as it sounded like too much work. Nawaki laughed and declared he would take on the role of the 4th Hokage instead. He then mentioned he had to meet his friends and dashed off, waving goodbye. As Katsuro watched the young boy run to join his peers, his smile slowly faded. A sense of unease settled in his chest, but he pushed it aside, reminding himself that Nawaki was well-equipped with jutsus and that Orochimaru was more than capable of protecting him. Still, a nagging feeling lingered in his mind. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the battlefield. The air crackled with tension as the warriors prepared for the clash ahead. Among them stood a determined figure, their eyes focused and unwavering. They had trained for this moment, honing their skills and gathering their strength. As the opposing forces charged, the sound of clashing weapons filled the air. The protagonist moved with agility, dodging incoming strikes and countering with swift, precise movements. Each encounter was a dance of skill and strategy, showcasing their mastery of combat. In the midst of the chaos, a powerful adversary emerged, radiating an aura of menace. The protagonist felt a surge of adrenaline, knowing that this confrontation would test their limits. They engaged in a fierce exchange, each blow resonating with the weight of their resolve. The ground trembled beneath them as they fought, the intensity of the battle escalating. With each passing moment, the protagonist drew upon their inner strength, pushing through the fatigue and pain. They could feel the support of their comrades, their unwavering belief fueling the fire within. Together, they fought not just for victory, but for the bonds they had forged along the way. As the dust settled and the echoes of battle faded, the protagonists stood tall, a symbol of hope and resilience. They had faced their fears and emerged stronger, ready to confront whatever challenges lay ahead. The journey was far from over, but with each step, they moved closer to their ultimate goal, guided by the light of their unwavering spirit. The war had broken out, and Konoha was engaged in a battle on two fronts within Amigakure. Amigakure, led by Hanzo of the Salamander, posed a significant challenge to all the villages that had invaded his territory. On the front against Suna, Hatake Tsukumo, aided by the Nara clan leader, showcased his exceptional kenjutsu skills, particularly against Suna's puppeteer corps led by Lady Chiyo and her brother Ebizo. His expertise allowed him to achieve the highest kill count across all fronts, specializing in efficiently dealing with lower-level shinobi while also taking down key leaders within the Suna forces, including Chiyo's son and his wife. His numerous accomplishments enabled Konoha's army to overcome their numerical disadvantage, earning him the title of Konoha's White Fang. The Suna front was characterized by a relentless battle between poison and detoxification, a fierce contest between Lady Chiyo and Princess Tsunade that solidified Tsunade's reputation as the world's foremost medical shinobi. This ongoing struggle to neutralize poisons and develop cures ensured Konoha's ability to hold its ground. Even with Jonin Raza, who had mastered the third Kazekage's magnetic jutsu, involved, Kato Dan's spirit transformation jutsu limited his freedom of action, making him vulnerable to ambushes facilitated by Amigakure's terrain. Conversely, the IWA front faced a more dire situation. Orochimaru led this front, supported by Jiraiya and other clan leaders, notably the Uchiha and Hyuga clan patriarchs. The presence of the Four Tails and Five Tails Jinchuriki created a perilous environment. The Four Tails' destructive power, fueled by lava-style techniques, kept Orochimaru and Uchiha Taijima occupied, while Jiraiya struggled to contain the Five Tails alongside other elite jonin. This disparity in combat power allowed Iwagakure shinobi, already enjoying a numerical advantage, to wreak havoc among Konoha's forces. About a year into the war, Orochimaru was with his squad of genin, including Senju Nawaki, following a minor lead. They soon found themselves in conflict with a small genin squad, and Orochimaru allowed his team to gain experience. Nawaki, eager to prove himself and fulfill his dream of becoming Hokage, chased after the enemy. However, it was a trap. As he leaped onto a tree, he narrowly avoided a paper bomb thanks to his training with Katsuro, dodging the blast with a swift body flicker. Soon after, the ambushers revealed themselves, having prepared for the Snake of Konoha with 5 jonin, 3 of whom were elite, and 10 chunin. Surrounded, Orochimaru faced a significant threat, as he had not yet fully matured into his ultimate strength. Known for his resilience, Orochimaru managed to hold a stalemate while trying to reach his genin squad, who were clearly outmatched. Nawaki, however, became the turning point. His training with Katsuro had paid off, and his taijutsu and ninjutsu skills surpassed those of an ordinary genin. Amidst the chaos, he utilized precise shuriken shadow clone jutsu to fend off the genin targeting him, while employing water and earth-style jutsu to create openings against the chunin. Despite his success, he knew his teammates and sensei were in danger. Although he had already expended a considerable amount of chakra, he summoned a shadow clone to assist his injured teammate. His surprise attacks allowed him to target a chunin with the water dragon bullet jutsu, successfully taking him out. His shadow clone bought precious time for his struggling teammate, while the original Nawaki teamed up with another comrade to swiftly deal with the remaining genin. However, as the shadow clone was finally destroyed and Nawaki regrouped with his injured teammates, they were confronted by 5 additional chunin. Nawaki fought valiantly, protecting his comrades as best as he could, using jutsu after jutsu until he began to exhaust his chakra. Soon he could only throw kunai and shuriken, sustaining injuries all over his body. The chunin, having suffered losses themselves, moved in for the final blow. On the brink of collapse, Nawaki managed to dodge a sword strike, his instincts honed by Katsuro's training guiding him. However, the toll of the battle was evident, and with blood streaming into his eyes, he found himself helpless. In a desperate moment, Nawaki lost an arm and collapsed to the ground. The enemy, believing him defeated, turned their attention to the last 2 genin, who were overwhelmed with guilt and sorrow over Nawaki's sacrifice. They fought with all their might, determined to honor their friend, but when a kunai attached to a paper bomb flew toward them, they could only accept their fate. Just before this, one of the cowering genin grew arrogant and approached Nawaki's body, intending to finish him off with a smirk. To his shock, Nawaki, still clutching a kunai in his remaining hand, rose with surprising speed, catching the enemy genin off guard and striking upward. Fueled by sheer will, Nawaki threw himself in front of the paper bomb, which exploded, taking his body with it. The blast scattered his remains across the forest, marking the end of a true hero, a boy who had shown remarkable bravery. However, his sacrifice was not in vain. It created distractions that allowed Orochimaru to defeat his ambushers with cunning and escape their trap. As Orochimaru surveyed the scene, his eyes widened in horror and rage. The sight of his fallen genin sent him into a fit of fury and sorrow. He unleashed his wrath upon the Chunin, swiftly overcoming them, before grabbing his surviving teammates and leading them to safety. Witnessing the devastation on their faces, as if they had lost everything, shattered something within Orochimaru. He clutched Nawaki's necklace, a poignant reminder of the fragility of life. Katsuro stood in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the report delivered by the shinobi. His heart raced, and a heavy weight settled in his chest. Memories flooded his mind: training sessions, shared meals filled with laughter alongside Granny Mito, and the day he first met Nawaki. Those moments felt distant now, like a fading dream. He had promised Granny Mito he would keep everyone safe. The thought of failing that promise gnawed at him, and he fought back tears that threatened to spill. Tsunade's absence weighed heavily on him. Where was she when he needed her most? The messenger's words echoed in his mind, but he clung to the hope that it was all a misunderstanding. Deep down, however, he knew the truth. Regret washed over him as he recalled the times he had ignored his instincts. Nawaki should still be alive. Grief and anger consumed Katsuro, causing his chakra to surge violently, sending ripples through the compound. The atmosphere shifted, and crows scattered from the trees as a gust of wind swept through. The messenger, sensing Katsuro's turmoil, vowed to uncover the truth about Nawaki's fate, feeling a personal connection to the Senju leader's pain. Katsuro barely acknowledged the messenger's words, his gaze lost in the clouds. The world had dealt him blow after blow, and the loss of Nawaki, a boy he considered a younger brother, left him paralyzed. He dismissed the messenger with a quiet nod and turned away, retreating into the compound where the rest of the Senju remained, respecting his silence. As rain began to fall, it mirrored the tears he could not shed. The wounds of loss, which had begun to heal after Granny Mito's passing and his budding relationship with Tsunade, were ripped open once more. The harsh realities of the shinobi world overwhelmed him, reigniting his anger. Only Kushina awaited him beneath the shelter of the courtyard. She watched as he trudged through the rain, her heart aching for him. When he stepped inside, she whispered his name, holding onto his arm tightly. Katsuro looked at her, feeling the weight of their shared grief. The cycle of death, deception, and pain had to end. Nawaki was gone, and Tsunade had been silent for months, leaving only a letter for Kushina to care for her room while she fought elsewhere. Granny Mito was no longer there to guide them. Katsuro had strived to be the perfect leader, vowing to protect his people, yet he had failed to save Nawaki, Granny Mito, and even his parents. He had tried to accept death, but the realization struck him that all the suffering he faced stemmed from his own lack of strength. As the Patriarch and a prodigy of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, he felt the weight of expectations. He had trained under the greatest, yet it never seemed to be enough. His mind drifted back to his teacher's warning before the war. War was merciless, and hesitation would cost him dearly. He would have to act decisively one day, and that day would shape his destiny. Katsuro stood outside the Hokage's office, steeling himself for the clan meeting ahead. Kaito, the elder jonin, stood beside him. Having expressed his desire to join the war effort, Kaito understood the stakes. Without the Senju, Konoha might fall. He remained loyal to Katsuro, supporting him to maintain unity during this critical time. As they entered the office, Katsuro noted the gathered representatives, many of whom were not clan leaders. Guilt pricked at him. Perhaps he should be fighting alongside them. He shook off the thought, reminding himself that his decisions affected more than just his own life. The trust placed in him by his clan weighed heavily on his shoulders. The third Hokage addressed the room, his voice weary from the burdens of leadership during a losing battle. He acknowledged past conflicts but emphasized the urgency of their situation. Konoha was in peril, and the Senju's support was crucial for their survival. The man known as the Professor took a deep breath from his pipe, gathering his thoughts. He introduced himself as Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konohagakure, and asked Senju Katsuro, the Patriarch of the Senju Clan, if he and his clan would join him and the rest of Konoha to defend their people and their home. Katsuro studied the Hokage for a moment before surveying the room. Despite the clan representative's attempts to maintain neutral expressions, he sensed a shared feeling of desperation among them. He turned to Kaito, who nodded in agreement, affirming the decision Katsuro had already made in his heart and mind. After a brief hesitation, the need in the eyes of those around him solidified his resolve. They would fight. Cheers erupted in the room, a rare occurrence during clan meetings, but the Hokage allowed it, relief evident on his face. He expressed his gratitude to Katsuro, who nodded in response. However, Katsuro reminded himself that this man was still his enemy, a thought he pushed aside for the moment as he joined in the smiles of the clan representatives. The meeting shifted focus to the Uchiha reserves, who, like the Senju, had largely remained in Konoha, although many were currently engaged in battle. The Uchiha faced their own challenges with the Hokage's faction, which adhered to Tobirama's teachings and was viewed with suspicion by the village's higher-ups. Hiruzen, Danzo, and the elders worried that sending too many Uchiha into battle would allow them to awaken their Sharingan and grow stronger, but they had little choice. The Uchiha were represented by Fugaku, who had not been seen much lately. Eager to assert his clan's strength, Fugaku announced that the Uchiha reserves would also join the war, prompting another round of cheers. Katsuro nodded in approval at Fugaku, who returned the gesture. A representative from the Ino clan spoke up, asking where the Senju and Uchiha would be stationed. Another suggested the Suna front, confident that with reinforcements, they could easily defeat the enemy and then shift their focus elsewhere. However, another voice countered, warning that they were struggling on the IWA front, where the Tsuchikage, Mu, had yet to make a move, leaving them vulnerable to the devastating attacks of Mu's disciple, Anokei. As the room descended into chaos, with various representatives pushing their ideas, Kaito clapped loudly, restoring silence. Katsuro then made his stance clear. He stated that if the Senju were to join the war, they would do so as one unit. They would not be separated at any point. His declaration was met with mixed reactions, ranging from confusion to protest and approval. The Hokage, intrigued, asked who would lead the Senju. Katsuro, feeling a newfound respect for Hiruzen, acknowledged the Hokage's genuine concern for the village. He spoke of his experiences, having fought for his life and faced loss in war. He asserted that his clansmen trusted him to lead them, recalling the promise he made to Uzumaki Mito to protect the Senju clan with his life. He emphasized that Senju blood had been shed in this war, and there would be consequences. He released his chakra, challenging the room to recognize his determination. Danzo seized the moment to emerge from the shadows, sneering as he questioned Katsuro's ability to lead, pointing out that he was not a shinobi and was not permitted on the battlefield. Unfazed, Katsuro met Danzo's gaze, but before he could respond, Kaito interjected, suggesting that they promote Katsuro to genin. Kaito's words momentarily unsettled Danzo, who attempted to protest. Kaito continued, addressing Hiruzen directly, reminding him of Katsuro's past achievements against IWA shinobi. He proposed that while Katsuro could receive the genin rank, it was a recognition of his capabilities. Hiruzen regarded Kaito with apprehension, recognizing his skill in negotiation and understanding the underlying tensions with Danzo. He could not afford to antagonize the Senju further, especially at such a critical time. After a moment of consideration, Hiruzen granted Katsuro the role of genin. The room fell silent, and even Danzo refrained from speaking as the Hokage, the Senju Patriarch, and an elite jonin all regarded him with expectation. With the decision made, Hiruzen turned to Katsuro, asking where he would lead the Senju. As discussions resumed, Kaito leaned in to whisper something to Katsuro, who nodded in understanding and whispered back. The older jonin cleared his throat, and the room fell silent, filled with apprehension about what the young representatives of the Senju clan might say. Kaito expressed their belief that they would be best positioned in Iwagakure, preferably alongside the Uchiha. His statement was met with mixed reactions from the assembly. Hiruzen inquired about the reasoning behind this choice. Kaito explained that Princess Tsunade, Hatake Tsukumo, and Kaito Dan already had the Suma front secured and would be able to hold their ground even if the Kazekage decided to act. However, he warned that the IWA front could be lost very soon, especially with the recent involvement of the Five Tails Jinchuriki and the presence of Anokei. His words garnered murmurs of approval, including from Fugaku, who stated that the Uchiha agreed with the plan. Katsuro smiled at Kaito, feeling proud of his senior's analytical skills, and Kaito acknowledged him with a nod. Hiruzen then declared that it was settled. The Senju and Uchiha reserves would meet with Orochimaru at the IWA front. Their objective was to delay the fall of their defenses there and neutralize the Tsuchikage, Mu, before he could inflict further damage on their forces. Katsuro and Fugaku affirmed their understanding, and Hiruzen concluded the meeting, instructing them to prepare for their departure at dawn the following day, wishing them good luck. Katsuro was finishing his last chores when he visited a weapons store frequently used by the shinobi of his clan. He approached the owner and stated that he had come for his commission. The owner rummaged through his stock and produced over 100 kunai. These kunai were unique, being longer and thinner, resembling sword blades in kunai form. They had paper wrapped around their handles and an additional hole in the blades to reduce weight. Katsuro examined them and expressed his satisfaction, thanking the owner, who wished him safety in his endeavors. As Katsuro returned home, he prepared to say goodbye to his little sister. He knelt down to her level and reassured her that he would be back soon. He reminded her to use his special communication talisman if anything happened, instructing her to pour chakra into it. He urged her to eat properly and not to be lazy. Kushina, exasperated, acknowledged her brother's concerns but whispered a quiet plea for him to return safely. Katsuro felt a pang of pain at her words, realizing she was still affected by Nawaki's death, just as he was. He promised her he would return safe and sound, adding with determination that he would collect everything owed to them with interest. Stepping outside, he joined his clan, who were waiting for him. Those not going to war bid farewell to their friends and family, wishing their patriarch luck and safety. He thanked them and asked them to look after each other and Kushina. After one last hug, he walked toward the shinobi of the Senju clan. He made no speeches or offered advice, but the fire in his eyes spoke volumes. He led the way, and the Senju followed closely behind. At the gate, he met the Uchiha, led by Fugaku, along with the rest of the reinforcements, which included civilian shinobi, clan members, and fresh genin graduates. Katsuro felt a heavy heart at the sight of children barely older than Kushina being sent off to war. The Uchiha, longtime rivals of the Senju, attempted to provoke them with snide remarks, but the Senju remained silent, their determination palpable. The blood of their greatest leader had been spilled, and they sought vengeance. The Hokage delivered a brief speech as the reinforcements were sent off, which Katsuro dismissed as typical will of fire rhetoric. Once the formalities concluded, Katsuro turned to Fugaku and stated that he would take the lead until they arrived at their destination. Fugaku nodded, surprising the Uchiha, who expected their next clan leader to challenge for leadership. Unlike them, Fugaku recognized Katsuro's strength, recalling that even in the past, Katsuro had been stronger. He wondered just how much stronger Katsuro had become, suspecting he was now at the level of an elite jonin. The journey of the reinforcement battalion to Amigakure proceeded without interruption. However, upon entering the country, the AIM shinobi revealed themselves. Under Hanzo the Salamander's leadership, Amigakure typically employed harassment and guerrilla tactics, leveraging their knowledge of the terrain and their experience in assassination and mercenary work. Hanzo, known as the demigod, was a formidable opponent, and his actions compelled the Kage of each village to respond. His poison, derived from a black salamander embedded in his body, was notorious and far surpassed Chiyo's poison. He was a true one-man army. Although Amigakure had generally been involved in smaller skirmishes due to their limited resources, the ongoing war forced them to engage more actively. Konoha's reinforcements were substantial, consisting of nearly 400 from the Senju, 300 from the Uchiha, and 150 from various other sources. The smaller squads of AIM shinobi targeted the scouts Katsuro had sent ahead. However, these scout groups included sensor specialists from clans like the Hyuga and Aburame, along with a sufficient fighting force, including at least one Jonin and one Chunin, capable of buying time for reinforcements. As a result, despite the harassment tactics employed by the AIM shinobi, Katsuro's battalion suffered no casualties and successfully reached Konoha's main camp. Upon arrival, a meeting was already in progress among the commanders. Katsuro entered the main tent with Kaito and Fugaku to report their arrival. As the flap opened, heads turned, and conversations ceased. Katsuro, familiar with Orochimaru as a teammate of his girlfriend, greeted him. Orochimaru welcomed Katsuro and expressed his condolences for Nawaki. Katsuro's eyes flashed with anger and determination before he composed himself, assuring Orochimaru that it was not his fault. He stated that those responsible would face consequences, emphasizing that Nawaki's funeral rites were due. Hearing this, Orochimaru nodded. He had some idea that Katsuro was quite strong, based on what he had heard from Tsunade, and thought it was natural for him to want to avenge someone he considered his little brother. He invited Katsuro to take a seat. Fugaku had already moved to stand by his father, whispering and sharing details of their travel while Katsuro spoke with Orochimaru. Kaito did the same, standing behind Katsuro. The situation was dire, worse than expected. Although reinforcements had somewhat alleviated the situation, Konoha was still unable to match IWA in terms of shinobi battle power. Without the reinforcements, they would have had to call upon Kaito-dan to switch battlefields or hope for a swift resolution on the Suna front. Nonetheless, the addition of the Senju and Uchiha clans provided a significant boost, bringing in elite ninjas from two of the world's most ancient clans. As they discussed plans for the upcoming battle, it was agreed that Orochimaru and Taijima would continue to hold off the Four Tails, while Jiraiya would be supported by the Senju and Uchiha Jonin to confront the Five Tails. However, Katsuro interjected. He proposed to deal with the Four Tails himself, which would free up a significant portion of their high-end combat power to engage the enemy Jonin and their commander. In a different circumstance, Katsuro might have chosen to build his reputation on the battlefield first, but at that moment, he was driven solely by vengeance. Katsuro's suggestion was met with skepticism, but this was not the realm of Danzo and Hiruzen. It was a war, and everyone present shared the same goal. Uchiha Taijima expressed concern, reminding Katsuro that they were dealing with a bijou whose destructive power was unimaginable. Katsuro acknowledged this, asking Taijima to trust him. He pointed out that the rain would enhance his water-style jutsu, and he had techniques that could counter the bijou. He believed that if they acted decisively, they could turn the tide of battle. To bolster his case, he offered to lead some of the Senju's Jonin and Elite Jonin to join him for added security, emphasizing the need to seize the opportunity while IWA was unaware of their full capabilities. He suggested luring the enemy into a full confrontation to inflict considerable damage. The tent fell silent at this bold declaration. Large-scale confrontations had been rare, with most encounters consisting of smaller skirmishes in the forests. The Hyuga clan Patriarch cautioned Katsuro about the risks of a full-scale confrontation, warning that it could lead to catastrophic losses. Katsuro acknowledged the risks but insisted that they could win the confrontation. He explained that if he dealt with the Four Tails and Orochimaru and Taijima handled the Five Tails, it would leave Jiraiya and their Jonin, including the reinforcements, free to win the battle on three fronts. Jiraiya, familiar with Katsuro, expressed his support, agreeing that if he was freed up, he and his toads could close the gap in their numbers. Orochimaru also voiced his trust in Katsuro, believing this was their chance to turn the front around and willing to take responsibility for any failure. Taijima looked into Katsuro's eyes, asking how confident he was. Katsuro replied with certainty, stating that he would offer his head if he failed. Fugaku was taken aback by Katsuro's confidence, realizing he might be stronger than he had previously thought. Taijima nodded, deciding to let Katsuro take on the Four Tails himself, noting that water could counter lava techniques and that the extra jonin would only enhance their advantage. Katsuro felt a surge of gratitude for the confidence shown by the Uchiha, and seeing the support of such experienced shinobi, the others agreed, still skeptical but eager for the chance to fight back. The plan was set for the following day, and that evening, Katsuro met with Orochimaru. During their conversation, Orochimaru posed a question that had been troubling him since the death of his genin. He asked Katsuro what he thought about the fragility of people and life. Orochimaru had witnessed too much death recently, and his mind was troubled by feelings of helplessness. Katsuro responded thoughtfully, acknowledging the fragility of life and how easily it could be lost. He understood that Orochimaru's question stemmed from Nawaki's death, and he spoke from a place of shared sorrow. He explained that while life is fragile, it is that very fragility that gives people shinobi, parents, children, friends reason to live, thrive, and push forward. Without it, there would be no motivation for their actions. Katsuro emphasized that this fragility makes their lives special and gives them purpose. Looking deeply into Orochimaru's eyes, Katsuro recognized that they shared a similar experience of loss and the pain of not being able to save everyone they cared about. Orochimaru smiled, acknowledging Katsuro's perspective, and Katsuro returned the gesture. In that moment, they both found a small part of the answer they had been seeking to alleviate their sorrow. The next morning, the plan proceeded as scheduled. The Konoha camp made large, obvious movements indicating a large-scale mobilization. IWA noticed this and, seizing the opportunity to finish them off, also set out. The two armies met in a vast clearing. Konoha's side boasted about 6,000 shinobi, while IWA had around 9. The numerical advantage was clear. However, Konoha had the quality of shinobi on their side. The outcome would depend on the clash of each side's elite battle forces. IWA was confident and somewhat arrogant, believing that Konoha's high-level shinobi would be preoccupied, allowing them to decimate their ranks. With this intention, the Jinchuriki stepped forward, moving away from their army to avoid impacting the battle. Orochimaru and Taijima confronted the Five Tails Jinchuriki, causing a slight surprise. The real shock came when Jiraiya attacked the main army, leaving the Four Tails Jinchuriki stunned but then pleased, thinking he could unleash destruction upon the Konoha shinobi. At that moment, a young and calculated Katsuro approached calmly. Observing the almost delicate-looking man with a sword and long hair, the Four Tails Jinchuriki arrogantly decided that Katsuro would be his first target. The Four Tails Jinchuriki was generally stronger than the Five Tails due to his ability to use the lava-style Kekkei Genkai, so his confidence was not unfounded. Without hesitation, hoping to make the fight quick, the Jinchuriki unleashed lava-style, scorching steam rock jutsu, spewing molten rocks. However, Katsuro countered instantly with water-style, exploding water colliding wave, aided by the constant rain. The jutsu surged forward like a tsunami, swallowing the molten rocks and forcing the Jinchuriki to narrowly evade. The water traveled with such force that it swept away some IWA shinobi behind him, causing chaos and panic. Annoyed by Katsuro's proficient water style, the Jinchuriki realized Konoha had cleverly arranged a counter against him. Hearing the white-haired man speak, he was provoked further, declaring that the Jinchuriki should transform into a bijou, as he stood no chance. Enraged, the Jinchuriki augmented himself with lava chakra. Lava-style chakra mode, he announced, his power visibly increasing. Katsuro, surprised by the Jinchuriki's control over his tailed beast chakra, activated his own augmentation and signature jutsu, lightning style, thunderclap impulse. This enhancement allowed him to easily anticipate the Jinchuriki's attacks. Instead of blocking, he dodged the high-temperature lava and countered with his sword, enhanced with lightning chakra to cut through the Jinchuriki's defenses. The close-quarters combat between taijutsu and kenjutsu heavily favored Katsuro, evidenced by the numerous injuries appearing on the Jinchuriki's body, who had only survived due to the defense of his chakra mode and the vitality of being a Jinchuriki. Breathing heavily, the enemy shinobi realized he was outmatched. Katsuro introduced himself, stating he would deal with the Jinchuriki. The Jinchuriki responded, acknowledging Katsuro as a strong opponent. Observing Konoha's side seemingly gaining the upper hand with Jiraiya and several fresh strong jonin acting decisively on the battlefield, the Four Tails Jinchuriki decided to heed Katsuro's earlier advice. He transformed into the Four Tails, relinquishing control of his body. As the enormous beast roared, both Iwa and Konoha Shinobi fled to avoid being caught in the chaos. Katsuro swiftly used the S-Class Earth style, Swamp of the Underworld Jutsu, trapping the bijou and causing it to sink slowly. He layered this with his original S-Class Jutsu, inspired by the Uzumaki's Homeland Water style, Great Whirlpool Jutsu, creating a massive whirlpool that continuously pulled everything trapped within it inward. This combination left the Four Tails thoroughly ensnared, no matter how much it thrashed. The massive creature attempted to use lava style to evaporate the water, but Katsuro created a clone with a substantial amount of chakra to keep adding more, rendering the Jinchuriki's efforts futile. The impressive display of jutsu drew admiration from both allies and enemies, with those supporting Katsuro rejoicing at their decision, witnessing the Four Tails being effectively subdued. Katsuro acted quickly, determined to prevent the beast from unleashing a bijou bomb, a threat he had learned about from Granny Mito. He weaved hand signs and leaped high into the air, above the Four Tails, unleashing another original S-rank creation fire style, 9 Dragons Hell Flame Bullet Jutsu. 9 large dragons emerged, circling one another as they targeted the bijou, threatening to engulf it. When they collided, a massive explosion occurred, comparable in size to a bijou bomb. The intense heat vaporized the surrounding rain and scorched the earth below, creating a large crater beneath the enormous creature. Shinobi from both sides scattered, leaping away from the heat. The sheer power of the direct hit and trap left the bijou shattered and severely burned. Katsuro seized the opportunity, closing in to use his Fuinjutsu skills to seal the bijou back inside. He also placed a chakra-suppressing seal on the Jinchuriki to ensure he was thoroughly out of the fight, despite being unconscious. Though he could have ended the Jinchuriki's life, Katsuro chose not to, believing he could be valuable in negotiating peace to end the war. He called over some Senju Shinobi to secure the asset. Despite their awe, they executed their tasks flawlessly, understanding the stakes involved. Katsuro's chakra reserves were not as vast as the first Hokage's, but they were still considerable. Nevertheless, the fight had drained him significantly, nearly 10% of his energy. His destructive trump card had particularly taken a toll. Witnessing Katsuro's effortless victory, without even a scratch on him, Konoha Shinobi cheered alongside the Senju, celebrating their patriarch. Katsuro assessed the ongoing battlefield, but instead of reveling in his triumph, he noticed Orochimaru and Taijima suppressing the Five Tails and decided to join the rest of the army. Keeping up his thunderclap impulse, Katsuro utilized Tsukumo's Kenjutsu and Shuinpa, which had made him famous, to swiftly take down enemy shinobi, cutting through them effortlessly. Occasionally, he employed ninjutsu with shadow clones, unleashing wind style, wind cutters like a sword slash as well as water style, water severing wave and fire, water and earth dragon bullet jutsu surround him. His godlike speed and agility demoralized the Iwa shinobi, especially after he had neutralized their Jinchuriki without harm. He moved like a specter between dimensions, evading attacks and dismantling foes. Katsuro took countless lives of enemy shinobi but made it a point to protect Konoha shinobi, particularly those from the Senju Clan whenever possible. He stopped fatal blows, dealt with enemies, or even left shadow clones to heal allies with the mystical palm jutsu. Recently, he had enhanced his sword with the principle behind the chakra scalpel, giving it even more cutting power, allowing him to slice through rocks, boulders, and steel. This meant that with enough force, if they blocked inadequately, Katsuro could cut through an enemy's kunai or sword, increasing his effectiveness. To everyone on the battlefield, whether enemy or ally, Katsuro appeared as both a god and a shinigami, saving his comrades while simultaneously overwhelming enemy ninja. At one point, he summoned Lady Katsuyu, and the sight of the giant slug transforming into smaller versions to heal Konoha Shinobi evoked memories of Hashirama Senju for those who remembered. Eventually, IWA called for a retreat. Some jonin attempted to hold back Orochimaru and Uchiha Taijima, allowing the Five Tails to escape, often at the cost of serious injuries or even their own lives. Despite this, Konoha had decisively won the battle. As the IWA shinobi retreated, Orochimaru ordered them not to pursue, considering they still had a significant fighting force. Once the enemy had truly departed, the Leaf Ninja celebrated their unexpected but significant victory. Katsuro took a moment for himself, covered in rain and blood, still gripping his sword amidst the fallen. He looked upwards, beyond the rain and clouds, searching for something or someone. He had achieved what he set out to do. He had avenged Nawaki, fulfilling his debt to the Senju Clan. Yet, his heart was heavy. He had taken the lives of hundreds, no, thousands of IWA ninja, most of whom had no connection to Nawaki's death. He understood that this would not bring Nawaki back, but he hoped it would allow his soul to rest peacefully. Nawaki, I have avenged you. Katsuro reflected bitterly, recognizing that Nawaki might not have wanted this, but he would be glad that many fewer Konoha shinobi would have to die. He hoped Nawaki could find peace. Katsuro recalled his sensei's words, urging him to shed his naivety. Was this what he meant? He had killed so many. He looked down at his hands, now clean, yet it felt as if blood still stained them. I'm not a good person. I know this, but I do not regret it. I will do whatever it takes to protect my people and those I care about. Clenching his fist, Katsuro gazed up at the sky once more. Watch over me, Uncle, Granny, Nawaki. Katsuro straightened, set his shoulders back, and raised his chin. As he walked back to the main force, the shinobi cheered loudly, praising him and looking at him with reverence. For a brief moment he felt somber, realizing that those men and women had families too. But the thought quickly faded. The Konoha shinobi were not heartless. They cheered not for the fallen IWA shinobi but for their victory, which meant they would live to fight another day. This victory ensured Konoha's survival, and with it, the safety of their friends and family. Katsuro smiled, feeling a bit of relief, knowing that his home, especially the Senju Clan, was safe for now. However, the celebrations soon quieted. There are no breaks in war. While most of the force left to tend to their wounds and prepare for the next battle, Katsuro remained behind with a few others to collect the bodies of fallen Konoha shinobi, hoping to find survivors and not see any Senju among them. It took a long time to gather all the bodies, but eventually, the task was complete and the embalming process began. Fortunately, Katsuro found no Senju bodies, but he recognized many faces: friends, comrades, loved ones. A twinge of remorse and guilt washed over him as he saw the bodies lined up. These were people he had grown up with, some he had called friends. What troubled him more were the bodies he could not recognize. Many were missing limbs, and some had suffered injuries that made identification nearly impossible, suggesting they had died in great pain. Katsuro stepped back, turning away, shuddering at the harsh reality of war. Then he noticed Orochimaru standing rigid and emotionless, staring at the bodies, with Jiraiya behind him. This was their first war as well. When they saw Katsuro, they nodded in respect, grateful for the power he had demonstrated. He left them alone, understanding they needed space rather than empty words. Stepping back outside into the rain, Katsuro was surprised to find a familiar figure already there. Uchiha Fugaku stood alone, gazing at the battlefield. Katsuro recalled Fugaku's prowess on the battlefield: his fully matured Sharingan, Genjutsu skills, ninjutsu, and Uchiha-style taijutsu made him a formidable presence. The ground was still littered with the bodies of IWA shinobi, far more numerous than those of Konoha. Katsuro approached Fugaku, and the two stood side by side in silence for a while, reflecting on the aftermath of the battle. They were friends once again, united by war and loss. They stood together in a solemn yet comfortable silence. Uchiha Taijima observed his son, the future patriarch of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan's own. Traditionally, he viewed the Senju as rivals, perhaps even enemies. However, this perception had recently shifted due to the influence of the Hokage faction, which carried Tobarama's will. As he reflected on the thoughts, words, and actions of Katsuro Taijima, he realized that Katsuro was not Tobarama. He did not see the Uchiha as evil or as enemies. He recognized them as people. Many were arrogant, some were cruel, but many were also kind. They laughed, cried, lived, and died. Taijima's mouth involuntarily curled into a small smile. If it couldn't be him, he wouldn't mind if Katsuro were to become Hokage. That night, the losses of both Konoha and IWA were tallied. Konoha had lost 500 shinobi, a tragic loss indeed, but IWA had suffered more than 3,000 casualties. The statistics confirmed what the Konoha shinobi already knew: they had achieved an overwhelming victory. Yet, the shinobi did not celebrate as they had before. The grim experience of witnessing their fallen comrades lying on the ground weighed heavily on them, and many shed tears for their lost friends and family. Instead, most sought rest, filled with grim determination to end the war as soon as possible for the sake of their village and their comrades both living and fallen. Meanwhile, a meeting was held among the clan leaders and experienced shinobi, where they discussed the recent battle. Orochimaru began by stating that it was safe to say the battle had been a great success, and his words were met with nods of approval. They had significantly crippled the IWA forces, and it appeared that they were now roughly matched in the number of shinobi. With their superior quality, they would hold the advantage in any confrontation. Furthermore, thanks to Katsuro, they had successfully captured the Four Tails and its Jinchuriki. They had also managed to neutralize their commanders, apart from the Jinchuriki, Rashi, thanks to Jiraiya and shinobi from both the Senju and Uchiha clans. More approval followed, with many compliments and congratulations directed at Katsuro, who simply smiled and expressed his gratitude. Despite their earlier doubts, they now recognized the caliber of shinobi that Katsuro was. He stood as the strongest among them, and the achievement of not only defeating but also capturing a Jinchuriki was significant. If Kaito had been present, the older shinobi would have voiced his concerns, wanting Katsuro to make a more statesmanlike statement. However, Kaito was with the rest of the Senju, assessing the aftermath of the battle, leaving Katsuro to attend the meeting alone. Orochimaru suggested discussing the next steps, noting that the Jinchuriki would be immensely helpful in ending the war, but he cautioned that IWA would not relent until they had lost completely. Uchiha Taijima agreed, emphasizing the need to ensure IWA was thoroughly defeated. They should take the initiative, forcing IWA to react when they were already in a precarious situation. The meeting progressed, feeling more relaxed than it had a couple of days prior. The dynamics had shifted dramatically, with Konoha emerging as the stronger of the two forces. Aware of the disparity in shinobi strength, especially with Katsuro's presence, IWA wisely avoided direct confrontation. The following days were marked by smaller skirmishes, with Konoha targeting Iwa's supply lines, camps, and bases. Katsuro allowed the Senju to integrate within the army, forming squads, trusting in their shared goal of victory. Politics had no place here. He led an elite group of shinobi, including members of the Uchiha clan like Fugak, fostering a closer bond between them. Konoha was achieving far more victories than losses, steadily pushing IWA back. The news of Konoha's overwhelming victory quickly spread throughout the shinobi world. The Hokage received the report shortly after the battle concluded. Orochimaru's account was thorough and unbiased, eliciting initial elation from the elders and Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Hokage felt particularly hopeful that peace might arrive sooner. However, Danzo dampened the celebratory mood in the Hokage's office. He expressed his concerns about the growing influence of the Senju, particularly Katsuro, warning Hiruzen that if he had listened to him earlier, they might not be in this precarious position. Danzo cautioned that Hiruzen's position as Hokage was at risk, with calls for his replacement likely to arise. Hiruzen grimaced at Danzo's words, while Kohar defended Tsukumo, arguing that he was a man of duty and loyalty to Konoha. She pointed out that Katsuro was still very young and had just become a genin. Danzo countered, highlighting Katsuro's impressive feats, including single-handedly handling the Four Tails. He argued that Katsuro was on the threshold of being a Kage-class ninja, having demonstrated abilities beyond their current understanding, including multiple S-class jutsu and a staggering number of victories in battle. Koharu realized the implications of Danzo's words, recognizing that Katsuro was indeed stronger than she had anticipated. She glanced at the Hokage, who appeared troubled, pondering whether Katsuro might even surpass him. Danzo continued, emphasizing the importance of Tsukumo's reputation and connections, especially now that he was leading the Suna front and achieving significant victories. As Hiruzen remained silent, Danzo pressed on, suggesting that Hiruzen should grant Root more power and allow for the recruitment of more shinobi from the clans. He lamented that if Hiruzen had allowed him to recruit Katsuro earlier, they could have harnessed that power for their own purposes. Danzo offered to use Root to manage threats from Hanzo's Amigekure and to counter Tsukumo's influence. Hiruzen considered Danzo's perspective, feeling the weight of Tsukumo and Katsuro's rising power. Hamura suggested that Hiruzen should visit the battlefronts to lend support, subtly implying that he should seize the opportunity to bolster his own reputation as the war neared its conclusion. Danzo's alarm bells rang at this suggestion, cautioning against Hiruzen's involvement at this stage. He argued that it was too late for such actions and that the shinobi would not appreciate his presence now. He warned that if Hiruzen chose the wrong front, it could lead to disaster for Konoha. Instead, Danzo advised waiting for IWA to make a move first, allowing Hiruzen to step in and save the day. As Danzo manipulated the conversation, his true intentions were far from altruistic. He thought to himself that he would let Hiruzen's reputation suffer while he removed the competition to become Hokage himself. Finally, Hiruzen acknowledged Danzo's valid points, agreeing to stay put for the time being to defend the village. He instructed Danzo not to employ any tactics with Root just yet, focusing solely on the war. He emphasized that no one was currently calling for Tsukumo to become the next Hokage, and they would address that issue if it arose. Danzo pressed further, urging Hiruzen not to let the situation fester, but Hiruzen firmly asserted his authority, declaring that what he said was final. Their conversation ended, as it often did, with tension lingering in the air. In Iwagakure, Anokei was in disbelief. He could hardly comprehend the news that Rashi had been captured and that over 3,000 shinobi had been lost. He questioned how this could have happened when they had seemed to be gaining the upper hand. A jonin, visibly anxious from the Tsuchikige's reaction, explained that the reinforcements from Konoha had played a significant role, particularly the Uchiha and Senju clans. Anokei's frustration simmered as he reflected on the envy he felt toward Konoha's powerful bloodlines. He pressed for more details, and the jonin revealed that Senju Katsuro, the patriarch of the Senju, had been pivotal in the battle. Known as the Stormbreaker, Katsuro had unleashed devastating S-rank ninjutsu against the Four Tails and had shown remarkable skill in various elemental styles, particularly lightning and water. His prowess with a sword had reportedly resulted in the loss of hundreds of their men. Anokei's anger flared at the thought of one shinobi shifting the battle's momentum. He cursed Konoha's luck with talented individuals and vowed to confront the Stormbreaker himself, eager to test his own particle style. He also instructed that a message be sent to Tsunade, indicating the need for their support against Konoha. In Tsunade, a similar report reached the Kazekage's office. An elder questioned the accuracy of the information, and the reporting shinobi confirmed that their spies had corroborated the Tsuchikige's claims. The Kazekage, frustrated with Anokei's tactics, recognized the necessity of action. They were losing ground, and he decided to take the One Tails with him. The news of success on the IWA front had also invigorated the morale of the forces in Tsunade. Hatake Tsukumo, leading the front, was the first to hear of the victory. He had anticipated that the IWA front would strengthen with reinforcements, particularly with Katsuro and the Senju clan's involvement. However, the revelation that Katsuro had single-handedly captured a Jinchuriki and been promoted to jonin within minutes on the battlefield surprised him. As his shock faded, pride swelled within him for his student, now known as the White Fang. Katsuro had fulfilled his duties with honor, employing the Kenjutsu and Shunpa techniques Tsukumo had taught him to protect Konoha. Tsukumo also admired the efforts of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who had significantly reduced enemy numbers and held back a Jinchuriki. He had heard of the bravery displayed by Uchiha Taijima, Uchiha Fugaku, Senju Kaito, and others, which reassured him that Konoha's future was secure. Determined to share the uplifting news, Tsukumo was interrupted by Senju Tsunade, the princess of the Senju Clan, who entered the tent discussing medical supplies. He seized the moment to share the important news he had. At first, Tsunade appeared hesitant, her curiosity piqued despite her apprehension. Tsukumo recognized her caution, knowing she had recently lost her younger brother, a wound that would take time to heal. He informed her of the major success on the IWA front, emphasizing the pivotal role Katsuro had played. Tsunade's eyes lit up with hope as she absorbed the news. Tsukumo revealed that Katsuro had captured the Four Tails Jinchuriki and had done so swiftly, contributing to a significant victory without any losses among the Senju. A small smile broke through Tsunade's somber demeanor as she learned that Jiraiya and Orochimaru were also safe. Tsukumo continued to explain how their forces were now evenly matched with Iwa's, bolstered by their newfound strength and the quality of their shinobi. He proudly announced Katsuro's promotion to Jonin. Tsunade's smile widened, grateful for the safety of her friends and the achievements of her clan. Tsukumo understood that while she might not openly express joy given her recent losses, this news could help her heal. Katsuro had not only come to battle for Konoha but also to avenge Nawaki. That night, Tsukumo shared the news with the rest of the Suna front, and as he had anticipated, it was met with great enthusiasm. Konoha was now winning the war on all fronts. The conflict that had once seemed endless was increasingly tilting in their favor. After all the sacrifices the shinobi had made, blood and bones, arms and legs, family and friends, and their own lives, it felt like it would all be worth it. Orochimaru led a small group of ninja, consisting of shinobi of varying levels. The Konoha shinobi were engaged with a similarly sized group of IWA shinobi, battling over a strategic location in Amigakure. The battle was fierce, and lives had already been lost within the first few minutes, but it appeared that Konoha would emerge victorious in this skirmish. Dark snakes extended from Orochimaru's arms, immobilizing many of the IWA shinobi and allowing the remaining Konoha shinobi to finish them off. As the remaining IWA shinobi attempted to retreat, the Konoha shinobi pursued them. Suddenly, an almost transparent beam descended upon the Konoha shinobi, sweeping across them. Before Orochimaru could react, a blinding light enveloped them, resulting in significant losses for his group. The Tsuchikage had arrived, hovering above them, out of reach of any jutsu that could be redirected at him, and he was currently preparing his next attack. Recognizing the dire situation, Orochimaru ordered an immediate retreat. As the Konoha shinobi fell back, the IWA shinobi pursued, claiming more lives. However, another beam did not follow. Konoha had lost many shinobi and the strategic location, but Orochimaru had gained something valuable. The sacrifice had not been in vain. Later, Orochimaru learned that his team was not the only one targeted by the Tsuchikage. 2 other teams had also suffered, totaling 35 shinobi deaths. However, his team was the only one with survivors. Orochimaru addressed the room, explaining that the Tsuchikage's jutsu was the only Kekkei Toda in the world and immensely powerful, a one-shot jutsu like no other. The room fell silent. He emphasized the urgency of calling for the Hokage immediately, and murmurs of agreement filled the space. The Tsuchikage could not be allowed to continue his rampage. But not all hope is lost, Orochimaru continued. I've learned that the Tsuchikage's jutsu requires immense chakra and has a charging PRD before use. Jiraiya leaned forward, curious. Orochimaru explained that the Tsuchikage had only fired his jutsu once, indicating it could not be used in quick succession. This meant it required a massive amount of chakra or a long charge time, perhaps both. The mood in the room brightened. The Tsuchikage was not invincible after all. They might still hold the front while waiting for the Hokage. Taijima voiced what everyone was thinking. They needed to attack the Tsuchikage while he was charging his jutsu. Orochimaru confirmed this, stating that whoever would confront the Tsuchikage would need long-range jutsu, as he could fly. The jutsu could not be simple or weak. They needed to force him to dodge or defend himself. When Orochimaru called for volunteers, there was a moment of hesitation. But then, a shinobi stepped forward, and the sense of panic faded, replaced by trust. This was the same man who had single-handedly captured a tailed beast. Katsuro had remained silent until now, grappling with the news of 2 Senju shinobi killed by the Tsuchikige's jutsu. For the 5th time in these skirmishes, clansmen under his command had perished, and he felt both distraught and enraged. He could never grow accustomed to the loss of those he was responsible for. He thought of Granny Mito, Daiki, and Yuna, young friends who had been taken too soon. Daiki was a physically strong shinobi, well-versed in water-style ninjutsu, while Yuna excelled in genjutsu. Together, they made a formidable team, yet they had fallen victim to the Tsuchikige's power in an instant. According to Orochimaru, their deaths had been painless, but that did little to ease Katsuro's grief. He could not dwell on their loss now, there were still others to protect. Katsuro raised his chin and addressed the room, declaring that he would handle the Tsuchikage. He could not promise to defeat him, but he believed he had enough chakra to keep him occupied. Jiraiya offered to assist, but Katsuro insisted he stay back, explaining that Jiraiya lacked the necessary long-range jutsu and speed. Instead, they needed to give orders for all shinobi to remain scattered to avoid being wiped out by the Tsuchikige's jutsu. Katsuro would need to be vigilant, watching for the jutsu, and they decided that shinobi should signal with smoke bombs when the Tsuchikage appeared. They needed to remain hidden whether in trees, forests, or buildings to avoid being exposed. There was also a pressing need for more scouts around the main camp. If it were discovered, they would face dire consequences. It was suggested that at least 3 teams should accompany Katsuro from a distance to ensure no IWA shinobi could disrupt the battle. As the discussions progressed, the murmurs in the room grew louder, transforming into confident voices. When the meeting concluded, the plan was set, and Katsuro went to sleep with unwavering determination. He was resolved to fulfill his duty and protect his clan. The following morning, Katsuro awoke at the same time as the first team, immediately preparing for action. The first and second missions proceeded without incident, with no signs of the Tsuchikige's presence. However, during the third mission, Katsuro noticed smoke rising from the forest, quickly followed by a moving, transparent beam of bright white light. With a swift motion, he activated his technique, vanishing from sight. The 3 teams assigned to prevent interference were left scrambling to catch up. Anokei was frustrated. The Konoha shinobi were hiding in the trees, separated from one another, and they had spotted him before he had seen them. They had even released a smoke bomb. The nerve of them! Reinforcements were on the way, he thought, but that only worked in his favor. The more numbers there were, the more worthwhile using atomic dismantling became. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a white flash lightning. Anokei's eyes widened as he prepared for battle. He barely had time to think before dodging a massive fireball that came barreling toward him. He registered the man before him: white hair, green eyes, and the Senju insignia. It was Senju Katsuro the Stormbreaker. Anokei attempted to fire an atomic dismantling at Katsuro, hoping to eliminate the threat that had managed to capture Rashi on his own. However, the long charge time and Katsuro's incredible speed rendered it pointless. Katsuro unleashed a wind-style technique, sending invisible blades of wind fueled by overwhelming chakra toward him. Anokei had to dodge to avoid the blades, forcing him to stop his jutsu. He just needed to keep this up until Katsuro either retreated or was defeated. Anokei scoffed, seeing through Konoha's plan. Did this child truly believe he could stop him? He flew away from Katsuro and prepared his jutsu again, this time aiming for the larger group of Konoha shinobi that had been his original target. To his surprise, Katsuro jumped incredibly high using Thunderclap Impulse and began weaving hand signs that Anokei recognized instantly. Angered, the Tsuchikage redirected his jutsu toward Katsuro, who released another enormous fireball. The 2 jutsu clashed in midair, canceling each other out. Anokei's worry increased with each passing moment. The fireball jutsu was typically a C-rank technique, but somehow, this child had turned it into an A-rank equivalent not once, but twice. Just how much chakra did this child possess? Realizing the futility of using any particle-style jutsus with the meddlesome Senju around, Anokei switched tactics. After all, he was still a Kage, and particle style wasn't his only strength. Earth style, rock golem, he declared. A massive rock figure emerged from the ground before him and immediately targeted Katsuro. Satisfied that the golem would distract the Senju for a sufficient time, Anokei turned his back and began preparing yet another atomic dismantling, intending to aim it at the Konoha shinobi below him. Meanwhile, Katsuro engaged the golem, unsheathing his sword and rushing it with thunderclap impulse. He slashed at the rock golem with a speed that was nearly impossible to follow, delivering a flurry of coordinated strikes that lasted no longer than 3 seconds. As he sheathed his sword and moved forward, the golem collapsed into rubble, varying in size from fine stone dust to large chunks of rock. Just before Anokei could finalize his jutsu, he felt a vibration from the ground nearby. Shocked, he turned around. In under 3 seconds, the Senju Patriarch had somehow dismantled one of his strongest jutsu. In his surprise, he almost missed yet another rank fireball coming toward him. No, this wasn't a rank, it was more. Anokei had no choice but to use his atomic dismantling to stop the fireball once again. Now, his chakra reserves were running dangerously low. He couldn't afford to lose any more chakra, especially not around this formidable opponent. Their shinobi were thoroughly outnumbered. They had to retreat. They had caught onto his strategy. Retreat. Now, he commanded. The surviving IWA shinobi looked grateful for the order and quickly began to vacate the site. Katsuro ordered the Konoha shinobi not to pursue. Their mission was to stall, and risking their lives unnecessarily when the mission was complete could be a mistake. Before retreating, Anokei addressed Katsuro. He vowed they would meet again, and next time he would be prepared. With that, the Tsuchikage flew away, leaving Katsuro surrounded by celebrating Konoha shinobi. Despite somewhat participating in the celebrations, Katsuro remained mentally focused on the fight, still analyzing the situation. Orochimaru had been right, the recharge time was roughly 5 seconds, a long time on the battlefield. It took a lot of chakra. He had used nearly 4 times that amount this time, plus the chakra needed to fly. Katsuro estimated Anokei's maximum was probably around 6 particle-style techniques. This confirmed his earlier observation. Anokei had to stay still to fire his jutsu. If he moved, he had to stop it completely. Katsuro smiled grimly. The mission had been a success. Now all he needed to do was wait. The momentum shifted back toward Konoha with their tactical adjustments. Katsuro's presence and sheer chakra capacity allowed him to effectively waste chakra to ensure Anokei could not use his particle style. Despite Anokei's words, Konoha's strategic changes meant that his hit-and-run tactics were no longer effective, leading to a stalemate that Konoha was more than happy with, especially with the likes of Jiraiya able to move freely. Anokei eventually understood that Katsuro and Konoha were simply trying to contain him, and he grew infuriated watching Katsuro create shadow clones to assist the Konoha shinobi in dealing with his men. Anokei decided to take on Katsuro's constant challenge. Initially, he had wanted to address Konoha's advantage in the lower ranks, but they were bolstered by the Senju force, which, though small in number, had high combat abilities. This was partly due to Katsuro's preparation before the war. He had organized and trained the ninja of his clan more efficiently and allowed the B-rank shadow clone jutsu to be distributed freely among his ranks. Chunin and Jonin quickly picked it up, and even genin were allowed to learn it. This eliminated the gap the Senju clan had compared to other clans, which often lacked their own signature jutsu. The Uchiha had their fire style, and the Nara had shadow possession, for example. Similarly, the shadow clone, created by a former patriarch in Tobarama, soon became their signature technique. This was unprecedented in the shinobi world, where ninja rarely taught others their jutsus unless in master-student relationships. Allowing a high-level jutsu at the B rank as versatile as the shadow clone jutsu to be spread to even genin was unprecedented, showcasing the trust and unity within the clan. As a result, the Senju had significantly enhanced combat power and survivability. The shadow clone jutsu seemed almost tailor-made for them, and members could utilize shadow clones more freely due to their naturally large chakra reserves. Anokei turned his attention to a significant source of Konoha's momentum and fury, the Stormbreaker, who had approached him seemingly alone. Once he dealt with this threat, it would be much easier to devastate Konoha's lower ranks. Anokei made his presence known to a group of Konoha shinobi, refraining from using his particle style to conserve chakra for the fight with Katsuro. As anticipated, Katsuro arrived, lightning dancing around him. Anokei's anger boiled over as he declared that this was where Katsuro would meet his end. At that moment, a team of 5 squads of IWA shinobi flickered out of the trees. 3 moved swiftly to intercept the teams following Katsuro, while the other 2, composed of 2 elite jonin and 6 jonin, surrounded Katsuro, specifically formed to eliminate him. Anokei laughed, believing Katsuro had fallen into his trap. However, contrary to Anokei's expectations, Katsuro smiled and drew his katana, his grin wide and cunning. He proclaimed that it was not he who was trapped, but rather all of them who were trapped with him. In an instant he seemed to teleport next to a jonin, wrapping his blade in lightning chakra. The jonin blocked with his own sword, allowing the others to act quickly, unleashing their ninjutsu at Katsuro. He cut through the fire and earth techniques before dodging the remaining attacks. His speed was astonishing, and he targeted a vulnerable jonin in the back before they could react. The jonin, caught off guard, fell swiftly to Katsuro's prowess, honed by the war. Anokei, fueled by rage, acted quickly, using his particle style, atomic dismantling jutsu where Katsuro had been. Katsuro dodged effortlessly, and Anokei's technique created a square in the ground, vaporizing his own subordinate's body. Katsuro taunted Anokei, who was too slow, just before a wave of heat surged toward him as a massive dragon head made of fire approached. Anokei barely managed to vaporize the flames with his particle style again. When he looked back, he saw Katsuro engaged with the jonin in close range, now wielding a sword infused with wind chakra. He had already disarmed one and incapacitated another, whose ribs appeared severely damaged. The Umbu, jonin, and elite jonin of the leaf were not to be underestimated. They reacted to their surroundings, ready to lay down their lives to take down the Tsuchikage. Katsuro punched the ground using Tsunade's technique, creating huge cracks and uneven terrain that sent dust swirling into the air. As the IWA shinobi struggled to maintain their balance, Katsuro leaped into the air, creating 10 shadow clones with the multi-shadow clone jutsu. 6 clones sped away to assist Katsuro's comrades, while 4 engaged the IWA shinobi blocking Katsuro's path to Anokei, who hovered at the back. A jonin reacted just in time to intercept Katsuro's advance, but Katsuro unleashed a wind-style, sword wind cutter jutsu, slashing through the protective vest of that jonin. Katsuro ignored the jonin and charged toward Anokei, who was preparing another particle-style jutsu. The jonin had bought enough time for Anokei to release his atomic dismantling jutsu beam at Katsuro, and Anokei fired it with glee. However, Katsuro dodged at the last moment, rolling away and smirking as his plan unfolded. He watched as Anokei's own ninjutsu erased the top halves of 2 of his subordinates, a consequence of Katsuro's strategic maneuvering with his shadow clones. Anokei's heart sank as he witnessed the devastation he had been forced to unleash, cursing Katsuro for compelling him to harm those he considered his own children. This left only 2 of his shinobi in fighting condition, an elite jonin and a regular one, with 2 more heavily injured. He wasted no time, launching another fire-style jutsu at the 2 uninjured and 1 dismembered shinobi. When the fire dragon bullet approached, they formed walls of earth to block it, but this also obscured their vision. Katsuro utilized earth style, performing the tunneling jutsu to burrow beneath them. Before they could react, he burst up from the ground, throwing kunai. As they jumped back to create distance, the shinobi missing a limb struggled to maintain balance and could not block in time, leaving a kunai embedded in his chest. Katsuro then called upon earth style, earth flow spears. The jonin's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed the impending doom, while his comrades, unable to assist, had to focus on dodging their own threats. Multiple spikes of earth rose, piercing through their comrade's body, blood flowing down the spears as he struggled for breath. In a flash, Katsuro sped back toward Anokei, having created the space needed to confront him. Anokei attempted to use his Kekiai Toto once more, But Katsuro had analyzed the technique. He understood that despite its immense power, it required time to charge, a vulnerability he intended to exploit. Katsuro unleashed water style, water-severing wave, sending a torrent of highly pressurized water toward Anokei, forcing him to abandon his jutsu and evade. Despite the dire circumstances, Anokei adapted as a powerful shinobi and kage. As Katsuro closed in, he summoned Earth-style, multi-sized rock fist, creating a massive, dense rock gauntlet around his fist. They engaged in combat using taijutsu, with Anokei skillfully employing the Earth-style, added weight rock jutsu to amplify his strength, alongside the lightweight rock jutsu that allowed him to soar through the air, enhancing his speed. This combination enabled Anokei to hold his ground briefly against Katsuro, whose superior kenjutsu skills and physical abilities were significantly boosted by his S-rank jutsu. Anokei utilized Earth-style to create what appeared to be plates of rock armor, shielding himself from potentially fatal strikes. Nevertheless, he sustained minor cuts and a deep wound running down from his right shoulder. Despite his struggles, Anokei's efforts were not in vain. He had bought precious time for the remaining shinobi to rush to his side, even those who had been injured earlier. Katsuro was visibly taken aback, witnessing Anokei's resilience despite the diagonal cut across his body, realizing the deep respect and loyalty the shinobi held for their Tsuchikage. They threw themselves into the fray, forcing Katsuro to disengage from Anokei. One of the still-standing shinobi urged Anokei to escape, declaring their intent to hold Katsuro at bay. Another echoed the sentiment, insisting that the Tsuchikage could not fall there, vowing to protect him with their lives. Overwhelmed with anger and guilt, Anokei ultimately conceded to their reasoning and retreated, his responsibilities as Tsuchikage weighing heavily on him. Katsuro, instead of pursuing Anokei, turned his attention to the shinobi, who, despite their injuries, fought valiantly. They were an elite group and managed to secure victory, especially with Katsuro summoning his shadow clones for assistance. Although there was one unfortunate casualty, the rest sustained only minor injuries. Katsuro took the time to heal them before addressing his own relatively minor wounds, which were already mending. The battle had concluded. Katsuro had not succeeded in eliminating the Tsuchikage, but they had achieved significant gains. They had defeated numerous high-level shinobi and dealt a substantial blow to their enemies. As he tended to his smaller injuries and a deeper cut at his ribs using the mystical palm jutsu, Katsuro reflected on the strength displayed by those jonin in their sacrifice. Even as adversaries, he found a sense of respect for them. Our situation has worsened again, Orochimaru began. Although the Hokage is on his way here, we have received information from the Umbu and Root that the Kazekage is deploying over 1,000 shinobi and potentially the One-Tails as well. The room filled with tension as the gravity of their situation became clear. Orochimaru continued, "We've been in a bit of a stalemate thanks to Katsuro, who has been keeping Anokei at bay, even injuring him to limit his actions. This has worked in our favor, allowing us to slowly regain ground. However, this new development changes everything. The Kazekage and the One-Tails, combined with such a large reinforcement, could overwhelm us on the Suna front. We need to decide on our next steps." Jiraiya suggested that sending reinforcements would be a simple solution. Katsuro countered, explaining the complexity of the situation. "No, it is more complicated than that. The Suna front will struggle against the Kazekage. He is a genius who created the magnet style based on the One-Tails. If left unchecked, his iron sand can eliminate shinobi on a large scale. This means we will need a Kage-class shinobi, likely Master Tsukumo, to confront him. With their reinforcements, they will have the advantage and will likely push for more direct conflicts. This is their ideal strategy, and it means Kato-dan will struggle to stop a shinobi of that caliber, especially if I understand his jutsu correctly. Lady Chiyo and Ebizo of the Puppeteer Corps, along with Raza, will also need to be dealt with. Raza uses the same jutsu as the Kazekage. Despite his inexperience, he remains a threat. And we cannot forget about the One-Tails." Katsuro's analysis made the severity of the situation clear to everyone. Jiraiya frowned and suggested that they should reinforce even more. Uchiha Taijima understood the implications of the two geniuses' explanations. Yes, but we are in a delicate situation. We need to send a significant amount of power to that front, but sending too many could leave us vulnerable here. With Anokei active, any losses will be felt deeply. We must find the right balance in who to send and how many shinobi to deploy, but it seems almost impossible. To match Tsunade's full battle power, we would need to send at least 2 S-class shinobi, which would be a loss we cannot afford here. Those who had been slower to grasp the situation finally understood its dire nature. Katsuro thought aloud. Even if Tsunade can handle Lady Chiyo and Kato Dan can hold Raza, the One-Tails would still pose a problem. He then proposed a solution. It seems the only way to ensure the survival of both fronts without sacrificing either is for me to go. Protests erupted immediately, with voices raised in concern. They could not afford to lose him, as he was the only reason Anokei had not been able to destroy them all. Katsuro raised his hand, and silence fell over the room. I understand your concerns, but this is the best course of action. I can deal with the One-Tails easily using my Fuinjutsu and can likely handle Raza, Lady Chiyo, and Ebizo simultaneously, given their current state. My speed allows me to minimize all threats without needing to send another Kage or S-rank shinobi. Though his confidence might have sounded arrogant, no one dared to correct him. They had all witnessed his power firsthand. They had seen his impressive ninjutsu and speed, which had not been matched in Konoha since the second Hokage. While this will leave Anokei somewhat free here, Lord Hokage should be able to contain him upon arrival. The timing should work, soon as reinforcements are being slowed down by their sheer numbers, and I will arrive before they do. As planned, the Hokage soon arrived with Danzo beside him. He took command from his student, with Danzo sitting quietly. Katsuro was not pleased to see Danzo but recognized his usefulness in times of war. Hiruzen was informed of the plan and, despite his reluctance regarding Katsuro's rising prestige, agreed to it. Even Danzo remained silent, acknowledging the respect Katsuro commanded within the camp. Hiruzen then raised the matter of peace and the Jinchuriki. He expressed a belief that they could use the Jinchuriki to broker peace with Anokei and end the war. While the shinobi agreed, the way he presented it left them uneasy. Kaito, who had earned his position among the leadership through his prowess as an elite jonin, spoke up with mock enthusiasm, praising the Patriarch for providing the key to peace. Katsuro nearly laughed at the sight of Hiruzen trying to maintain a light-hearted demeanor, even as Uchiha Taijima wore a small smile. The meeting continued with the third Hokage assuring everyone that he would do his utmost to stop the war, even stating he would lay down his life if necessary, earning him the respect of all, including Katsuro. The meeting concluded with the decision to hand the Jinchuriki over to Danzo for questioning. Katsuro offered a silent prayer for Rashi, despite being the enemy. Fortunately, Hiruzen had forbidden any lasting harm to ensure a peace deal could be brokered. It was decided that only 200 Senju would accompany Katsuro, as the issue on the Suna front was not quantity but quality. Though he felt some hesitation due to Danzo's presence, he understood it was necessary and hoped Danzo would remain in line during this time of war. Katsuro made his way toward the Suna front with only about half of the Senju Clan members, leaving around 200 on the IWA front, where numbers were no longer a concern, with Kaito leading them. The Suna front was located in Amigakure, allowing Katsuro's force to reach their destination in less than a day. They had not anticipated any enemies on their journey, but they remained vigilant. It was still a war. Nevertheless, they could not help but feel uplifted under the leadership of the Stormbreaker. Occasionally, even Katsuro joined in the somewhat cheerful songs and discussions which always lifted the spirits of the rest of the force. However, as they approached the Suna front, everyone quickly returned to a more serious demeanor, preparing themselves for yet another battle ahead. Soon, they reached the main camp of Konoha. Katsuro was the first to step into the camp, followed by a large unit. He was met with stares, whispers, and expressions of shock, awe, and grateful nods. The tales of his feats in the war had spread far and wide, including his capture of a bijou and his ability to force even the third Tsuchikage, Anokei, to retreat. The whispers among the shinobi were filled with admiration. They spoke of him as the Patriarch of the Senju, the youngest leader of the clan, and how he had turned the tide of battle at the IWA front. They marveled at his strength, noting that he had brought down a bijou all by himself and was said to wield all chakra natures like the third. They referred to him as the Stormbreaker. Katsuro felt a sense of pride at the recognition his clan had received, as well as for the forces still fighting at the IWA front. His thoughts then turned to finding Tsukumo and Tsunade. Bumi, now promoted to Jonin, turned to Katsuro and noted that their victory at the IWA front had raised morale at the Suna front as well. The Konoha shinobi had fought with renewed vigor, inspired by the strength of their comrades. With the Senju shinobi and the newly dubbed Stormbreaker by their side, they felt they had the advantage. Katsuro acknowledged the sentiment but reminded Bumi that there was still a war to be fought. He instructed him to tell the rest of their unit to rest until called, as it had been a long journey. Katsuro then walked into the main tent, hoping to find Tsunade. As heads turned toward him, he scanned the room and finally spotted her. It had been so long since he had seen her, and his heart raced at the sight. He couldn't help but smile widely, not bothering to hide his joy. His master, Hatake Tsukumo, stood nearby, but Katsuro's focus was solely on Tsunade. Suddenly he noticed a pale blue-haired shinobi sitting close to her. Katsuro recognized him as Kato Dan, a respected leaf shinobi known for his proficiency in the S-rank spirit transformation jutsu. Katsuro frowned as he observed them sharing a close conversation, a small smile on Tsunade's face. Without hesitation, he approached them. Tsunade had recently found a new friend in Dan, and they often engaged in deep conversations about life, the war, and family. However, as she briefly looked up, she was taken aback by the sight of Katsuro. Unable to believe her eyes, she blinked repeatedly, but his tall figure remained before her. She had anticipated his arrival at the Suna front, but not this soon. Her eyes lit up and she was about to speak, but then she remembered something that caused her to frown and turn away in mock anger, a familiar act from their childhood. Dan, unfamiliar with the dynamics between them, was surprised by her reaction, having seen her act cold and distant lately. He assumed that Katsuro must have done something to upset her. Katsuro noticed Tsunade trying to ignore him as she turned to Tsukumo, questioning why he had stopped speaking as if someone important had entered. The other shinobi present sensed the tension and exchanged glances, aware that something was unfolding between Katsuro and Tsunade. It was common knowledge that they shared a special bond, and the sight of their playful conflict brought smiles to their faces amidst the grim atmosphere of war. Tsukumo sighed, caught between the two, and looked at Katsuro as if pleading for him to address the situation. The Nara shinobi sitting nearby felt Katsuro's gaze and, understanding the unspoken request, decided to move aside. Katsuro took a seat next to Tsunade, a cheeky grin on his face. Tsunade, catching this from the corner of her eye, struggled to maintain her composure, almost smiling but ultimately turning her head away in defiance. This led Katsuro to make eye contact with Kato Dan, who had by now deduced his identity. Dan introduced himself, extending his hand, which Katsuro grasped firmly. Katsuro insisted there was no need for formal titles and asked Dan to simply call him Katsuro, expressing gratitude for looking after Tsunade. Dan stiffened slightly but replied that it was no problem at all. However, the unintended consequences of Katsuro's words had a profound effect on Tsunade, whose face went blank, visibly reddening as she processed the implications of his statement. Katsuro then mentioned that he had heard a lot about Dan and his spirit transformation jutsu, expressing a desire to learn more about it later, placing emphasis on the word later. Katsuro suspected that Dan had less than pure intentions. Although he wouldn't let it dictate his actions or show it outwardly, he was someone who easily felt jealousy toward his girlfriend. Seeing Tsunade's reactions to his words brought a smile of triumph to Katsuro's face, but Dan was lost in his own thoughts. He recalled that Tsunade had mentioned being in a relationship with Katsuro, yet he thought she had forgotten about him during the war after their fight. Dan and Tsunade had recently developed a friendship that sometimes led them to stay out late at night, gazing at the stars above Tsunagakure. Over time, Dan's feelings for her had grown. How could they not? She was a strong, beautiful kunoichi, single-handedly saving countless lives. However, he felt held back by her apparent love for the Senju Patriarch, hoping that time and distance might change that. He felt somewhat ashamed for wishing for others' failures, but his feelings were intense. Witnessing their interaction now only fueled his envy. Frustration and jealousy surged within him, prompting him to lash out. He addressed Katsuro, suggesting that perhaps he was being too carefree, reminding him of the recent losses they had faced, like Nawaki. He believed it was important for Katsuro to prepare for the upcoming battle, emphasizing the seriousness of their situation. Immediately, Dan regretted his words, realizing he had come across as condescending. However, he stood firm, unwilling to be undermined by Katsuro, especially in front of Tsunade. He had mentioned Tsunade's brother to gain an advantage over the Senju, unaware that Nawaki was as much a brother to Katsuro as he was to Tsunade. Katsuro's expression darkened at the mention of Nawaki. How could Dan think it was acceptable to bring up his name like that? He glanced at Tsunade, who tensed at the mention of her deceased brother, averting her gaze. For a moment, Katsuro felt the urge to leap from his seat and confront Dan, imagining retaliating for that comment. Yet he managed to rein himself in, reminding himself that they were comrades and that acting out would only hinder their war effort. The keen shinobi in the room noticed a brief flicker of killing intent from Katsuro, which vanished just as quickly. Tsukumo, concerned for the couple he viewed as his own nephew and niece, briefly considered the possibility of having to report on Dan's demise. Katsuro took a moment to collect himself before speaking. He addressed Dan, clarifying that he did not take the situation lightly. He asserted his role as the leader of the Senju, expressing his willingness to sacrifice everything for his people and village. He assumed Dan's words were a result of their unfamiliarity and requested that he refrain from mentioning Nawaki again, emphasizing that he was like a brother to him. They were all striving to protect their people and should stand united. Dan realized that Katsuro was not only powerful as a ninja but also as a speaker. With just a few sentences, he had swayed the room in his favor. Dan recognized that he had overstepped his boundaries, especially seeing Tsunade visibly affected by the mention of her brother. He quickly apologized, acknowledging his mistake and hoping for their forgiveness. The serious shift in mood marked a departure from their earlier playfulness. They were at war, after all. Tsukumo seized the moment to speak, aiming to prevent any further tensions from escalating. He informed them that the Kazekage had deployed to the battlefield, looking around the room with a serious demeanor. Tsukumo continued, explaining their current situation. The numerical advantage they had gained in the war had been erased. They now had 4,600 shinobi ready to fight, while Tsunade boasted over 5. Although the difference was not vast, he reminded them of the Puppeteer Corps, which effectively increased their numbers. The deployment of the Kazekage himself changed the dynamics of the battlefield, as he was a true Kage-level ninja and experienced version of Raza, whom they had been facing. The Jonin frowned at this news. Raza had already posed a significant challenge, and now they had to contend with a more seasoned opponent. Tsukumo nodded to Shikaro Nara, the current leader of the Nara clan, to continue the briefing. Shikaro outlined the key individuals they needed to contend with: the Kazekage, Chiyo, Ebizo, Raza, and their Jonin commander. While the last two were only elite Jonin, they were still formidable threats. The arrival of the Senju relieved some pressure, but they were uncertain if the One-Tails had also been deployed. They might be cautious, knowing that Katsuro had previously captured Bijou, but its deployment could change the game. He suggested that they continue their guerrilla warfare strategy, which would maximize Dan's spirit transformation jutsu while minimizing the damage from the Kazekage's magnet style. He proposed incorporating Katsuro into this plan to lead an immediate response squad, given his impressive speed. Katsuro was impressed with the strategy devised by Tsukumo and Shikaro. It was perfect for their current situation, but he had one addition. He suggested that during skirmishes, he would act in a minimized capacity, feigning a lack of chakra that would be believable. Since Suna had limited information on him, and the Kazekage was known for his intelligence, he believed it was wise to keep a card to play. If his strength was underestimated, it would increase the likelihood of the enemy overextending themselves and deploying the One-Tails. Shikaro and Tsukumo nodded in approval, along with the other Jonin and clan leaders, including representatives from the Aburame, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans, as well as a member of the Sarutobi clan. Kato Dan, with their determination and unwavering spirit, set out on a journey that would test their limits. The world around them was filled with challenges, and each step forward brought new obstacles to overcome. As they navigated through treacherous landscapes, the air crackled with tension, and the stakes grew higher. With every encounter, Kato faced adversaries who sought to thwart their progress. The battles were fierce, filled with dynamic movements and strategic maneuvers. Kato's heart raced as they dodged and countered, their resolve shining through the chaos. Each clash was a dance of skill and instinct, where the outcome remained uncertain. As Kato pressed on, they encountered allies who shared their vision and strength. Together, they formed bonds that transcended mere friendship, united by a common goal. The camaraderie fueled their determination, and they drew strength from one another in the face of adversity. Throughout the journey, Kato grappled with their own doubts and fears. Moments of introspection revealed the depth of their character, showcasing resilience and growth. The path was not easy, but with each challenge, Kato emerged stronger, more focused on their ultimate objective. As the final confrontation loomed, Kato stood ready, their spirit unyielding. The culmination of their journey was at hand, and they were prepared to face whatever lay ahead. With unwavering resolve, Kato Dan embraced their destiny, ready to forge a new path in a world filled with uncertainty. Katsuro had to admit that he felt a mix of excitement and apprehension as he prepared for the upcoming challenge. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the training ground. He could hear the distant sounds of his friends sparring, their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves. As he tightened his grip on the training sword, he recalled the lessons he had learned. Each swing was a reminder of the hard work he had put in, the sweat and determination that had shaped him into the fighter he was today. He could almost feel the energy of his companions surrounding him, urging him to push beyond his limits. With a deep breath, Katsuro stepped forward, ready to face whatever obstacles lay ahead. The thrill of the unknown filled him with a sense of purpose, and he knew that he would give it his all. It seems that the text you provided is incomplete. Please provide a more detailed excerpt or the full text you would like me to edit, and I will be happy to assist you. It seems that the text you provided is incomplete. Please provide the full text of the fanfiction you would like me to edit, and I will be happy to assist you. The Shinobi in the meeting continued to flesh out the plan of action, assigning responsibilities such as the Aburame acting as scouts while being protected by Sarutobi and Senju Clan members. The Nara clan played a crucial role in creating plans and traps, which Katsuro noted with appreciation. He felt fortunate that Ryo was dating one of them, hoping it would strengthen their ties. Once the meeting concluded and people began to depart, Tsunade stayed behind to discuss her initiative regarding Iryo ninjutsu and medical shinobi with Tsukumo. Katsuro signaled for the Senju Jonin and leaders to leave, who wore cheeky smiles, almost teasing him. As Katsuro remained seated, Tsunade almost spoke again but remembered her intention to ignore him and continued her conversation with Tsukumo. Tsukumo observed the interaction, shaking his head with a sigh, though he was inwardly smiling. When their discussion ended, Tsunade simply got up and left without acknowledging Katsuro. He was taken aback by her boldness but managed to say his goodbyes to his master. He mentioned that there was no need to arrange a tent for him, as he was on a mission. Both would have liked to catch up more, but the circumstances were clear. Katsuro eventually found Tsunade's tent, which was spacious and befitting the leader of the medical corps. He entered without announcing himself. Tsunade began to scold him but paused upon recognizing him, snorting in amusement. She referred to him as a pervert, and he guilt-tripped her without remorse, but then he feigned sadness, claiming she had replaced him. He dramatically wished her happiness with Kato-dan before turning to leave. For once, Katsuro's instincts failed him as Tsunade grabbed the back of his collar, forcing him to face her. She challenged him to repeat his words, her expression revealing irritation. Katsuro felt a bead of sweat form. He knew he was in trouble. In a moment of impulsiveness, he surprised her by leaning in and kissing her. Tsunade froze, taken aback, but quickly melted into the kiss after a brief hesitation. When they parted, she blushed and playfully punched his chest, reminding him not to say such things again, affirming that he was the only one she loved. Katsuro softly laughed, touched by her confession, which earned him another playful punch. He whispered that he loved her too and had missed her, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead and hugging her close. Tsunade reciprocated his affection, and they both closed their eyes, grateful to be together again under the moonlit sky. A few hours later, after they had fallen asleep, Katsuro awoke to the sound of Tsunade softly sniffling against his chest. Concerned, he asked if she was all right and what was wrong. Tsunade expressed her sorrow, missing Nawaki, Granny Mito, and her parents, lamenting her inability to save them. Tsunade quietly cried in Katsuro's arms, her voice breaking. He noticed the dried tears on her face, illuminated by the faint light from a nearby lamp. He understood her pain, sharing that he felt the same way. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't save his own parents or Nawaki, and it hurt deeply. However, he reminded her that none of them would want their deaths to be the reason for their sadness. He expressed gratitude for what he still had, her Tsukumo, Kushina, and the rest of the Senju clan and the Leaf Village. He recalled Granny Mito's words about not blaming themselves for things beyond their control, encouraging them to move forward for their loved ones and their village. Most would agree that the Senju Patriarch had a way with words, knowing how to comfort those in need. But Tsunade knew him better than anyone. She could see through his strong exterior to the hurt he carried. Nawaki was not just her little brother, he was Katsuro's too. She realized he was trying to be strong for her and the clan, but he was hurting, feeling responsible for their losses. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade aimed to be strong for him, not wanting to add to his burdens. She acknowledged that she had him, Kushina, Tsukumo, and everyone else. She reminded herself that Nawaki and Granny Mito would want her to be happy, not sad. Katsuro affirmed her words with a gentle kiss on her forehead. Suddenly, Tsunade wrapped her arms around him tightly, looking up into his eyes. She declared that despite his annoying and foolish moments, she loved him dearly. Katsuro was taken aback by her sudden declaration, but before he could respond, she squeezed him tighter and continued, reminding him that he was good at giving advice but needed to take it himself. She assured him that their loved ones would want him to move on and be happy too. Tsunade's understanding left Katsuro feeling incredibly lucky. Tsunade, despite her fiery temper and attitude, understood Katsuro in a way that no one else could. For that reason, Katsuro loved her even more. He pressed a soft kiss to her forehead and expressed his feelings, feeling grateful for her presence. He hoped that his family would be proud of him. Soon, they fell asleep again, finding comfort in each other's warmth until morning arrived. The next morning, a messenger woke them early. He informed them that Lord Tsukumo had summoned them to his tent and urged them to hurry. Minutes later, they arrived at the tent, where Tsukumo, Shikaro, and Dan were already waiting, their expressions serious. Tsukumo announced that the Suna shinobi were assembling and that the Kazekage had arrived, signaling the need to prepare for battle. With solemn expressions, they exchanged glances before going their separate ways to rally their troops, already familiar with the plan. The assassination squad, led by Kato Dan, moved towards Suna's main camp, while Katsuro and Tsukumo stayed behind, ready to respond to any unexpected skirmishes or guerrilla attacks from the Tsunade shinobi. News soon reached the Kazekage that Kato Dan was part of the main force, successfully eliminating many high-level Suna ninja with his spirit transformation jutsu. While this temporarily gave Konoha the advantage, it also allowed Suna to gather information about the technique. Anticipating Dan's continued harassment, the Kazekage dispatched a squad of scout shinobi to locate Dan's body, knowing that taking him out would significantly weaken Konoha's position. As a pivotal ninja for Konoha, Dan's elimination would allow Tsunade to regain their advantage without the threat of sudden assassinations. The day unfolded with a series of skirmishes between the Leaf and Sand forces in the forests of Amigakure. Side relentlessly sent group after group of shinobi into battle, but there seemed to be no end in sight. Tsunade had more shinobi, while Konoha had a higher overall skill level. Kato Dan stood at the center of every Konoha unit, leading their side and playing a crucial role in securing victories at the border. He moved through the battlefield like a specter, effortlessly overcoming enemies, causing them to collapse or turn against their comrades. However, the Konoha forces faced challenges as well. While the assassination squad advanced, the scouts sent by the Kazekage moved stealthily to find Dan's body, avoiding detection. After hours of searching, they discovered a secluded cave hidden deep within the Amigakure forests. Inside, they found Kato Dan lying down, eyes closed. To their dismay, 2 squads of Konoha shinobi stood guard around him. The Sand Scouts wanted to eliminate Dan immediately, but the elite Konoha group protecting him quickly noticed the intruders. The sensory ninja signaled to the rest of the group, alerting them to the approaching threat. Realizing they had been spotted, the Suna shinobi retreated, determined to relay the information about Dan's location back to the Kazekage, even at the risk of their lives. Without hesitation, one of the Leaf squads pursued the Suna shinobi, knowing they could not allow the Kazekage to find Dan's body at such a critical moment in the war. They cursed their failure to detect the Sand Scout sooner, as Konoha's chance to take control of the Suna front was now in jeopardy. The Konoha shinobi unleashed their jutsu, throwing shuriken and kunai while chasing through the trees. The Sand Scouts fought back, attempting to hinder their pursuers. One by one, the Sand shinobi fell, the Konoha forces relentless in their pursuit. As the last Suna scout remained, he realized he was the only one who could change the course of the war. Desperately, the Konoha shinobi threw everything they had left, but their efforts were in vain. Exhausted and out of weapons, they struggled to hit their target. Meanwhile, the last Suna scout managed to speed away, disappearing into the forest ahead. He reached the main Suna camp and rushed to the Kazekage's tent, bursting in without waiting for permission. He shared all the information he had gathered, knowing it could turn the tide of the battle. All of the high-ranking Sand shinobi and leaders in the room cheered and congratulated the last remaining scout for his efforts, also honoring the sacrifices of the fallen Sand Scouts who had fought alongside him. They promised to commemorate their bravery. The Kazekage quickly summoned his special assassination squad, and they swiftly moved into the forests of Amigakure, heading to the coordinates provided by the scout. Meanwhile, the Konoha shinobi who had been pursuing the Sand Scout dispersed, urgently informing the leaders at the camp, the remaining squad in the cave, and Dan about the exposure of his physical location. It was a race against time. As Dan's spirit hurried back to re-enter his body and escape, the Kazekage and his elite squad navigated through the forest. Dan, in his spirit form, was slower than in his physical form, but the Kazekage and his hand-picked team were significantly faster than the average shinobi. It seemed unlikely that Dan would reach his body in time. The 2 squads left at the cave were insufficient to stop or even slow down the Kazekage, let alone contend with an entire squad of specialized jonin and high-level chunin. Aware of this, they steeled themselves for the impending confrontation. Back at the Konoha camp, panic spread among the ranks. If Dan were to fall, the Suna front would face a severe setback. However, the news reached the Senju Patriarch, prompting Tsukumo to take action. They needed to consider that this could be a mere distraction, necessitating someone to stay behind to protect the main camp. It aligned with their strategy for Katsuro to go. Not only could he potentially save Dan, but he could also demonstrate a limited level of strength to make the Kazekage underestimate him. Given the urgency of the situation, only Katsuro could reach Dan in time, and he would have to confront the Kazekage and his squad virtually alone. Katsuro raced forward at maximum speed, employing his signature lightning style, Thunderclap Impulse, a technique that had become synonymous with him alongside his master's Shunpa. Upon arrival, he sensed 6 individuals fleeing from a large squad of 15 shinobi, including 2 formidable presences. The Konoha shinobi assigned to protect Dan had already suffered significant losses, with an elite jonin and another jonin likely having sacrificed themselves to buy time. The fleeing shinobi tensed at his approach, but their anxiety eased upon recognizing his forehead protector and jonin vest. Without pausing to greet them, Katsuro urged them to keep running toward the approaching Konoha shinobi from the camp, while he charged directly into the fray. He was determined not to let the sacrifices of his comrades be in vain. As he closed in on the enemy, he confirmed that the powerful presences belonged to the Kazekage and Elder Ebizo, who had likely devised this ambush. Not on my watch, he thought resolutely. As he sprinted, Katsuro formed the hand signs for the S-rank jutsu, water style, Great Exploding Water Colliding Wave, unleashing a massive torrent of water that surged toward the pursuing sand shinobi like a tsunami. He had calculated this move carefully. The Kazekage was renowned for his iron sand techniques, which, like regular sand, could be affected by water. By using such a large jutsu, Katsuro aimed to force the Kazekage, the only true Kage-level shinobi present, to react and expend his chakra, especially considering they were in Amigakure. This would also help him feign weakness, as the Kazekage was well aware of Katsuro's reputation and strength. As anticipated, the Kazekage reacted swiftly, manipulating his iron sand to create a barrier. Magnet-style, iron sand wall, he commanded. The wall successfully halted the massive wave, but the sheer force behind it required the Kazekage to use more chakra and iron sand than he had anticipated. Much of the iron sand absorbed the water, becoming heavier and more challenging to control. Although the Kazekage managed to block Katsuro's attack and prevent any injuries, he felt frustration. The jutsu had halted their pursuit, allowing Kato Dan to escape. Recognizing Katsuro, the Kazekage saw an opportunity to eliminate a key player from Konoha, but he also understood that capturing Katsuro would not be easy. They would need to trap him or strike decisively, as even a minor injury would not suffice against Konoha's best medical shinobi. Senju Katsuro, the Kazekage began, realizing that pursuing Kato Dan was now futile. It seems our intel was correct. You are indeed on this battlefield. Replaced by the third Hokage, I assume. Acknowledging the Kazekage's awareness of his presence, Katsuro replied, "Yes, we heard you would be here." "Oh, that implies you were meant to confront me." "Indeed, but it appears I cannot do so today." As Katsuro and the Kazekage exchanged words, the 14 other Suna shinobi, including Chiyo's older brother, moved to encircle him. That's unfortunate. It seems we will have to deal with you here instead of pursuing Kato Dan, the Kazekage stated as the elite group of sand shinobi launched their attack. Faced with an onslaught from 15 shinobi, including Anokei, Katsuro had to rely on his thunderclap impulse and Shunpa to evade their melee strikes, managing to counterattack by slicing through one of Ebizo's puppets. However, he was forced into the air, where the Kazekage took advantage of his position, unleashing magnet-style, iron sand drizzle, firing projectiles of iron sand. Fortunately, Katsuro had anticipated this and prepared to use the substitution jutsu before leaping into the air. He dodged the attack by switching places with a log, which was promptly destroyed. Now perched in a tree, he became a target for several ninjutsu, primarily wind-style attacks. He skillfully evaded the fast-moving wind-style techniques while forming hand signs to execute fire-style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, channeling enough chakra to counter the incoming assaults. The Suna shinobi were elite, and even with his utmost effort, Katsuro knew he would have to endure some damage to defeat them swiftly. He believed he could overcome them, but the risk of reinforcements arriving from the Suna camp loomed large, as did the potential for the Kazekage to escape. He contemplated using a powerful jutsu he had yet to perfect, weighing the risks involved. The Kazekage's strength was uncertain, so he decided to stick with his current strategy. "Lord Kazekage, you will have to return empty-handed. And remember, if I choose to escape, no one can stop me." Katsuro began sprinting across the branches, prompting the majority of the sand shinobi to pursue him, even though it was a futile effort. This was part of Katsuro's plan. While he could not definitively deal with the group, he could make them suffer. With his back turned, he formed the seals for his original jutsu, one that had even managed to fell a bijou. Suddenly, he pivoted to face the pursuing shinobi, who had closed the distance due to his momentary slowdown. Despite warnings from the Kazekage, Ebizo, and their comrades, they pressed on, eager to capture him for their village. Just as victory seemed within reach, Katsuro unleashed 9 massive fire dragons from his mouth using fire style, 9 Dragons Hell Flame Bullet. The dragons blazed with intense heat, scorching the faces of the closest shinobi. In an instant, those nearest were consumed by flames, while others, realizing the danger, turned and fled in terror. Even Ebizo and the Kazekage at the back, who had warned their shinobi against pursuing them, felt the danger. The explosion devastated large areas of the forest, claiming the lives of many more sand shinobi. Unfortunately for Katsuro, the Kazekage used his iron sand to shield himself and any nearby shinobi. Even from a distance, inside the iron sand dome, they felt the intense heat of the explosion. When it was over and the dome dissipated, they saw Katsuro running away in the distance. His body language suggested fatigue, and the flickering aura of lightning that typically surrounded him was now absent. The Kazekage calculated that the jutsu alone had taken the lives of 8 of their high-class jonin and likely injured more. It was probably the same technique he had used against the Four Tails. The Flame Dragon Jutsu, the water technique at the start, and even his lightning aura, which resembled the Raikage's chakra mode, all pointed to the use of 3 S-class jutsu. Even he wouldn't be able to perform such feats in such a short time. It seemed to be Katsuro's limit. The Stormbreaker was indeed powerful, but there was still a way to handle this situation. If Katsuro could hear the Kazekage's inner thoughts, he would be elated that the plan was working. As he made his way back to the camp, he finally noticed the state of Kato Dan and his team. Almost all of them were injured, many with wounds likely caused by the iron sand. Tsunade was already at work healing them, and when she looked up to see Katsuro unharmed, relief washed over her face. Smiling reassuringly at her, Katsuro joined her in healing the wounded while giving his report to Tsukumo, who stood nearby with a couple of other experienced jonin. As they watched him perform the mystical palm jutsu, they almost forgot that Katsuro had been an expert in Iryo ninjutsu long before he became a shinobi. Katsuro began to explain that he believed the plan had worked. He was sure the Kazekage thought he had a solid grasp of Katsuro's strength, but he had made sure to hold back. He also managed to take down a couple of the Kazekage's assassination squad, at least 6 or 7 jonin. However, he expressed concern that they were targeting Dan, noting that their team was strong, especially with the Kazekage and Ebizo involved. He warned Tsukumo that if they added more shinobi to the squad, they would be in trouble, especially since there was no guarantee that either of them could respond if they were elsewhere on the battlefield. He suggested that Dan should stay back for now. Before the commander could respond, Dan, whose wounds had already been treated, expressed his appreciation for Katsuro's concern but insisted he would be fine, having managed to escape and survive that day. Katsuro thought to himself that Dan didn't realize he was alive mainly due to the sacrifices of the jonin guarding him and Katsuro's timely intervention. Tsukumo reminded Dan that his survival was largely due to those sacrifices and Katsuro's presence. He pointed out that if Katsuro hadn't been there or had been just a bit slower, the outcome could have been dire. Dan acknowledged this but argued that the war effort needed him. He believed that without him, the Suna shinobi would eventually overrun them. Katsuro thought. Otherwise, knowing that if he went all out, they would not be in such a precarious position. However, he recognized that Dan's presence on the battlefield allowed him to underplay his strength until the One Tails was deployed. Tsukumo agreed that Dan needed more protection, stating that considering how close the situation had been, 2 teams were not enough. He needed at least 3. Dan protested, thinking that it was excessive to guard just one person. Katsuro interjected, suggesting that he should join the teams protecting Dan to free up more shinobi for the battlefield. He anticipated that Dan would not like that suggestion. Dan's eye twitched, suspecting that Katsuro was trying to play the knight in shining armor in front of Tsunade. He refused to let Katsuro protect him again. He glanced at Tsunade, who was focused on healing his wounded comrades but was undoubtedly listening. Dan firmly insisted that Katsuro should stay behind in case the One Tails or anything else showed up, stating he would take the extra team to guard him. Katsuro inwardly smirked, having expected this response. Nara Shikaro, the head of the Nara clan, then spoke up, agreeing with Dan. He emphasized that Katsuro was too valuable an asset to be tied up protecting Dan and that they should have as many Kage-level shinobi ready for battle as possible. Tsukumo nodded in agreement, along with the other shinobi. Tsukumo decided that Dan would continue to operate with 3 teams guarding him, while everything else would remain the same. He instructed Dan to be more vigilant and careful, ordering him to keep an eye out for the Kazekage, Chio, Ebizo, Raza, or the One-Tails. If any were spotted, he was to report straight to Tsukumo. With that, the shinobi dispersed, leaving Tsunade and Katsuro to treat the remaining wounded. Tsunade asked Katsuro if Dan would be okay, her worry evident on her face. Katsuro reassured her, stating that as long as Dan had 3 teams protecting him and did not venture too deep into enemy territory, he should be fine. Tsunade nodded, and they continued to heal the wounded shinobi in silence. Surprisingly, for the next 3 weeks, no attempts were made on Dan's life, nor were there any major changes in the war. Small-scale skirmishes continued in Amigakure, with both Konoha and Suna engaged in guerrilla warfare. Katsuro's involvement was limited to when the highest-level Suna shinobi appeared, ensuring the safety of as many Konoha shinobi as possible while downplaying his strength. His impact was brief but significant. Katsuro felt something was off and voiced his concerns at the next meeting. Shikaro agreed, noting that the enemy was definitely planning something, but they had no idea what it was. Dan interjected, suggesting that perhaps the enemy was waiting for them to make a move first. Shikaro countered that the Kazekage was a cunning and proactive leader who would not be content to sit back and let them make the first move. Dan remained adamant, arguing that since the enemy had not done anything yet, there was no reason to change their strategy. Katsuro admired Dan's determination to stay involved in the war, recognizing that his motivations were likely not entirely altruistic. Shikaro expressed his unease about the situation, but Tsukumo, who had been observing the conversation, finally spoke up. He decided they would continue as before but warned every shinobi to be on high alert for a potential significant move from the enemy. As Katsuro was leaving the tent, Shikaro called out to him, asking if he still believed something bad was about to happen. Katsuro sighed in agreement, acknowledging that without knowing the nature of the threat, they could not adequately prepare for it. That being said, it was clear to Katsuro that he and Lord Tsukumo needed to remain vigilant. A sense of foreboding lingered in the air, suggesting that a significant event was on the horizon, one that could further widen the gap in their numbers. Katsuro acknowledged this with a nod, expressing his preference to be called simply by his name. Shikaro responded with a small smile, and they exchanged nods before parting ways. That night, as Katsuro lay in bed beside a peacefully sleeping Tsunade, his mind was consumed with thoughts about the Kazekage and the plans that might be unfolding. 2 days later, Katsuro received a summons to Tsukumo's tent. The atmosphere was heavy with worry, and the expressions of the shinobi present reflected their concern. Tsunade rushed to him, embracing him tightly as she wept. Katsuro's heart sank, sensing the weight of the news before it was spoken. Tsukumo delivered the grim confirmation of their fears. Kato Dan had passed away. He then informed Katsuro that their scouts had reported the Kazekage was preparing for a large-scale battle. The urgency of the situation was clear, and Katsuro steeled himself for what was to come. 1 day earlier, Dan felt a sense of pride. For the past 3 weeks, despite being at high risk, he had successfully completed his missions and was gradually closing the gap in numbers between Konoha and Suna shinobi. He had even taken down several jonin. As Dan moved in his spirit form, searching for Suna shinobi, he contemplated the possibility of asking the commander to remove a team from his guard. He believed that more shinobi on the battlefield could help end the war sooner. Over time, he had grown more comfortable and less cautious, taking on riskier maneuvers. Suddenly, he heard voices nearby. One voice suggested they should get to Team 10, and multiple voices responded affirmatively. Realizing it was the Kazekage, Dan felt a surge of determination. He knew he was supposed to return to his body, but he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. If he eliminated the Kazekage now, victory in the war would be assured. Dan's spirit moved quickly, possessing a ninja positioned far enough from the Kazekage to remain unnoticed, yet close enough to strike. For a brief moment, the shinobi's spirit resisted, but Dan managed to suppress it and blended in with the Kazekage's squad, eager to gather more information. However, the squad remained silent, and Dan grew anxious. He realized he couldn't afford to waste any more time and decided to act. In the body he possessed, Dan rushed at the Kazekage from behind, throwing numerous kunai aimed at his vital points. Just as they were about to strike, a wall of iron sand emerged, blocking the attack. Before Dan could react, the Kazekage turned and unleashed a powerful technique. Multiple iron sand bullets struck the possessed shinobi, ending his life almost instantly. Panic surged through Dan as his spirit vacated the lifeless body. He couldn't comprehend how the Kazekage had detected him. The Kazekage had shown no hesitation in eliminating one of his own men. As Dan retreated toward his body, he heard the Kazekage command his team to find him, initiating a chase after Dan's spirit. He realized he couldn't let them discover his body. The Kazekage would easily overpower the teams protecting him. He needed to reach his body as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the shinobi guarding Dan's body were growing increasingly concerned. They had expected him to return by now and were unsure of his whereabouts. One shinobi suggested they carry his body and leave, while another insisted they wait, fearing that if Dan spent too much time searching for them, he might not survive. Unbeknownst to the Konoha shinobi, their raised voices and agitated chakra had attracted the attention of a group of Suna shinobi, led by Raza, known for his ruthlessness on the battlefield. As he signaled his team, they launched their attack. The Konoha shinobi sensed the presence of the Suna shinobi and prepared for battle, but it was too late. Raza's team, though smaller in number, consisted entirely of elite jonin, whose experience and skill far surpassed that of the Konoha shinobi. The first team of Suna shinobi engaged the Konoha defenders while the second and third teams surrounded Dan's body. The first team managed to hold off the Suna shinobi for a brief moment, allowing others to attempt to retrieve Dan's body. For a fleeting second, it seemed there was hope for escape. However, a wave of gold dust descended upon the Konoha shinobi, threatening to overwhelm them. Moments later, Raza, with his auburn hair and Suna colors, stepped onto the gold dust. As the Konoha shinobi recognized him, they felt a surge of dread. Raza commanded his team to hurry and retrieve Dan's body while he prepared to eliminate Dan himself. With that, he began his pursuit of Dan's body. The Konoha shinobi who attempted to stop him were forced to retreat under the pressure of the gold dust, while the rest engaged the Suna shinobi, hoping to defeat them quickly. Just as Raza was leaving, the Konoha shinobi noticed a presence cloaked in iron sand, which had haunted their predecessors. The shinobi who had accompanied the Kazekage joined the fray, and after a brief exchange with one of Raza's jonin, the Kazekage and several others gave chase, following Raza. Raza's relentless assault with tendrils of gold dust against Dan's bodyguard squad slowed them down significantly as they struggled to carry Dan's body. The combined might of the magnet-style users and the sand shinobi picked off the Konoha defenders, who were desperately trying to escape. Eventually, the team was reduced to 5. One of the Konoha chunin turned back to delay their pursuers, but it was futile. Raza quickly overwhelmed him with gold dust, eliminating him without hesitation. Suddenly, a Konoha shinobi spotted a familiar figure in the distance. She shouted in recognition, drawing the attention of all parties. Seeing Dan's spirit was a glimmer of hope, but the Kazekage was determined not to let him escape. Using his iron sand, he propelled himself forward at an even greater speed, but it was too late. Dan's spirit and body reunited, and he sprang into action, fleeing from Raza. The Konoha shinobi moved swiftly, unburdened by a body, and quickly distanced themselves from the scene. However, the Kazekage was now much closer than during their previous encounter. Summoning all his iron sand, he began forming hand signs. With a powerful technique, he unleashed a massive wave of iron sand, accompanied by shimmering gold dust, surging toward the Konoha shinobi from behind. The speed of the attack left them with no time to react, and even if they had, escape was impossible. They found themselves ensnared in an overwhelming cocoon of iron, which incapacitated most of the shinobi. Dan and the other surviving shinobi struggled to move, desperately attempting to escape or perform hand signs, but their efforts were in vain. The weight and force of the iron sand immobilized them completely. Tsunade. Lord Tsukumo. I'm sorry. It seems I must leave the rest too. The Kazekage unleashed his final techniques, tightening the gold dust and iron sand around them, creating an immense, crushing pressure that left no hope for survival. In that moment, Kato-dan met his end. Back to the present, as Tsunade wept in Katsuro's arms, the rest of the shinobi wore solemn expressions of grief. Katsuro reflected on Dan. Although Dan had sought Tsunade's affection and had often tried to outshine him, he was a shinobi of Konoha and a friend to Tsunade. He had fought valiantly for the village, earned the respect of those around him, and was always willing to risk his life for it. He was an exceptional shinobi and a good man. Tsukumo then spoke up, addressing everyone. He urged them not to let the loss of Dan or any other fallen shinobi weigh them down. They would want the living to continue fighting, for their sakes and their own, to win this war. His words began to transform the somber expressions into ones of steely determination. The shinobi raised their heads, and Tsunade's tears began to dry. Tsukumo reminded them that the war was not yet over. They still had many shinobi, power, and strength. They could and would fight back. This battle would likely be the final confrontation between Konoha and Tsuna. The enemy would come at them with everything they had, but so would they. They were more than enough, and they would emerge victorious. The White Fang's words were met with shouts of approval from the assembled shinobi. Katsuro admired his master's ability to inspire, as the morale in the room significantly improved. Even Tsunade, who had been crying just moments before, was now wiping her tears and adopting a battle-ready expression. Katsuro felt a surge of pride knowing that his fellow shinobi were committed to protecting their village, even in such trying times. He decided to share his thoughts. He announced that he had a plan for the battle, prompting the shinobi to quiet down and look at him expectantly. Tsukumo encouraged him to go ahead, and Shikaro nodded, his eyes fixed on Katsuro. Thus, the Senju Patriarch began to explain his strategy. It was late into the night when the plan was finalized. As the shinobi were dismissed, only Katsuro, Tsunade, Shikaro, and Tsukumo remained. Tsukumo spoke quietly, acknowledging the heavy toll of the day. They would not allow the sacrifices of their comrades to be in vain. Shikaro and Katsuro nodded in agreement, while Tsunade, seemingly invigorated for the battle ahead, punched her fists together and declared that their enemies would not know what hit them. The others smiled at her enthusiasm before parting ways. Katsuro felt a sense of resolve. They would surprise their opponents. The third Kazekage expressed satisfaction with Raza, having confirmed the elimination of Kato-dan. With that obstacle removed, he no longer had to worry about threats to the elite shinobi or himself, nor the One-Tail's Jinchuriki. He announced to his gathered Tsuna shinobi that tomorrow they would engage in a large-scale battle with Konoha, which would be the final confrontation of the war. They would crush their opponents. The Kazekage ordered the deployment of all forces, including the One-Tails, nodding to Bunpoku, the Jinchuriki. He instructed Chiyo and Ebizo to accompany the puppeteer corps. Chiyo, desperate for vengeance against the White Fang for the loss of her son and daughter-in-law, pleaded to pursue him. The Kazekage, though reluctant, agreed to her request but insisted that Raza accompany them for safety. Raza interjected, expressing concern about the Stormbreaker, whom the Kazekage had deemed strong. The Kazekage reassured him that he could handle the Stormbreaker while Raza, Chiyo, Ebizo, and the puppeteer corps focused on the White Fang. He instructed Bunpoku to target the medical ninja, particularly Tsunade, to prevent her from creating antidotes and healing the injured. This strategy would expedite their victory. The Kazekage concluded with a rallying speech, promising that tomorrow they would defeat Konoha and honor their fallen comrades, ushering in a new era for Tsunade. Meanwhile, at the Leaf campsite, everyone understood that the following day would determine the fate of Konoha. If they failed, the Hokage and the Konoha shinobi engaged with the Iwa shinobi would be overwhelmed, leaving them unable to fight on two fronts. The thought of Konoha falling hung heavily in the air, unspoken yet understood by all. Nevertheless, the Konoha shinobi steeled their resolve, determined to win at any cost to protect their families, friends, and home. As dawn broke, the sky was painted a bright orange. Both sides were making their final preparations. Shinobi sharpened their swords, kunai, blades, and shuriken, while medical ninja organized the last of their supplies. Leaders from both sides reviewed their plans, ensuring every detail was in place. Katsuro found himself alone in Tsunade's tent, where the Leaf medical ninja were busy with last-minute preparations. As he sharpened his sword, a weapon that had accompanied him throughout the war, he reminisced about simpler times. He thought of Granny Mito, Nawaki, Tsunade, Kushina, and Tsukumo. He recalled moments with his father, Reito, teaching him basic katas while his mother, Hana, cooked for them. Life had once been peaceful and perfect. Yet, even amidst the turmoil, Katsuro felt grateful for the life he had, cherishing the memories of those he loved. He was resolved to protect everything dear to him and to bring an end to this war. As his sword was finally sharp enough to slice through a wood block with little effort and his gear was all set, the Senju Patriarch stood up and stepped outside of the tent. He looked around to see the rest of the Konoha forces rushing about, preparing for their final battle at the borders of Amigakure and Tsunade. He then entered the tent where Tsukumo, Shikaro, and Taijima were gathered. To his surprise, Tsunade was also present, and seeing her only strengthened Katsuro's resolve. Tsukumo welcomed Katsuro, expressing that they had been discussing him. The group had agreed that, while the entire main force moved as one, Katsuro would have the freedom to act on his intuition and give orders to others when necessary. His experience and ability to lead had earned the approval of everyone present. Although he would still be part of the army, they encouraged him not to hold back. Katsuro felt a mix of shock and gratitude. He had requested this level of trust but hadn't expected it to be granted. The fact that he could give orders indicated that the other shinobi and leaders had full faith in him. Determined to prove himself, he vowed to lead them to victory, no matter the cost. His bold declaration inspired confidence in those around him. If Katsuro committed to something, he would not fail. Soon, both sides lined up, each represented by massive armies of thousands of shinobi. With a fierce determination, they charged at each other, ready to engage in a battle that would determine the course of the war. Katsuro surged through the Konoha army, scanning for the Kazekage, One-Tails, or any other leading Suna ninja. As the fighting erupted, the shinobi dispersed into each other's ranks, forming a chaotic body of weapons and aggression. Although Katsuro couldn't see them directly, Ebizo and Chiyo, under the Kazekage's orders, quickly identified and targeted the Leaf shinobi, aiming to reach Tsukumo, who was a primary target for the sand. Katsuro chose not to intervene, recognizing the strategic nature of the battle. Tsukumo, aware of the ruthless sibling duo pursuing him, maneuvered them toward a more open area to minimize casualties among the Leaf forces. Chiyo and Ebizo relentlessly unleashed a series of complex puppet attacks against him. The puppets moved with terrifying speed, making it challenging for Tsukumo to evade them. Each blade was coated with potent poisons, crafted by Lady Chiyo, capable of inflicting severe damage. Despite the overwhelming odds, Tsukumo relied on his exceptional skills. He recalled a lightning technique, Thunder Clap Impulse, which his student Katsuro had taught him. Combining this with his Shuinpa, he vanished just in time to avoid an incoming attack. Chiyo and Ebizo blinked in surprise, unable to track his movements. Seizing an opportunity, Tsukumo dove in and struck a puppet's vulnerable spot, shattering it into countless pieces as his lightning chakras surged through. Tsukumo breathed a sigh of relief, having taken down one puppet, but Chiyo and Ebizo laughed, knowing he had only begun to face their onslaught. They harbored deep resentment for him, stemming from past grievances, and their determination to defeat him intensified. Though Tsukumo felt the weight of their hatred, he remained focused. The challenge lay not only in their strength but in their teamwork and the sheer number of puppets they controlled. He was up against two of Suna's most skilled puppeteers, and any injury could expose him to Chiyo's deadly poisons, forcing him to prioritize evasion. The malice behind their attacks made it increasingly difficult for him to dodge, even with his lightning Shuinpa. Direct attacks were equally futile, as the puppets could easily intercept or redirect any projectiles aimed at their masters. The siblings aimed to wear him down, hoping to outlast him in a battle of attrition. However, Tsukumo was the White Fang of the Leaf, a formidable opponent in his prime. His kenjutsu and shuinpa were nearly designed to counter puppets, and his experience allowed him to sustain minimal damage while dismantling their mechanisms. He understood that even after a puppet was destroyed, skilled puppeteers could still manipulate the smaller parts for sneak attacks. At times, he unleashed various ninjutsu, such as lightning style, lightning beast tracking Fang, summoning a lightning dog to distract the siblings, buying him precious moments to escape their grasp. He also employed fire style, great fireball jutsu to obliterate multiple puppets, demonstrating his resourcefulness in the heat of battle. The siblings managed to hold their ground thanks to their sheer number of puppets and strategic thinking, which allowed them to anticipate Tsukumo's movements. The poison they employed further limited his options. As Tsukumo steadily dismantled their puppets without resorting to the jutsu he had shared with his disciple, Raza decided it was time to act. He unleashed a powerful technique, magnet style, golden tsunami. As the massive wave of gold dust surged toward him, Tsukumo smiled, recognizing Katsuro's prediction that they were investing everything to restrain him. With determination, he activated the jutsu his disciple had taught him, lightning style, thunderclap impulse. This technique, rarely used during the war due to its high chakra consumption, significantly enhanced his abilities. It acted as a multiplier, making him even more formidable than before. While Tsukumo was already feared by all Suna shinobi, this transformation made him seem like a demon. With a combination of his shuinpa and the S-class jutsu, he appeared as a spirit of lightning, easily dodging the wave of gold dust. He swiftly countered with his signature short sword. Raza barely managed to activate magnet-style, gold dust armor, which formed a protective layer over his skin. However, it proved ineffective against Tsukumo's blade, which sliced through the armor effortlessly, leaving a deep gash across Raza's chest as he retreated. Tsukumo clicked his tongue in disappointment, realizing he had missed the chance to finish Raza off when the puppets reacted to surround him. They had adapted, creating more space for themselves and time to respond to his increased speed. The expressions on the puppet siblings' faces turned dire, indicating a shift in the battle's nature from one of revenge to a desperate attempt to hold Tsukumo at bay. As he landed after evading another puppet attack, a swarm of kunai flew toward him. 2 additional squads of elite Suna Jonin had joined the fray, determined to confront the shinobi who was proving to be even stronger than they had anticipated. Tsukumo, now faster and more responsive, easily dodged the incoming projectiles but felt a growing concern. 8 more elite Jonin? Were they not afraid of losing their comrades? It seemed they had a plan, willing to expend such resources, suggesting something that could drastically alter the battle's outcome. Suddenly, Raza unleashed Gold Dust Shuriken. Gold dust infused with chakra swirled around his hands, forming countless deadly shuriken. Tsukumo deftly avoided the barrage, weaving between the attacks until they finally ceased. Without warning, a poison kunai shot out from the mouth of one of the last puppets, which seemed to grin at the leaf's White Fang. He dodged, but the arrival of the new reinforcements had severely limited his options. When he heard Raza's voice declare, magnet-style, gold dust spear, and saw him floating on a bed of gold dust, wielding a thin, glowing spear, Tsukumo realized he had let his guard down. The spear, sharper than any he had encountered, was launched at him with terrifying speed, propelled by the sand. Caught off guard, Tsukumo took a breath, bracing himself for impact as he twisted his body to minimize the damage. The puppeteer duo smirked, believing they were on the verge of achieving their revenge. Raza looked at the White Fang, satisfied that he had him cornered. Just before the spear struck, a giant, 30-foot-tall shinobi clad in battle armor landed in front of Tsukumo, wielding a massive battle axe. The axe struggled to block the spear but held firm, causing the sand spear to crumble. Lady Chiyo and Ebizo, unable to see their target through the massive sand cloud, retreated with their puppets. All they had witnessed was a colossal figure leap into the air and land protectively in front of the White Fang. Raza, sensing the shift, also retreated slightly, remaining airborne on his platform. Tsukumo was astonished to see Chosen, who had miraculously saved him just in time. He acknowledged his ally, grateful for the timely intervention. Chosen laughed, his booming voice echoing across the battlefield as he engaged the puppets and sand shinobi, sending many of them reeling back into the chaos. As Tsukumo dusted himself off and stepped back, he bumped into someone behind him. Instinctively, he drew his blade and turned around, surprised to find Shikaro standing there, smiling. Shikaro knelt and formed the hand signs for shadow stitching jutsu. As the dust settled, dozens of tiny shadow hands sped across the ground, binding the remaining puppets. Tsukumo turned once more to see another figure standing behind his two allies. It was Inakuri, the head of the Yamanaka clan, who nodded at him before kneeling and forming a triangle with his hands. Shikaro returned the gesture with confidence. The famous Ino Shikacho trio had reunited, and with their combined strength, they felt invincible. Tsukumo smiled and nodded in agreement, ready to move forward. Katsuro had been observing the encounter while taking over for Tsukumo at the front lines, issuing orders to adapt to any movements from the enemy. He had sent word for the Ino Shikocho trio to join him, recognizing the commitment shown by Suna. While he had faith in his sensei, he was also aware that anything could happen, and with Suna deploying Chio, Ebizo, Raza, and other elite jonin, it was wise to send help. This realization made him cautious about what plans the enemy might have, having arrived at the same conclusion as Tsukumo. The Kazekage had yet to engage, and neither had Katsuro. They both seemed to be waiting for the right moment. However, as soon as the Ino Shikocho trio made their move, the Kazekage began to walk over, appearing unfazed by the battle around him. Katsuro, recognizing this blatant provocation, smiled and ordered the shinobi around him to scatter, ensuring they would engage at a distance from his confrontation. Katsuro approached as well, but they did not fight immediately. They halted some distance apart, with Katsuro's arms crossed, exuding confidence, while the Kazekage remained unbothered. The Kazekage questioned why Katsuro wasn't more concerned, mentioning the White Fang as his teacher. Katsuro replied calmly, indicating that his sensei was more than capable of handling himself, suggesting that the Kazekage might not have been aware of his true strength. The Kazekage's irritation was evident as his arm twitched slightly, a subtle tell against a high-level shinobi like Katsuro. He declared that the shinobi of the sand were strong and would not falter, contrasting their struggles with those of the leaf. Katsuro countered, emphasizing that all shinobi face struggles, but the Kazekage seemed intent on perpetuating conflict. He accused the Kazekage of instigating wars for personal gain, bringing suffering to his own people. Raising his voice, he proclaimed that the shinobi of Konoha fought with purpose and for the protection of others. His words inspired the surrounding leaf shinobi, who fought with renewed vigor. Lowering his voice again, Katsuro inquired about the Kazekage's plan, questioning whether it was simply to lose. The Kazekage smirked and replied that it was amusing Katsuro should ask. Just then, a roar echoed across the battlefield, halting the fighting momentarily as a massive raccoon adorned with blue tattoos and made of sand appeared. The Konoha shinobi turned to see where it had emerged, realizing it was behind their ranks, near their medical base. Katsuro glanced back, keeping an eye on the Kazekage. He recognized the danger. They were targeting Tsunade and the medics, their vital support, especially with the enemy's poisoned weapons. Turning back to face the Kazekage, who frowned at the sight, Katsuro maintained his calm demeanor. The Kazekage noted Katsuro's awareness but questioned his lack of reaction. He declared that he would hold Katsuro there while the One Tail caused chaos among Konoha's backlands. Katsuro smiled again, suggesting that the Kazekage was underestimating someone important. He formed a hand sign for a shadow clone, channeling a significant amount of chakra into it. The Kazekage, aware of Katsuro's shadow clones, allowed it to head toward their backlands, thinking it wouldn't make much difference. Katsuro pointed out that while others were taking glory in battle, the world often overlooked the true strength of his wife, Tsunade, a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama. He questioned why the Kazekage hadn't been more cautious of her. He let the question linger, watching the Kazekage's expression shift before continuing. He clarified that it was not the Kazekage who was holding him. Rather, it was Katsuro who was holding the Kazekage in place. Deep within the forests of Amigakure, a squad of Chunin, Jonin, and Tokubetsu Jonin, specializing in stealth, escorted Bunpoku, the Jinchuriki of the One-Tails, towards the back lines of the Leaf and their medical camp. They moved swiftly through the dense forest, avoiding the main battlefield to remain undetected. The Kazekage had emphasized the importance of this mission. If they could eliminate Princess Tsunade and the rest of Konoha's medical ninjas, Chiyo's poisons would run rampant, giving them a significant advantage. Bunpoku, a monk at heart, sought peace and harmony. Yet he believed that true peace could only be achieved through Tsunade's victory over Konoha. The Kazekage had promised to bring peace to the world, but only with Bunpoku's cooperation. Despite being perceived as a frail old monk, he was, in fact, a powerful and resilient Jinchuriki, enhanced by the chakra of a tailed beast. Shunned by his village for housing Shikao, the One-Tails, Bunpoku had faced insults and neglect since becoming a Jinchuriki. However, he never reciprocated the resentment. Instead, he chose to live with kindness and understanding, believing that true peace would come from empathy and cooperation. This respectful nature earned him the trust of Shikaku, the Sand Spirit. Bunpoku's honesty and respect reminded Shikaku of the Sage of Six Paths. Unlike other Jinchuriki, who suffered from insomnia due to the imperfect seal, Bunpoku maintained a harmonious relationship with the tailed beast. Even in his sleep, Shikaku refrained from taking advantage of his host's vulnerability. As the group leaped through the forest, the sounds of battle faded into the background. Realizing they were nearing the Leaf Medical Camp, they concealed their chakra and carefully plotted their path, ensuring that the One-Tails would be positioned to cause maximum disruption. Soon, they reached a clearing where Konoha's medical ninjas hurriedly carried crates of supplies and stretchers. Tsunade coordinated the chaos, her presence commanding respect. Although the Sand Shinobi underestimated her, believing she posed no threat, they were unaware of her formidable abilities. Tsunade, a Senju and granddaughter of the god of Shinobi, was a master of Iryo ninjutsu, capable of challenging even the most accomplished opponents. Silently, the squad dispersed, with 2 jonin accompanying Bunpoku. Tsunade sensed a sudden surge of chakra, alerting her to the imminent danger. She called for her comrades to retreat, just as the Suna squad materialized before her, weapons drawn. 1 jonin lunged at Tsunade, but she swiftly leaped into the air, delivering a powerful strike that created a small crater upon impact. The Suna ninja fell silent, his comrades now wary of her strength. Bunpoku stepped forward, acknowledging Tsunade's bravery in warning her allies and putting herself in harm's way. He recognized her as a worthy kunoichi and medical ninja but reminded her that he had a mission to fulfill, one that required him to follow the Kazekage's orders. Tsunade's eyes widened in realization as she braced herself for the confrontation. The squad leader urged Bunpoku to proceed with the mission, and Tsunade shouted for everyone to prepare themselves. Bunpoku then invoked the power of Shikaku, calling upon the beast within him. A massive plume of sand erupted, and the colossal form of Shikaku emerged, cackling ominously. Tsunade, alarmed, quickly formulated a plan while the Suna squad retreated, ready to safeguard Bunpoku's body once he returned to his original state. Determined to protect the camp, Tsunade leaped high into the air, concentrating her chakra into her fist. Shikaku, still adjusting to its surroundings, was caught off guard as Tsunade's enhanced punch struck it between the eyes, causing the beast to stumble backward. The Sand Shinobi quickly evaded the bijou, retreating into the trees. Tsunade's strike had managed to penetrate Shikaku's defenses, leaving a small crack where her fist had landed. Bunpoku's body remained exposed above the sand on Shikaku's head, prompting the beast to take note of its host's vulnerability. Now fully aware, Shikaku unleashed a powerful attack, sending chakra-infused air bullets toward Tsunade. She narrowly dodged the assault, aware that despite the chaos, she faced a formidable bijou. The ground erupted where the air bullets struck, leaving a massive crater in their wake. Breathing heavily, Tsunade prepared for her next move, knowing she had to keep the fight close to prevent Shikaku from unleashing its most devastating attacks. She was determined not to let the One-Tails pass her, ready to protect her comrades and the medical camp at all costs. However, the tailed beast disregarded her act of honor and proceeded. Roaring, the Sand Spirit raised its arms, causing the land around it to rip apart as dirt and sand swirled around its hands. It then unleashed a massive arm of sand, a replica in size and color of Shikaku's, which burst from the ground right below Tsunade. She swiftly darted away just in time to avoid being caught by the giant clawed hand. The scale and intensity of the attacks quickly made the kunoichi realize how adaptable the One-Tail's arsenal was, leading to a series of relentless assaults. The arm chased Tsunade without giving her a moment's rest. Despite the pressure, the princess of the Senju managed to evade the sand arm frequently, catching the beast off guard and striking where she could. Unfortunately, her attacks were often intercepted by Shikaku's various sand defenses, such as the sand shield. The One-Tail's was known for having one of the most impenetrable defenses among all the tailed beasts, making it a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, Tsunade managed to land a few powerful blows, using her extraordinary strength to push the tailed beast further away from the camp. To enhance her attacks, Tsunade utilized the water-style jutsu that Katsuro had taught her, such as the water formation wave. She employed these techniques briefly, conserving chakra to create temporary defenses whenever the sand arm approached too quickly. The water would disintegrate the arm momentarily, allowing her to catch her breath and regroup. Other water-style jutsu could be employed for more significant damage to Shikaku directly. Each punch, each strike, and each movement was fueled by the pain of her brother's death. Although she tried to conceal her emotions, many in the camp witnessed her episodes of frustration, fatigue, and hidden torment. Meanwhile, the other Suna Jonin and Chunin remained hidden in the forest. They were not only wary of getting caught in the One-Tail's power but also realized how greatly they had underestimated Princess Tsunade. While they had been informed that she could pose a challenge, they had not anticipated that she could hold her own against a bijou. Tsunade thought to herself that she had managed to push the beast far enough away from the camp, but her stamina and chakra were not infinite. She knew she couldn't maintain this pace for long, especially against a creature made entirely of chakra. Although the water-style jutsu Katsuro had taught her were helpful, they were not her forte, and using them was draining her chakra. All of their shinobi, except for the medical ninja, were scattered across the battlefield, leaving her to come up with a plan. Suddenly, the princess of the Senju Clan was caught off guard as the tailed beast launched another attack. The One-Tail still had plenty of fight left in it. Tsunade resolved to hold it back for as long as she could,